Morning, everybody.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. You got an unusual, not unusual, but pretty interesting day shaping up here. Wait for a few people to hop in here. Where are you guys watching from? Let us know.
Already got one warning out there.
25 in here. Yes, we do. So, guys, go ahead and get started here. We have a lot to cover. So, the first pressing thing we have is there is one current severe warning up here north of Grand Rapids. It's going to be for Mason and Oceana counties, and that's going to be until 10:45. And that's going to be for wind. So we see this line here coming on to shore that has some severe wind gust potential with it. You can see with a brighter velocity. It's kind of hard to make out there, but you have some brighter reds showing up. That's going to be your pretty gusty winds there heading toward the Pentwater, Wellington, and Hart areas. So that goes until 10:45, and that's going to be the most pressing thing that we have right now. We do have the initial line here coming on shore around that area into the south, Whitehall, Dalton, Muskegon, Norton Shores. And we do have a secondary line in Chicago that's pushing across Lake Michigan here momentarily. So we have two areas we're watching right now. We want to go ahead and go live for this. We do have what we call a mesoscale discussion. This blue box you see. Basically saying that the severe potential is a watch is likely to be issued. There's an 80% chance that a severe thunderstorm watch will be issued next. Let's see how long they run this for. They usually put a timestamp on here, but they are expecting these two lines here to carry some severe potential into the morning, into the early afternoon hours. So as that continues to push east across the state, the primary threat with these initial storms is going to be damaging wind and large hail, as well as frequent lightning. In fact, I'm just getting word now that a severe thunderstorm watch is now issued until 4 p.m. from Jackson all the way over to Mount Pleasant to the shoreline of Lake Michigan. So they went ahead and issued that severe thunderstorm watch. It's going to be for ping pong ball size hail, scattered gusts to 75 miles per hour likely, as well as a few spin up tornadoes possible. What was that?
No, I just saw the
what was that, Joel?
the biggest one, 75 mile per hour winds. That's considerable.
Yeah, that's pretty good wind gusts there. It's almost hurricane force winds there, or about hurricane force. So we do have now a watch issued for western Michigan, and that goes until 4 p.m. today for a few tornadoes possible, ping pong ball size hail, and scattered wind gusts to 75 miles per hour likely. I know a lot of you guys are asking or thinking, is this going to be the main show? Is there a second round? Well, the question is, there's uncertainty, but as it appears right now, their models are really hinting at a secondary round forming behind this in the afternoon, evening hours for the areas that we were originally looking at. So anywhere from Muskegon to Saginaw and areas south of that area. So we're going to have to watch how that plays out this afternoon. But our initial focus right now is on the severe threat that's knocking on our door. And that's going to be right here along the western shore of Michigan down toward the Chicago area, pushing east across the lake. Again, hazards with this is going to be primarily wind and hail, but as that continues to progress across the state, a few tornadoes are possible with this. And if we zoom in on both of these, we switch and take Grand Rapids radars, which goes a little bit closer. We can actually see an area, what we call an MCV. If you look closely at this line, I'll go ahead and circle it. Right here, you can see it spin, which is what we call an MCV, which is a localized area of spin, which can increase lift and also increase wind gust potential and also tornadic potential with that storm. Now, if we go down to the one in Chicago, we're going to see the exact same thing. We do have a little bit weaker of an MCV back here in the Kenosha area. Go ahead and switch radars, maybe you can see it better. You can see there's a little bit of spin there as that continues to push outward, and it's kind of spinning right around the between Madison and Milwaukee right there. So we do have two MCVs with this. So again, that's going to be kind of heightened potential for wind and maybe an isolated spin up tornado. And that's going to be until 4 o'clock. The watch is going to be until 4 o'clock. and that's going to be for, again, wind and hail primarily, and then tornadoes are possible. So if we do get a secondary line later on this afternoon, which we do expect, that would pose a higher risk, I would think, for tornadoes, just because the atmosphere would be destabilized a little bit more, because it's only 10 o'clock in the morning. The atmosphere isn't too unstable yet. So once we get into peak heating in the afternoon and early evening hours, we could be looking at a higher potential for tornadoes. But again, having these lines pushed into the state currently is going to kind of throw a wrench into things, just because we don't know how the atmosphere is going to play out behind. Is the atmosphere going to turn over? Is it going to be destabilizing? A lot of questions to still be asked. Now, if you look on your screen here, we can make out the orange area, the yellow, and the green areas. That is your SPC outlook. So the orange area that I'm circling here, that is your enhanced risk. It has not changed from last night. Around that enhanced risk is the yellow box, which is slight risk. And then around that, you do have the marginal risk as well. So pretty much the entire state, if you are, go ahead and zoom in here and get a town name here. If you are anywhere north of Cadillac, Roscommon, Grayling, in the Gaylord area, you are not in a severe threat today. Anywhere south of there, you are in a severe threat. The highest severe threat is going to be down here in the orange and yellow areas, particularly the orange area, which is the enhanced risk, which is level 3 of 5. So it's a pretty good threat that the SPC has went ahead and issued. And it's going to be for all hazards possible, including tornadoes, wind, and hail. So with that being said, there's a lot going on, a lot of moving parts of this forecast. If you guys have questions, now's the time to ask them. As for timing, you're kind of getting the idea right now. So we are looking at timing up here in Ludington area where the warning is in effect. And that's going to be now until probably closer to 12 and 1 o'clock. So if you're looking down here in the Kalamazoo area, if this line continues to strengthen and hold across the lake, you're looking closer to probably 11:30 to 12:30 time frame. It's moving pretty good, I'd say, Joel. I'm not sure you have a speed on that. If you can get a speed on that, Joel.
I might have to go to radar.
Can get it.
I'm gonna go to radar.
55.
My phone real quick. Okay.
I got it. It's 55. I'm not sure if you're on your GR. I know Joel has a little bit better of a radar product than I do. He has GR level 2, which kind of gives you
GR2. Yeah. The problem with that is I don't have storm tracks, so which is odd.
Gotcha. So this the warning box says it is moving at 55 miles per hour. So if that pace keeps up and it holds its strength, Kalamazoo area and along the lake shore here from Grand Rapids to Holland down to Benton Harbor, you're looking mainly in the next hour or two time frame. That's going to be mainly a wind and hail threat for you, but we cannot rule out a spin up tornado with this system. I'm waiting for this for the wash box to pop in here. I'm kind of waiting for it. I'm not sure if it's turned on or not.
We had a comment from earlier.
I do have it turned on.
Kazin said from Sturgis, could this be like 2020 with 100 mile per hour, even 80 mile per hour winds? I would definitely say it's likely. I don't know. I wouldn't say 100 mile per hour winds, but 70 to 80 is definitely in play today with the amounts of shear that's going to be moving in, especially this afternoon with that second line.
Yeah, the shear kind of ramps up as we go into the day. So these storms are not in the best overall environment that's forecasted today. The stuff later on has probably better potential. But again, we don't really know how it's going to play out behind these, so we're going to have to wait and see for that. But yeah, definitely potential there for higher end gusts.
Mount Pleasant at risk for tornadoes. Low chance, but non-zero.
Port Huron timing. If this continues to push toward Port Huron, you're looking mainly around the 1 to 2 o'clock time frame for you guys over there. If it slows down a bit, probably closer to 3. Tecumseh, Michigan timing, we're looking closer to, and again, it's going to be dependent on if this holds together. And that's going to be right around, I'd say, 2 for you guys over there. There's some uncertainty with this initial line making it all the way across the state. I'm not sure. I mean, I don't want to throw out, too many variables because I know you guys are probably confused already. But this forecast is very fluid. There's a lot of moving parts to it and a lot of things that we don't know yet. Will this line make it across the state? Probably. But is there a chance it may not? Absolutely. It's a very weird forecast. This is a typical summertime. You have really just so many variables here that dictate, what's going to play out. So just bear with us here. We're going to try and cover it as best as possible for you. But if it makes it on its current track and holds strength, we'll go ahead and do this on the radar scope here. So if we do zoom in one more time. Come on, there it goes. So if we
Dew Point Fremont's at 69 right now.
This, that's pretty good. Whoops.
It's gonna feel like you're in a rainforest.
There's a watch box just popped in.
Yep.
So if you are in this area, 131 West, 11 to 1. If you're in this area, we're going to say 12 to 2. If you're in this area, 1 to 3. If you're in this area, 2 to 4. And if it holds together, I know it's not really the best hand drawing. I apologize. Hope you guys can read that. But if it continues on its current projection, strength, and speed, that's the approximate time frames for you guys. So if you are in Lansing, expect it right around the 1 to 2 o'clock time frame. If you're in Jackson, 1 to 3. If you're in Metro Detroit, up into the thumb, 2 to 4. And again, that's going to be dependent on if that continues to push forward at 55 to 60 miles per hour. You could see it arrive a little bit earlier. It could be a little bit later. Just depends on how quickly that moves. So that's just going to be a rough timing. I know we have a lot of people asking about timing here, so we really can't get to them all because we have almost 500 people watching us. So it's going to be hard to answer all your questions. But again, this is round 1 of possibly 2 rounds. The later one comes later round comes right around the 3 to 5 o'clock time frame in West Michigan. Sarah, the storm is moving at about 55 to 60 miles per hour. Danielle, yes, the second line is expected. But again, lots of questions with this first line. How it plays out will affect the atmosphere and all that
Ryan,
jazz.
did you want to address the comment about do tornadoes need a certain landscape to touch down?
So tornadoes do not need a certain landscape to touch down. They can touch down anywhere. I've seen tornadoes in Pennsylvania in the hills, and I've seen tornadoes in Northwest Ohio where there's nothing but open, flat farm fields. It doesn't really matter what terrain you're in. Tornadoes can happen.
Yeah, didn't we just have that tornado up in where was it? It was somewhere in the mountains at like elevation 12,000 feet or something like that. It was a couple days ago. I don't doubt
it. I'm not familiar with the exact area or what tornado, but yeah, it's happened before.
So just need to have the right thermodynamics in place. Could happen anywhere.
Yep. So the watch box has just been issued. You can barely see it on the screen here. I'll go ahead and highlight it. So the watch is right here, over to this area, all the way down to Indiana, into Indiana, and then over. So if you're in this box of Michigan, so if you are all the way down to the border of Indiana, if you're all the way north, almost to Cadillac. Is Cadillac included in that?
I don't believe so.
I don't see it.
I think it's just the Grand Rapids county warning area.
Yep. Cadillac is just out of it. So if you're from Cadillac, Manistee, Houghton Lake, if you're south of those areas, all the way down to the Indiana border and west of I-69, up toward Lansing, up toward the Harrison area, and over to the Lake of Michigan, you are in a severe thunderstorm watch. I can read off some counties here. There's so many counties, though. Holy smokes.
Yeah.
That's too many counties to name off. I'll be reading for 5 minutes. So, again, the threats for this watch box, 75 mile per hour winds, 1.5 inch size hail, which is ping pong ball. A tornado or two is possible as well. So all hazards are possible within this severe thunderstorm watch, and it goes until 4 o'clock. And then a secondary watch and a secondary line may be needed or maybe coming later on this afternoon behind this. So this is just round 1 of possibly many rounds for the state today. And again, if this continues off down this track to the east, again, timing is going to be right around the noon to 1 o'clock time frame here in Kalamazoo. If you're in Lansing, probably closer to 1 to 2. If you're in Metro Detroit, probably after 1 to 2 o'clock, closer to probably 3. And again, all dependent on how these storms continue to move east and play out.
Ryan, they just upgraded the special marine warning again.
So go ahead and leave that radar up here. I'll go ahead and try and answer some questions for you guys.
The special marine warning is now also issued for
this
large
for Kenosha or Chicago.
It's the one up by Muskegon.
So is that which one is that? Is that the north one or the south one?
That's the big. Okay, that's the north one.
So special marine warnings are issued for marine. Okay. So they issue special marine warnings as well for the lakeshore and for people out on their boats. So right now it is upgraded to hail now and also wind. So this whole line carry severe potential, and they're just kind of highlighting that over the lake, as you can see in these orange boxes here. Again, one severe thunderstorm warning in effect for the Ludington area. That's going to be for 50 to 60 mile per hour winds here. We'll go ahead and switch back over to our velocity product and kind of switch this. Hold on. I'm not on Grand Rapids. That's why. And my radar scope is crashing, of course. Bear with me, guys. There we go.
So the question that's been brought up a couple of times that I've seen is, what is a
There we
derecho?
go. That's a little better. So we do have that warning. Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say the question that was brought up is, what is a derecho? And to simplify, it's basically a large system of fast-moving winds. Usually you need like a certain distance to be classified as derecho. I think it's like 250 miles or something like that. Correct me if I'm wrong, though, Ryan.
240 is actually the official.
Yeah. Is that wide, or is that like how far it travels?
That's how far it travels. So the official derecho terminology, I believe, is 58 mile per hour winds sustained with a few higher end gusts stretching 240 miles. So that's going to be the official glossary says wind damage swath extends more than 240 miles and includes wind gusts greater 58 miles per hour along most of its path. So it doesn't really specify how wide or how big it needs to be. It just says as long as it's severe for 240 miles.
Yeah.
Cassandra, we will be on probably streaming here for a while. So if you guys want to grab some popcorn and chill with us for the day, you are more than welcome to. We do have chasers who are going to be in the field. With this early round, it's going to be kind of hard. I think Joel's going to go out here once that approaches his area in the next hour or two. For most of us, though, we have 3 or 4 guys at work who are either taking half days or going to be out after work. So we were going to have the chasers in the field this morning as well as this afternoon if anything does happen this afternoon. I believe Nick is going to take over the stream this afternoon, and I'll be out chasing as well if it warrants. But yeah, if you guys want to strap in and watch us for a while, you are more than welcome to. We'll probably be live for quite a while. If you guys haven't already, hit that like button on the stream. We have 600 people in chat here, and I only have 100 people who have reacted. So if you guys haven't, we would appreciate if you left the like on the stream. Get the algorithm out, get people in here, and get them aware of what's going on today. So this question, I don't know if AI brand, I'm not sure if you, or is it Al? Like, I don't know. Go ahead and call you Al. So Al asks, will these storms take the energy from storms later? It is possible. Right now, the models do not show that happening. The models have the atmosphere re-destabilizing after this first round, and more storms that are potentially stronger coming in for the afternoon and evening. However, there is that chance that these storms may overturn the atmosphere. It's just, again, uncertain at this point, but the potential is there either way for the atmosphere to destabilize or to overturn. What's up, Zachary? Monroe County today, you're looking at potentially 2 rounds. Monroe County will be firstly impacted by the first round if it holds together right around the 1 to 2, maybe a little bit after that time frame. Later on in the evening, around the 5 to 7 time frame, perhaps a little bit later than that, we do have a secondary round possible. All hazards are possible today with this first line and with the second line. We think the tornado potential is a little bit higher with the second line because better wind shear kind of arrives a little bit later on this afternoon. So we'll have to watch that second line if it comes to fruition very closely.
Ionia,
everybody,
11 to noon. It's over by me.
Everybody basically in lower peninsula of Michigan is under a severe threat today. South of Cadillac, you are basically the marginal extends from Manistee over to Cadillac, over to Alpena, and areas south. So basically the entire lower peninsula of Michigan minus the very tip top near the Gaylord area, Traverse City area, you are not in the threat. But anywhere south of those areas, if you're in Flint, Grand Rapids, Kalamazoo, Detroit, Ann Arbor, if you're in the bottom counties, so you're talking Lenawee, Monroe, Hillsdale, Branch, St. Joseph, Cass, and Berrien counties, you are in a severe threat. The highest severe threat is in the enhanced risk, which extends from Saginaw over to Grand Rapids and then south. So areas of the highest risk today is Lansing, Flint, Detroit, Jackson, Adrian, Hillsdale, Coldwater, Kalamazoo, as well as other little small towns in there. I don't want to get into too detailed, but yeah, those are the bigger towns in the severe threat today.
Purple on the graphic. Do you want me to go over that?
You can if you want.
So purple on the graphic is an area of like weak returns for the radar. That's usually at about like 75 to 100 miles away from the radar. And it also happens in various different locations beyond that. Again, it's just like a weak area of radar beaming. And so that's where we get like bad data and we can't really tell what's going on. So when you have like the storms that you can see moving into Pentwater right now, you have that area of bad data, and it kind of hinders us a little bit to see what's actually going on there. So it's kind of like a wait and see type of game when it comes to the radar in that area.
Michael, this is kind of playing out. Michael asked, is it setting up as we expected? So it's kind of playing out a little differently. We did not expect this first line to arrive as a severe. We also didn't expect 2 MCVs. We have 2 of those. We only expected 1. So it kind of throws a wrench into the forecast a little bit, but still severe potential is still there, very much real with this first line, as well as a potential for a second line as well. So it's shaping up pretty similarly threat-wise, timing-wise it is, but overall it's playing out just a bit differently than what we expected it to. Pat Hillsdale for time frame is going to be right around the 1 o'clock for the first round if it holds together. And then later on in the afternoon, closer to 4 or 5, maybe perhaps a little bit later, you have a second round possible. Victoria, it is not expected to diminish as it makes landfall. It is being aided and supported by a lot of dynamics, including the MCV. So while gradual weakening may be possible, we don't expect it to hit land and go, it's gone. So we'll have to see how it plays out. With instability building as the morning and afternoon comes, these storms may have potential to also strengthen as well. I'm looking at the real-time data for instability right now, so I'll have an update for you guys here momentarily on if these are moving into a good environment or not. Which, assuming they are, just because the SPC has went ahead and issued watches ahead of this line. So take that into consideration as well. But we do expect these to maintain their strength. MCV, Carol, is an area of localized spin. It is usually associated with former squall lines that die. Not all squall lines, when they die, will put out an MCV, but the storms we had out west from North Dakota last night meandered into the area and produced an MCV. So an MCV is a localized area spin that comes from a squall line that has died, and it can aid in lift. It can aid in clearing out for instability. It can also aid in enhancing wind shear for damaging wind gusts and also tornadic potential. So we have 2 of those in the area today. Very, very common in the summertime, especially with these setups. But this one appears to be a little bit stronger than usual, so we're just going to kind of keep an eye on it. We do expect it to help maintain the storm's strength. So we're making landfall now up in the Ludington area of the highest winds. So I don't know, Joel, if you want to look at the power outage map for the ASOS around that area.
Yeah, I'll go and pull up consumers right now.
I don't know if you know how to access those or not.
I have the consumers map. Give me a second.
So we kind of look at power outage maps to kind of get an idea of where strongest winds are happening. So it gives us a good idea of if strong winds are occurring. We also have mounted anemometers, not ours, but around the state, people have mounted anemometers that kind of measure wind speed as well. That's logged into a public database. So we can kind of get access to that, and we can see what the winds are at any given point in various locations in the state. So if we can get data from that, we'll know if these storms are producing severe wind gusts or not.
I will say,
yeah, so right now we do have an area of service.
Sorry, I was just going to say, if you're living anywhere south of Ludington right now, between Ludington down to the Shelby New Era area and then east towards Walkerville, you guys are in the immediate threat as of right now in the next 15 to 30 minutes with that severe thunderstorm warning and that Boeing segment popping out. It almost looks like it's starting to maybe take a little bit of a southerly turn towards Rothbury, so we'll have to keep an eye on that.
We got you covered here. I don't know if you looked at the NAM 3 from the 10 o'clock run, Joel, but we do have development back in West Michigan happening around the 5 o'clock area, and it also is semi-discrete as well, so I have to watch that close.
Yeah. No tornado watches, only severe as of right now.
More questions. So I'm not really. Yeah, as of right now, we may get another watch later. Again, it could be tornadic, it could be severe. We'll have to wait and see. I know a lot of you guys are asking about your specific. Sorry. I know you guys are asking a lot about your specific areas, and I don't really want to get into too much detail with specific areas just because pretty much the entire state is under a severe threat. So if you are not up in northern Michigan, and when I say northern Michigan, I talk about the Gaylord area, north of Cadillac, up there, tippy top part of the Mitten. You are not in a severe threat up there. Anywhere else is in a severe threat, and you are at a risk for all hazards. Although the highest severe threat on your screen, if you can see the orange and yellow areas, so south of Grand Rapids, south of Saginaw, you are in the highest area. And then the slight risk extends between Muskegon, Midland, Saginaw. You are in a slight risk, which is still a pretty good risk today. But again, everybody watching, pretty much everybody is in a severe threat today, and all hazards are possible, including tornadoes.
I'd say the greatest threat is south of US 10, if you guys know your highways across the state. I don't know if Ryan, you wanted to put a line where that's at.
I'm honestly not sure where US 10 is at.
US 10 it runs from Ludington across. You can actually see there's a US 10 logo by Midland. It's that highway that goes straight across the state up by.
Okay, I got you. So here you are. There's US 10.
Basically,
if you are south US 10, that's where the highest threat is. Yep. So south of that line I just drew up my screen. So from the thumb all the way to Metro Detroit, all the way to Kalamazoo, Grand Rapids, Muskegon, you are in the highest threat today.
Severe can definitely exist north of US 10,
so
but
take a look back here in Chicago and see what's going on with this. It is severe in Chicago. Man, that MCV is cranking in there. Look at that thing spin. You can see this area kind of pushing behind here and back in. Your MCV is located right about here. And that's going to push this outward. So that's going to be probably some severe winds coming for the western Benton Harbor, Kalamazoo metro area here coming the next hour or two. Have to watch that close. But right now we do have one severe warning still in effect up here for Ludington area, Pentwater. You do have this storm coming on shore, and that's going to be mainly for damaging wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour. There is a good amount of instability out ahead of this line, so this does have potential to strengthen and maintain itself. If you guys have any pictures, if you guys live in these areas and have any pictures of these storms, send them into our page. We'd love to see them, and maybe even post them if they're really good. But yeah, overall today we're just going to be kind of sitting here tracking some storms. If you guys have questions, we'll try and get to the ones that need answering. Again, I don't want to go ahead and get into details about every specific location just because 95% of people who live in lower Michigan are under a severe threat today. So if you are watching this, you are more than likely in a severe threat today.
Yeah, whoever said lower half, that's pretty much correct. The lower 2/3 almost. Like I said, north of US 10, it starts to get a little bit more marginalized up there in terms of severe weather, but you're not completely out of it. Just it'll be at a lesser extent.
Chloe heading to the beach in Monroe. So Chloe, your first round could probably come right around the 2 o'clock time frame if it continues on its current projection. You also have a secondary threat later in the afternoon, closer to 5 to 6 o'clock. So if you are on Monroe, if you go to the beach today, get there ASAP and enjoy it while you can while it's clear. Even if it's 10:30 in the morning, it's going to be better than getting poured and dumped on rain. You don't want to be on the beach while you have storms coming in.
Let us clarify that it's the beach on the eastern side of the state. Don't go to the beach right now if you're on the western side of the state.
Yeah. We're talking Lake Erie.
Yeah. Lake Erie, Lake Huron. You guys are good for the next couple hours. I keep seeing Montcalm County on here. I'm just going to address that right now. You guys are looking in the next hour and a half, I would say.
Yeah, that'd be a good guess there from Malcolm. A lot of people are saying, no, it's not pronounced Malcolm. It's pronounced Macomb. And Macomb County is completely different on the other side of the state. We have Malcolm County. We have Macomb County. Don't get them confused.
No, I said Montcalm. The one north of Ionia County.
Montcalm. I know a lot of people. anytime I say Macomb or Malcolm, there's always somebody in chat that goes, "It's not pronounced Malcolm, it's pronounced Macomb." Like, okay, we're talking about two different counties here.
Right, yeah.
What could
Montcalm
we
is in the
expect
next hour
in
and a half.
what could we expect in Coldwater? So wind, hail, and isolated tornado is possible. Your first round pushing over to the west of you on Lake Michigan right now is heading toward the Coldwater area. Next 2 hours, you'll be probably impacted by that. And then a secondary threat later on is possible. Jackson County after 5:30. So Jackson County, you may be looking closer to 3 o'clock, maybe closer to 1. What do you think, Joel, for Jackson?
For Jackson, I would say with that bottom line's moving quicker, but it's also diminishing a little bit more. I would say probably around 1 o'clock is a safe bet. 1:30.
Okay. Yeah, it is moving pretty quickly there. So again, these are rough times. Don't hear us say 1 o'clock and go, okay, well the storms aren't going to be at 1 o'clock. Then where are they? You know, it could be a little bit off. So
yeah, even the SPC is concerned with timing for the day.
Yeah, the SPC when they issued that mesoscale discussion, that was. Well, let me read this for you guys, just so you know the confusion that the SPC, who are the professionals who do this. Go ahead and find it back over here.
The blue line, by the way, is that mesoscale discussion. I know I saw a comment about the blue line that's circled on there. That is the mesoscale discussion that we are talking about. So it's an area of it's just an area of mesoscale that we're watching, or that they're watching, I should say. But we're also watching.
The text of the mesoscale discussion says this. This is from the officials at SPC. Damaging wind threat may increase through the morning. A weather watch issuance is likely later today and may be needed soon, though timing is somewhat uncertain.
Which we do get our watch.
We do have a watch, but it just kind of goes to show you may increase, likely, maybe needed soon. There's a lot of maybes in there, and it's really interesting to see how even the officials are a little bit confused at the setup. So we're going to do the best we can for you to kind of give you a breakdown, but it's going to be an interesting day. That's for sure. Water temperatures and moisture. So water temperatures right now on Lake Michigan are extremely warm. They're in the 70s. So the lake, I know a lot of people are probably thinking, oh, the lake's going to kill the threat. No. The lake is actually pretty warm, and storms will hold their strength across them. Good morning, Julie. What time is it going to hit Kalamazoo? You're on deck in the next hour and a half, I'd say. First round again, general times. I can do that. I'll go ahead and throw back up the screen here. So this first initial line here, if you are, go ahead and draw this back over here. So if you are in the western part of Michigan, anywhere from now to, go ahead and say 11 to 1. If you're in this part, 12 to 2.
Everybody get out your phones, take a picture.
You're in this part. Yep, screenshot this if you want. Again, these are just rough times. It may be a little bit sooner, maybe a little bit later. That's rough. 11 to 1 the west, 12 to 2, and then 1 to 3 in the central part, depending if you're on the western central or eastern central. And then in the eastern thumb, Metro Detroit area, probably closer to 1 to 2, as late as 4. And again, this is going to be dependent on if these storms here and down here continue to hold their strength as they push east. Right now, the strongest is up here in Ludington area to the north. That's our strongest complex. Down here in Kenosha, we do have this line pushing. It is currently severe warned in Chicago. We'll see if it holds strength across the lake. And right now, it appears to be holding its strength decently well. I'd say Berrien County next hour or so. Berrien County will be under the threat here for some severe weather, mainly damaging winds here. But there is some hail in these cells as well, so don't completely. Yes. Round 2 is going to be later after, we'll say 3 to 4, probably closer to 5 for most areas. I don't expect there to be too much in the way of initiation right behind the line. It should clear out and destabilize a little bit. So we'll see.
We're not going to go ahead and give times for round 2 because we don't even know yet.
Yeah, we'd be lying to you. Yeah, Kimberly, there's a lot of people who ask about their location, and it's okay. But with this type of event, pretty much everybody's going to be impacted some way or the other. So giving out locations is just going to be kind of wasting our time here. I don't want to sit for 3 hours answering every single person who asks about their location. I understand you guys want specific answers, but with this setup, not only is it not going to be specific, but it's also including the risk is for everybody, essentially everybody.
No power outages coming in yet, but that our other guy Nick pointed out in our group chat that the rear inflow jet's kicking in, and it is. It's actually kicking in 2 spots, up by Hart and then offshore of Whitehall. Now there's it's starting to bow forward a little more, so we might have 2 like a double whammy, north and south there. So
Yeah,
along the
these may
Mason,
be,
Oceana, Muskegon County area.
check out velocities on this. Check out the velocities coming off the KMKX radar. Look at that. The southern part. That's approaching 80. Yeah, it's on the screen.
Yeah.
It's approaching 80 miles per hour.
But it's also moving away from the beam.
If that continues, right. Let's try the O'Hare. Oh, still pretty good gusts on there. Probably closer to 50, 60.
Try K-Lot.
Do you see what I see there, Joe?
Yeah. Embedded QLCS stuff.
I don't know. That's suspicious. We'll have to watch that as it's coming into the Berrien County area.
Jenny,
so try K-Lot.
Jenny asks if some people would like to know if tornadoes are possible. Some don't have basements, so that's why people are asking. Tornadoes are definitely not out of the question today. It's not the main hazard, but it is definitely not out of the question. So like they have a 5% chance today, which is fairly low, but again, not zero. So have a way to get warnings. We will be here.
Go ahead and take the tornado risk on my. I'm going to go ahead and flip over to the tornado threat here on my map. So if you can make it out on your screen, we have this brown-red area. We also have the green area. So the green area circled right here, that is your 2% tornado risk. So if you're in this area south, in this box, you are in a 2%, which is the lowest tornado threat issued by the SPC. Now, if you're in the red-brown box, which is this, you are in the highest tornado threat today. And again, the overall threat for tornadoes is, like Joel said, not zero, but there's enough wind shear, especially if we can get storms this afternoon to fire. Enough wind shear is present to get these storms rotating. So we're not going to completely rule off some tornadoes today. So that is your tornado threat that you're seeing on the screen there. So if you're in the dark red, brown area, you are in the highest threat today. Yes, Nicole, that is a great point. So Nicole says that EF3 was under less than a 5% chance. Take any possibility seriously. That is very true. We do not need higher end tornado probabilities to get tornadoes in Michigan. Most of our tornado days are 2 and 5% days. So definitely, just because it's not a huge tornado threat today, just take it with a grain of salt. They're definitely still possible.
I was going to say, Gaylord, you guys are pretty much going to be seeing almost all rain and a couple rumbles of thunder today. There's a chance for marginalized severe storms, but again, it's also very low. Thank you for tuning in.
So once again, guys, we do have these two areas of storms pushing on shore in western Michigan, carrying severe potential. There's a severe thunderstorm watch issued until 4 p.m. this afternoon. And again, we do have a secondary line possible behind this later in the afternoon and evening. So busy day for us here. We'll be live probably all day. I'm not sure. I don't think we're going to end the stream. We'll probably be live on the stream all day. So with that being said, we appreciate everybody watching. We have 500 people in here watching us. So we appreciate you guys. To do our best to keep you guys safe. Richland, next hour or two, I'd say would be a good bet for you guys. All hazards are possible. And again, there's a possibility for a second round.
I'll change the title on our broadcast if that's okay.
That's fine, dude. Go ahead.
It shows it's changed immediately, right?
Yeah, let me look on Facebook here.
Okay. I'm going to change it and then put the date on here. Because I just said, like, tracking their severe weather briefing, and it's now turned into a live stream, so.
Right. Hey, it's all good.
Yeah. Huh?
So again, guys, we have one severe thunderstorm warning in effect up the Ludington area. That's going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds, pushing to the Colfax, Lilly, Baldwin, Peacock areas, as well as Custer. Velocity on this is decently strong with this. So winds up to 60 miles per hour are possible. And I don't know if there's a hail threat. No hail threat with this one. Although it is now tagged tornado possible. So now they're saying that this is a potential to produce a tornado within the storm. I just see that now on the new warning. Just got issued, updated. No rotation that we see imminent right now, but it bears watching here. So we'll keep it on this. We'll actually keep it on the velocity scan here. Actually, no, let's go ahead and take this double. There we go. So the green and red on the right side of your screen is basically the wind speeds. It also shows us where rotation may be. So because this is a severe warning with a tornado possible tag, we're going to go ahead and watch that. And Joel's going to pull up some ESPN to watch while he waits.
That was Fox Sports notification. I was sorry.
Oh, you're all good. So again, this is up by the Ludington area for those asking. This is not Bay City. Right. So we're going to have to watch this storm in particular for the potential for a spin-up tornado. There is some decent velocity showing up, but nothing that would say tornadic yet. But that could change very quickly. Today is going to be one of those days. If there's going to be a tornado threat, they're going to spin up very quickly. They're not going to be, you're not going to see them coming. They're not going to be on radar and go, okay, this is going to be a tornadic producer in, next hour or so. No, these are going to spin up within 5-10 minutes and they're going to be gone. So watching these velocities very closely will be key to pinpointing where exactly we have potential for spin-up tornadoes today. So what you see on your screen is basically your radar product on the left and the wind speeds on the right, which shows rotation. And right now, there's not really much of anything that's popping up that we see.
Unfortunately, those counties don't have listed Skywarn ham frequencies, so that's not good. I think Grand Rapids is like 162.55, if I recall.
I wouldn't be able to answer that.
Yeah, I would have to look it up. Major rotation heading for Kalamazoo, question mark? Not currently.
No,
that's way far off.
If you take a peek, we can go ahead and take a peek at Kalamazoo here. There's some really good wind speeds coming up on radar from the IWX radar. That bright green you see on the right side of your screen here, that's going to be your intense winds. Those are pushing into the South Haven Bend. I wonder if you can take a live stream from a camera there. I'm going to focus on the severe warning right now up here in Ludington really quick.
Are we able to do that without getting in trouble? Also, Ryan, you're cutting out a little bit. I think your Wi-Fi is struggling.
Test 1, 2, 3.
Nope, there you go. I can hear you.
It's delayed though. I said that about 5 seconds ago.
Yeah, no, you were. They didn't hear anything about what you said about the southern part over Lake Michigan, so they wanted you to re-clarify.
All right, so southern Lake Michigan basically just has a very high wind potential right now. If we take the radar from northern Indiana, You can see the wind speeds across the lake, southern part of the lake here. You can see it really reaching close to 60, 70 mile per hour in areas there. So as that comes on shore in St. Joseph, Berrien counties, this is going to be a pretty good wind producer there that holds up. So I would
Timing
expect them
for
to issue a
South
severe
Haven.
warning for South Haven.
Yeah, timing for South Haven is
Go ahead.
11:39. That's very accurate. That's not very accurate, but that's approximate.
No, I think over the next half hour or so, we'll be making some landfall here.
Yeah. Basically by 11:30, I would say, anywhere along the Lake Michigan shoreline in Van Buren and Berrien County. Again, if you guys are just joining us, we highlighted that the southern 2/3 of Michigan, so anywhere basically south of you, if you live south of US 10, which is from Ludington over to Midland and in the Thumb area, anywhere south of that, you guys are under the gun for severe weather today. Earlier times, west of 127, you're looking before maybe 2 p.m. anywhere wet or to the east of 127, Highway 127, around and after 2:30. So. I'm going to look at the consumer's map again, see if anything has come in. It must be elevated because I'm not seeing any outages up by Ludington right now. Oh, I have one. There's one just south of Hart. Ryan, you there? Oh, we got two Ryans.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Awesome. I switched to my phone. It should be better audio and better connection.
Okay.
So the radar is being ran by my computer, but I'm on my phone now, so it shouldn't be cutting in and out.
Okay.
Cool. Let's see here. We can go ahead and I'll keep my other profile in here just in case, but
You want me to add it back to the stream?
No, don't do that. Just keep it in the background. All right, so we should be able to run more efficiently now. So if I do cut out, just let me know.
Yep.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and head back up here to the no warning on that storm anymore. So they dropped the severe warning on the Ludington storm. So that's good.
Yeah, I think it's all elevated for the most part. That's what it's looking like.
Nothing coming in on the reports outage map or anything like that.
There's one I was going over it when you were switching to your audio. There's one very tiny outage just to the south of Hart along US 31.
Gotcha.
And it's like less than 20 customers. So still, it's putting down at least special weather statement worthy winds, which is 55 mile per hour or less. So that can still, blow a lot of things around, even knock over a couple small trees.
Right. So again, a severe potential for both of these lines as they move into the West Michigan area. There is a severe thunderstorm watch issued until 4 p.m. We'll have to see if these storms continue to strengthen or if they start to weaken. Right now, I say the biggest concern, minus that warning we just expired, would be the one back over Chicago here, because the wind speeds on the radar are pretty intense. So that's heading into the Kalamazoo area here in the next hour or so. We'll have to watch that very closely as it moves into the southwest part of the state. And then again, secondary line possible later on this afternoon for those of you who are just tuning in.
We are broadcasting from our own place, our own residences. Ryan's down in Lenawee, or what's the county called?
Lenawee, yeah.
Lenawee, okay. And I'm over in western Ionia County near Lowell. So I'm closer to the storms, so if need be, I'll head out and get a good look at it. But right now, it looks like it might be splitting me. We'll keep an eye on it, though. They could fill in, too. It looks like it's trying.
They may try and join. That might be a really interesting scenario. As instability continues to build in the state, I'd be curious if that starts to strengthen closer to the noon time frame.
I wonder how weak the cap is ahead of all this, because it looks like there's some renegade showers trying to pop up.
Yeah, I see that. I'm curious how the sounding in Detroit looked this morning. I'm going to pull that up really quick.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna pull up Autumn Sky really quick. See how that looks.
Oh, that's a good idea.
I forgot. That's one thing I forgot to bring up.
So we have what we're doing, what you're hearing us talk about. We have different products that we use for real-time data. So we have what Joel just said is Autumn Sky, which is basically a look at our live wind shear, what it's doing, what direction it's coming out of. And then we also have other things like what we call observed soundings, where the National Weather Service will launch a balloon, which measures the wind speed, temperature, everything you're going to need for the atmosphere. They produce that, they provide that online for public database, and we can take a look at that and kind of get an idea of what the atmosphere is doing in real time. So, interesting to note that I'm not sure. None of the cams or none of the live cams on the shore show anything yet. So
Probably some really good structure at the least. I would say if you guys live anywhere along the lakeshore and it's safe to do so, I would say grab a picture because there's probably a nice looking shelf cloud coming in with a lot of this. Which a
yeah,
shelf cloud is indicative of some downdraft winds shooting straight out from the thunderstorms. That's where you have, it looks like it's slanting down towards you as it comes towards you, and that's because that's all wind coming out. So, if you can, send us some pictures. We would love to see them, and if you want to give us permission to rebroadcast them on our page, we would love for that. Right now, I'm looking at some observations, Ryan, and we have a dew point now of 70 degrees in Fremont, just ahead of that line, up in Oceana County.
and those of you who are listening, dew points above 60, 65, I'd say is supportive of severe weather. We have dew points of 70, which is very, very moist. So that's very sufficient for severe weather today.
Monroe County, you guys can rest easy for now. You guys probably won't be under the gun until at least 3 p.m., maybe 4. Again, 12 to 2 probably is a safe bet if you live west of 127, anywhere from 2 to 4 p.m. if you live to the east of 127. We're going to go with that for right now, preliminary, and we'll adjust as this line moves across West Michigan.
The hodograph is not very impressive from Grand Rapids yet. It's long, but it's not impressive for severe weather.
There's some good 0 to 1.
I have, and now it's not going to load, of course. Yeah, 136 SRH, 17 knots.
Yeah.
It's not terrible.
Yes, you guys are able to donate through our website. It's www.michiganstormchasers.com. I think
Davison.
There's a link to our Patreon there too.
People asking about Davison, Wayne County. So you guys are under the gun for severe weather today. Exactly where the highest potential is going to be hard to pinpoint just because we're not really sure ourselves. We do have 2 lines of severe storms right now pushing on shore, and there is a severe watch issued, but not for the Davison and Wayne County areas. The watch goes all the way over just to the west of Flint, Saginaw, and basically over to Lansing. So it's not for Davison. We'll have to kind of wait and see if these storms strengthen or if they start dying. Although their velocity over here by Colfax is getting my eye.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't want that. I want this. Huh. Let's keep an eye on that. The main area that I'm concerned about right now is pushing in toward the Barry and Van Buren County areas as well as Allegan County. The wind speeds right now on radar are approaching, I'd say, close to 70 miles per hour. But of course, this is a couple thousand feet off the ground. But if those translate down to the ground, we could be talking a significant wind threat here for the very far southwest corner of Michigan. Nicole, yes, this is something that we do in addition to our other careers. So Chandler's in car sales. I know Alex, I'm not going to share what Alex does. I know Chandler's pretty open about what he does, but we all pretty much have other careers besides this. So this is kind of like our passion and our, not really a job. We really don't get paid for this, but yeah, all we do is pretty much out of pocket, out of passion, and yeah.
Ryan, our downdraft cape, our D cape, is at 1,300 now for Grand Rapids, Ionia.
So D-CAPE, for those of you listening, D-CAPE is downdraft CAPE, which is a measure of instability. Wait, I don't want to say this wrong. But basically, what?
Yeah, go ahead. No, I said go ahead. You can look it up if need be.
I'm going to get an official definition, but basically what D-CAPE is a measure of downward energy, which microbursts, downbursts, if a higher number of D-CAPE exists, the threat for microbursts increases. So because we have 1,300 D-CAPE, what Joel was saying, that is pretty significant for microburst and downburst potential, which can translate into severe wind gusts.
Did you go to school for meteorology? Yes, I am currently at Central Michigan for meteorology. I know Alex went to CMU as well for meteorology. I don't think anyone. I think Chandler thought about it. I'm not sure about the rest of you guys, but there's at least 2 of us in here that have gone or are going for meteorology at CMU. So, fire up chips.
Hillsdale, how's Hillsdale looking? So anywhere in Michigan really today has a potential for severe weather. Hillsdale in particular, we have this line forming off to the west. If that continues to push east, we'll be impacted closer to, I want to say, the 1 to 2 time frame. And again, a secondary round is possible behind this initial line. So Hillsdale, you're looking mainly at a wind threat right now. I don't see much threat for tornadoes at this point, but that could change as we get more stability building as the day goes on. Because right now it's only 10:57, so the amount of instability, we haven't got to peak heating yet. We haven't had the sun come out and heat the atmosphere, and we haven't had a lot of transport of moisture from our winds from the southwest. So we have a lot of things coming into play, which could strengthen these as the morning afternoon goes on. So I have to kind of wait and see how these play out. I keep forgetting that I'm on a dual pan here, so I keep forgetting. I keep switching over to velocity. I have it on both screens, so.
Yeah. Flying into Detroit at 10 p.m. tonight will be gone by then. Almost certainly it should be done by then. There might be a few lingering rain showers and rumbles of thunder, but this whole event for today should be done by like sunset tonight. But, if it changes, we'll let you guys know. Tigers game at 6:40. Ooh, yeah, they're playing the Angels tonight. Good. There might be a chance of that might be getting postponed or at least moved back. Could be like a 9:30 start or something like that.
Looking at the latest HRRR for today and kind of seeing the time frame. Although it's not really handling current observations very well at all, so.
Yeah. I mean, it is very humid out there.
This has storms developing in West Michigan as well around the 5 to 6 o'clock time frame, pushing into Detroit by 8, 9, and then clearing the state by 10.
Okay.
With just some lingering rain showers behind it, about 10, 11 o'clock, and clearing about midnight. But the initial hit of the gust front will be out of the state by 10, I'd say.
There you go.
We'll see if that plays out, though. But interesting to note, though, both the NAM and HRRR had that secondary line forming in West Michigan later on, about 5. So we'll have to kind of watch and see how that plays out.
It's apparently near my house. It's 79 to 60. I'm going to go outside and feel.
Go for it.
Yeah, I'm going to go see how muggy it feels right now. I'll be right back.
Well, he does that. If you guys haven't already, drop a like on this stream.
Well, I will make an observation. It looks like it's some high clouds, which, if you guys remember yesterday, we had the wildfire smoke. So today, it's a combination of both. So what you're seeing up there is either or both at the same time, haze and high clouds. So in some instances today, you might not be able to see the storms coming because it's so hazy. But for most of you, you guys should be able to see it because the haze is starting to clear out a little bit. It's not the greatest by any means, but yeah, I just made an observation when I went outside. I was like, wow, it's very like white outside. Like the sky's very bright, and that's the wildfire smoke. So
Highway 10 north, not really Nicole, just a low and severe threat, but mainly going to stay south of US 10.
assuming that's not Michigan 10. I don't know where Michigan 10's at, but I'm gonna assume that you meant US 10.
Estimated time frame for Flint. So if these current storms continue on their current track, Flint would be impacted, I'd say right around, if I can zoom over there real quick, around the 2 to 3 o'clock time frame. I think these are going to join together, Joel.
Think so?
I think they will eventually. It's going to come up, it's going to join. If that happens, we'll have to see how that interacts with each other. But yeah, I'd say Flint right around the 2 to 3 o'clock time frame.
Nice. But also not nice for the Grand Rapids area.
It's going to split. Maybe. We'll see. Special weather statement for Big Rapids, Canadian Lakes. Velocity would indicate some gusty winds along that gust front there. You can kind of see it on radar here. Right along that leading edge there. Probably some gusty winds, 40 mile an hour probably. Wait a second. Do you see what I see, Joel?
Yeah. That's not where the water towers interact. No, it's not. Okay. Yeah, that's right up where the MCV's at.
That's bookend vortex right there.
Yep. Someone actually asked about these radars are all over the place. I don't know which one to pay attention to. Do you want to go over again what the two radars mean?
Yeah, so this radar right here is just your reflectivity radar. This is rain. So dark red's meaning the heaviest rain, yellow is moderate, and then green is light rain. And then if we switch over to the velocity product, which is the green and reds, give it a second to load up. This is your wind speeds. So green is outbound and red is inbound, if I'm not mistaken, or it could be reversed. One is inbound, one is outbound. So when we have the brighter colors, green is inbound. That means inbound velocities to the radar is higher. Red is outbound. I want to make sure of that really quick. 1 second. I get these confused all the time.
Red's outbound, green's inbound.
Okay. So red is outbound winds, and then green is inbound winds. So when you have these green and reds, basically what we're looking for is basically any indication of rotation or also higher end wind gusts. So when you have brighter greens, that means your wind gusts are higher, or brighter reds. If it's going outbound, you're going to be looking at higher outbound winds. When they meet, we could have some rotation. So we're going to watch this area by Baldwin closely. With these types of setups and these types of systems, we do have the potential for what we call bookend vortexes, which happen on the north side of these complexes, and that particular a comma head right there almost. So we'll have to watch that closely for any sort of tightening of that rotation. That'll be interesting to see in the next scan. But that'd be a classic spin up tornado right there heading toward Baldwin if that continues to strengthen.
Just had a new power outage come in to the northwest of Hesperia, right where that Boeing segment's at right now. It's another small one, but that shows you that there is a few gusty winds making it to the surface of that line.
Gotcha.
Even if it's not severe warned, it's still stronger winds. So basically, I know there's still people asking about their certain cities and towns. I'm just going to go down the list of counties right now. So if you know your cities in these counties, then you guys are under the immediate gun from any potentially strong storm. So if you live in Lake, Newaygo, Muskegon, down and then down to our southerly line, Berrien, Van Buren, Allegan counties. You guys are in the gun in the next hour or less. After that, it could be more than an hour wait time for this line of storms. Also, Osceola and Macassa counties, even Montcalm. That's not Macomb, it's Montcalm. So that's the county northeast of Kent County in Grand Rapids. That's in the next maybe hour to 2 hours. So if I did not list your county, then you guys are good for at least the next probably hour and a half. I would say Ottawa County, just to the west of Grand Rapids. Right now, you guys are currently getting split, but it could also fill in. So you guys, I guess you guys are also in the next hour to an hour and a half. You guys could be under the gun, especially if that line segment starts bowing south a little bit. So if I did not list your county, then you guys should be good for at least the next hour and a half to 2 hours. I should almost check to see if my chasing equipment's ready to go. I just saw a comment from Jamie. Yeah, I'm probably going to go make sure all my stuff's charged. So I'll be right back. Ryan, are you still here?
Yeah, I'm just looking at radar on my end of things.
Sounds good.
So again, guys, we have this area of brighter velocity coming in, which is indicative of some stronger winds. And we'll have to see how that plays out. We also have an area we're going to watch for any potential rotation up in the Baldwin area. There was some very broad rotation up there. It'd be a very classic area to get some rotation going up. So that's going to be up on this comma head of the storm right here. We'll watch that in the coming scans and see if that tightens up or if that's just a weaker signal. But for right now, we have two areas. The second area down here pushing into Van Buren and Berrien counties. We have very bright velocity indicating very strong wind gusts. On the right side of your screen here, we have this area of very bright wind gusts coming in. So we'll have to watch and see if that makes it to the surface or if it's all elevated, and we'll have to see how that plays out. Secondary round is possible later on this evening, closer to the 5 o'clock time frame. And again, all hazards are possible today, including tornadoes, wind, and hail. There is a current severe thunderstorm watch for western Michigan until 4 p.m., and that is for not only significant wind gusts up to 75 miles per hour, hail up to 1.5 inches, which is ping pong ball, but also the possibility of a few tornadoes as well with that watch. But again, we'll have to wait and see how that plays out because these storms right now seem to be maintaining strength but not strengthening, if that makes sense. So we'll have to see if these continue to strengthen or if they continue just to kind of push along at their current strength. I do want to pay close attention up here to this area up here by Baldwin just to watch that a little bit closer. We could have some areas up here worth watching as this continues to push eastward. So I'll leave the radar up right here. The purple is basically just weaker returns. The radar is a little bit confused. Joel explained that earlier. I don't know if Joel wants to explain the purple on the radar again. I know he's back here.
Yeah,
but
I had to look up the actual because I remember it said like RD or RF or something like that. So it stands for RF, which is range folding. That basically it can't really determine the radial velocity of the winds at that distance. It happens in the radars that we have, the WSR-88Ds, which were built in 1998, obviously for the 88. So we have some generally pretty old radar systems across the United States, and technology is, it's not the greatest, but we have what we have, and it's better than what we had back then, back in the 50s, which was literally just blips. Nothing was color coded. So this is a lot better than what we used to have, but again, it's called range folding. So it literally just can't determine what the actual values are at that certain distance from the radar. And it varies at times. It can be like 100 kilometers out. It can be 200. So, yeah.
I'm going to add myself back so I can actually look at some things on my phone. For some reason, it's not letting me talk on my phone while I access StreamYard.
Range folding occurs when the radar receives a pulse of energy back at the wrong time, incorrectly detects the distance, and plots it wrong. Yeah, that makes sense.
you guys have any pictures to send in to us of these storms in the western part of Michigan, please do that. We want to see what you guys are seeing.
Yeah, they just issued a special weather statement. Did you cover that for Van Buren?
I can.
Okay. Tornado threat for today has been unchanged. It stays at 2 and 5% for a lot of the areas south of US 10. If you guys have storm reports, you can send them right to our Facebook page. We'll see them. Don't tag them under the live stream because it might get buried in the comments. But if you have it like on a separate post, that would be great. You can also send us to the website. It's linked in the bottom of the live stream right here, michiganstormchasers.com/send report with a dash in between send and report.
I'm waiting for the SWS to pop up.
Yeah, Battle Creek, you guys are not in the clear. That segment to the south is definitely heading your way. Whether that stays together or not is to be determined. But again, it will be a while. The next probably 2 to 3 hours, I would say, for Battle Creek, probably by like 2 o'clock or earlier. So we lost our radar from Ryan.
I'm not sure what happened with that. I'm trying to get back up.
Yeah, well, I pulled mine up for the time being.
If you want to keep yours on, you can. I'm back, though.
Okay. Yeah. I don't want people to get confused by my radar because it's a lot. I mean, it's generally the same thing. So
yeah, Joel has a lot better product and a lot more. It's more like an expert product to use versus RadarScope. RadarScope is pretty much your pretty basic. And it gives you some tools to look at, but GR3 is definitely something we can kind of slice through the storms and see what's going on. So the SWS for Van Buren County indicates 50 to 55 miles per hour on the winds and pea-size hail. Why would they just issue the warning for that then? I have questions.
I wonder if National Weather Service Grand Rapids watches the stream. That'd be fun.
That would be fun.
If you are watching, hello. We appreciate your hard work. Not much else to say right now.
There we go. My radar is being laggy for some reason.
Yeah, that southern segment's moving to the east at 50 miles per hour. So it's moving relatively quick. So Battle Creek, I keep seeing Battle Creek. I would say I wouldn't give you like an exact time, but between it's 11:14 right now. I'd say between 1 and 2 is probably your safest bet for Battle Creek because that's still like 3 counties away, but it'll come quick. Oh, what did you say?
Got me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, making sure.
It cut out for a second, but then you're back.
Do you want to take your radar really quick? I'm going to look at some on my phone real quick.
Okay. Let me go to the stream. There we go. Okay.
There we go.
So my radar is the same as his. You have on the left the base reflectivity, which is the rain. And on the right, you have the velocity, which is the reds and the greens and the wind. I also have the warning boxes up as well. I don't have, excuse me. Oof. I don't have the mesoscale discussion up, the little blue circle that he had, or the risk zones, but I do have the surface observations, which are, I'm going to zoom in here. So I'm going to go back to just rain. So if you see these little wind barbs right here, like for example, in Ionia, those are surface observations. The number to the top left is your temperature at the surface, which is 79 Ionia, for example, 68 dew point, bottom left. Visibility is bottom right, which is 10 miles, which is the max. And then your pressure is at 1012. So that just gives you an idea of what all is on this radar. Plus, you have spotter locations on here, which are these green and yellow dots of where the storm chasers are currently at, or just Skywarn spotters. So just to give you a base of what you're looking at here on my radar versus Orion's, it's a little different. This is Gibson Ridge 2 Analyst or GR2 Analyst version 3. Not a paid advertisement, but it is a really good radar product if you have $250 to spend. So I bought this almost a year ago now, and it's a really good investment for a storm chaser like myself. So, let's see comments. Good morning, Chris. Yeah, again, 2 to 4 p.m. for the first wave if it holds together. That's again east of 127. For the people still asking about their cities, if you guys know you live to the east of US 127, that's 2 to 4. Anywhere between now and 2 to 3 is if you live west of US 127. So again, it's like Oakland County, for example. I see that in here. St. Joseph County, you guys are in the next hour or two, I believe. Let me just double check to make sure I have the right count here. St. Joseph. If it sags your way, I would say in the next hour and a half. But again, we're starting to have these little prefrontal showers pop up that could, I don't know, maybe hinder the action a little bit, or it could get stronger quicker. So again, we're going to continue to monitor this. I don't see any strong wind gusts in these little pop-up showers yet, but updraft strength, let's look at that. Starting to, but we'll see. So it is starting to fill in a little bit. I wouldn't say anything strong is filling in yet, but the potential is there. We are lacking a lot of ingredients that we need for our storms later today. So this first line is not going to probably be as severe as our second line that's projected after 4 p.m. So because right now there's no shear, and obviously at 11 in the morning, we haven't had any daytime heating yet, or very little. It is already up to 80 and the dew points are at 70, which is very humid. But our highs today are in the low to mid 90s across the state. So we haven't reached our maximum potential for instability yet. And if this line clears out quicker than expected and it gets sunny right behind it, then we could see some even more damaging wind gusts later this afternoon. Again, the Storm Prediction Center in Norman, Oklahoma was very, very what's going on right now today for this first line, as is pretty much everybody that's been forecasting this event. But again, we're in enhanced risk for today for a 30% chance of damaging winds. That's the main threat. We also have a 15% chance of damaging hail and a 5% chance of a tornado or two. Let's see. Second line, we can't give you timings yet. Unfortunately, we don't know when that is. We're going to just focus on the first line for now, but I would assume anytime after 4 or 5 p.m. this evening is when we're expecting the second line to move in.
I just put a post out saying that we're going to have chases in the field later on, the second line around 4 to 5 in western Michigan.
Yeah, so I might go out and see this first line once it gets closer to my house.
Right.
So.
Right now I'm looking on Twitter or anything for any photos being sent in. I want to try and get some on the page here real quick.
Yeah, that Boeing segment's moving very quickly across Newaygo County right now. So if you live anywhere in Newaygo County, heading towards Big Rapids, Stanwood, Morley, Howard City, and Stand Lake, you guys are under the gun in the next at least half hour, maybe even less. The severe thunderstorm watch, I keep seeing severe thunderstorm watch, or asking for the approximate wind speeds. At most in the severe thunderstorm watch that was issued right now, 75 mile per hour winds. So
I'm going to go ahead and say again, if anybody has any pictures or videos from the western side of the state so far, we'd love to see them. So drop in comments or send them in to us. And if you would like to be featured on our page, we will do that for you if you give us permission. I don't see anything at all yet on Twitter or Facebook for anything coming in. So that comma head looks really interesting there. I know there's not really rotation with it, but
Yeah.
if we had any amount of instability. There is currently no rotation near Baldwin, although we're going to watch that storm to see if it does strengthen. Storms have not been downgraded, Gary. The second round of storms is expected to be worse than the first. At some point, Tyler, we would expect that watch to be extended or canceled and then extended later on this evening. I'm not sure. The current watch ends at 4 p.m. and a secondary line is expected after 4 p.m. So we'll have to see how the SPC plays that.
My neighbor asks, "What's the chance for hail near us, Joel?" That's Jade the Joker. Chance of hail is 15%.
My StreamYard on my computer just went down, of course. There we go.
Sandusky, Michigan, you guys, if the first line stays together again, that probably won't be until closer to 3 or 4 o'clock. Howland's a tricky one because it's in the middle of nowhere right now, but if that wind can extend north, you guys could be under the gun here in the next hour. We're watching that closely. Yeah, don't forget to hit the thumbs up if this is your first time watching. Don't forget to share the link with some people that might be in the path of this storm. If you have relatives that are maybe taking a nice day off on a Wednesday up at the lake, maybe up near Big Rapids or something like that, or just anywhere across Michigan, south of US 10 today, feel free to share the stream with them, of course. If you guys haven't followed us yet on Facebook, what are you doing? Make sure to give us a follow if it's your first time here, and don't forget to give us a like as well. And if you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel, we are simultaneously streaming on both platforms. So if you have some relatives that aren't on Facebook, for example, but YouTube is free for everybody. So make sure to share the YouTube link with them if need be. Goodness, rise against.
The TikTok we posted yesterday now has over 100,000 views.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So no warnings currently in effect, just some special weather statements for wind up to 50 miles per hour. Paying close attention to that one down in southwest, down close to Berrien County to see how those winds play out. We do have another area up in the Baldwin area that we're watching with some increased velocity that could indicate some gusty winds. But yeah, just overall, no severe warnings currently in effect, but as the morning goes on, that could change with these storms moving into a better environment with the atmosphere currently destabilizing. So we'll have to watch this very closely to see if they continue to maintain, weaken, or even strengthen as they move east. And again, guys, what?
I was just gonna chime in real quick. There might be a short-term hail threat for Muskegon County. It looks like the DBZ has increased there offshore.
I see that. Bay City, you are in a severe threat today. All hazards are possible. The first line is expected to come through if it holds together. It'll reach Bay City around the 1 to 2 o'clock time frame, and all hazards are possible. But right now, I think the northern part of this seems to be weakening a little bit, if I'm not mistaken. Or is it just me? Go ahead and animate this really quick and look. Yeah, I think that northern part is actually starting to weaken there, Joel, up by Reed City.
Starting to weaken.
Yeah, I'm looking at a reflectivity decreasing in DBZ value. So
Yeah.
that MCV is cranking though. But yeah, I'd say 1 to 2 o'clock in Bay City. And then again, guys, behind this line is expected to be another line forming later this afternoon around the 4 to 5 o'clock time frame. That is expected to have a much better environment if these storms don't rig the atmosphere of instability. We're just kind of chilling right now, waiting for anything to pop up severe, but we're going to be on here pretty much all day streaming. So if you guys haven't already, grab some popcorn, your food, your kids, whatever, and welcome to the stream. This is just round one. We'll be on here probably pretty much until 10, 11 o'clock tonight. So it's be a long stream.
I've already been streaming for an hour and a half.
Yep. Again, we have Joel in the path of these current storms. He'll probably go out here if it warrants, and then we'll have chasers out later for the second round. We really expect the second round to kind of be the main interest for today, for especially tornadoes and as well as damaging winds and hail. So that's our chasers are focusing more so on the second round. This line is expected to maintain strength. It could start to strengthen again. Just depends on what the atmosphere ahead of it does. We have a new SPC outlook coming out in an hour, so we'll see how they play it as well. I'm going to go ahead and check out Grand Rapids and Detroit, see if they have forecast discussion issued, and see what they're thinking. Randy, you can subscribe. If you go to our Facebook profile, there is a sign up or a subscriber button, depending on what platform you're on, right from our Facebook page on our main profile page. There's also another way to subscribe via Patreon. It's www.patreon.com/Michigan Storm Chasers. We also have different tiers for you guys to sign up for. So there's two ways you can do it. Subscribers get benefits like early forecasts. Like, for example, we called this this day back on Sunday. We released forecasts for the upcoming week on Sunday, giving our subscribers the days to watch. And this is one of the days we had to mention, as well as the previous couple of setups we've had were pretty well forecasted days in advance by us. So we got those forecasts out to subscribers who got them days in advance. So one of the many benefits of becoming a subscriber. The dots on the map are just chasers. Tabitha, Jackson County, right around the 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock time frame. And again, that's going to be if these storms will continue to hold their strength. They could weaken, they might strengthen. It's going to be kind of up in the air. I don't think Jackson is included in the severe watch, though, are they? No, they're not.
They're not? Jackson County's not in it?
the eastern half of Jackson County, or the western half of Jackson County, is like Albion, Onondaga,
Oh,
Tompkins, Parma, but
yeah,
Jackson
yeah.
proper is not.
No, they're fully in it. It's you're so what you're looking at is the aviation box. That's what they
Okay,
post. That's what they post on Radar Scope. Is it's like a rough estimate of the aviation, like the airplanes where they shouldn't go. But
gotcha.
it does include Jackson County.
Okay,
Oh,
my bad.
yeah,
My
no,
bad.
it's okay. I think that used to be only the aviation, but then they went county based. I'm not sure. Actually, no, it always has been county based. It's just like it's just the way certain websites display it, I guess. So like Radar Scope, for example, only displays aviation. Let's see. I think on Radar Scope it posts. Okay, yeah, and on Radar Scope, even though it literally blocks out everything, it posts it by county, so you can see where it goes. It just overlaps everything. So on GR2, did I say Radar Scope? I'm on GR2. If you're watching from Berrien, Cass, St. Joseph, Branch, Hillsdale counties, that's the Northern National Weather Service, Northern Indiana forecast area. They said their NOAA weather radio test is postponed for today for obvious reasons, being the severe weather that's moving in. So if you're waiting for a radio test today, don't expect one because it'll be like the real deal. So. We're going to switch back to dual pane here with velocity on the right and reflectivity on the left. Again, we're seeing a decent amount of hail back here offshore of Norton Shores, but again, that's like 20 nautical miles offshore. So it's got a while before it hits shore, but Muskegon, you guys could be seeing anywhere from P to quarter-sized hail in the next 5 to 35 minutes because it's an elongated line of storms there because you have it. It's already coming on shore here with some lower pink values, but you also have some higher pink values. Sorry, I'm pointing at the wrong one. Higher pink values offshore here. Again, where this little triangular one is at. And again, these little triangles, I'm not sure. I haven't looked at the comments here in a couple minutes, but if you're asking about the triangles, these are just placeholders that are computer generated where it thinks based on all the radar data that's coming in where 1 inch hail could be falling. So this triangle right here thinks that there might be 1.68 inch hail falling in this location offshore of Lake Michigan. Again, that's just estimated. It's not actually falling. So, all right, let's look at the comments. Velocity, wind speed coming into Benton Harbor, I would say lower than 50 miles per hour, according to the special weather statement that's in effect there. Getting hot and windy in Monroe. Yeah, you guys are going to be destabilizing all day today. So you guys might have the greatest chance of storms later today. The more the sun's out, the greater the chances are of severe weather. But again, you have to be south of the line of US 10. If you live north of US 10, I wouldn't expect much in the way of severe weather today. There could still be an isolated gusty wind, but that is to be determined. A lot of location asking. If you guys know where you guys live on a map. So I'm just gonna zoom out here. I can't draw, unlike Ryan. I can't draw on my map. But where's US? Okay, so US 127 runs right through Isabella, Gratiot, Clinton, Ingham counties down to Jackson. If you guys live to the west of that line, this first line here won't be your way until maybe later than 2 p.m. I would say maybe closer to 1 p.m. if you live up here. Isabella, Midland, Gratiot County, Gladwin, Clare. But other than that, if you live west of that US 127 line, you guys are looking at maybe 2 to 4 p.m. for this first line. And if you live to the west, it'll be probably before 2 p.m. And then we also have some prefrontal showers coming in here or ahead of the MCVs that are non-severe. So you guys could be getting rain as soon as the next half hour if you live closer to Grand Rapids, Allegan County, Hastings, Kalamazoo. So hopefully that, it helps answer some specific locations. Ryan, are you still here?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep. Someone just sent us an Instagram picture, I think.
I'm going to go ahead and check that out. For some reason, I was here for about 3 minutes trying to figure out why I couldn't hear you. And I'm like, can you anybody hear me at all? I'm like, oh, wait, this is probably my problem.
Yeah.
I had no idea what happened. So I'm sitting here like, Joel, I can't hear you. We can't hear you. And I'm like, what? I don't know what happened, but all right, cool. I'll go check Instagram real quick here.
Okay. Hail definitely possible near the Metro Detroit area today. Again, 15% chance issued by the the Storm Prediction Center. Almost combined special weather statement, Storm Prediction Center at the same time. That would have been embarrassing. Again, welcome to all those first-time viewers. We do appreciate you're here, or we do appreciate that you're watching with us today as severe weather crawls across West Michigan and Eastern Michigan, just basically anywhere in Lower Michigan, again, south of US 10. We got an active day ahead with potentially multiple lines of storms. A lot of question marks in the air today. Again, you guys are almost at the same knowledge level as us today in terms of timing. So we're giving you guys rough estimates of what we're seeing based on radar and speed. So. The reason why it's probably not on TV right now is because nothing is severe warned. Usually they only break in if it's severe warned. Right now we're only seeing special weather statement, which is below severe criteria, which is winds, lower than 58 miles per hour, because you need 58 or greater mile per hour winds for a severe thunderstorm warning, or 1-inch hail, or like the potential of a tornado. But that doesn't come without 60 mile per hour winds. So they'll issue it for winds and hail before they issue it for potentially a tornado. So fun fact. If these two lines of storms join, it would just be a wider swath of damaging winds. But again, we're not seeing much in the line in the terms. I can't speak in the, in terms of damaging winds right now. We do see strong winds, but again, below severe criteria. We are seeing potentially close to 1-inch hail, which would be right on the borderline of severe thunderstorm warning category, severe thunderstorm warning criteria, which is just offshore of Muskegon County and parts of Ottawa County right now. I think that's our strongest storm that we're seeing on this line. Again, this is an MCV where this little area of heightened spin and wind is at right now up near Big Rapids. But again, it is below severe criteria. You could still expect some gusty winds coming into Big Rapids City in the next 20 minutes. We will continue to watch if a warning gets issued there, but right now we're looking at non-severe criteria. But I think our main focus right now is going to be Muskegon County immediately in the next 0 to 30 minutes. We're going to go like now. And then down here, we have this semi-strong line of winds. It's better looking offshore, but again, that's further away from the beam. So when you have the beam at an angle with the curvature of the Earth, so you have the curvature of the Earth playing in, and then you also have the radar beam, which is at like a 0.5 degree angle above the Earth's surface, so it's not hitting trees and stuff like that. They have to tilt it up just a tad. And so the further you move away, the higher up into the storm the beam goes. And so you're overshooting some stuff that could be happening at the surface. So, you're up here over Lake Michigan at, let's say, 5,000 feet. Well, you don't know what's happening below 5,000 feet because you don't have a radar beam that can go that low. So that's the unfortunate truth when it comes to radars spaced out like that. The only solution to that is add more radars. But again, the installation cost for radar is probably like $30 million. And right now, that's not the number one priority, especially in Michigan. There's some other places across the nation that could use some radar coverage, like right here in Northwest Ohio, for example. That would help, especially for Hillsdale, Lenawee, and Monroe County area. Especially you guys could use radar coverage down there along southern Michigan. But yeah, there's another Fox Sports notification that's going to keep going off today, isn't it? Should just silence my phone. Although that's probably not a good thing because then I won't be able to get warnings. So probably smart to pull out the generator just in case. Definitely a damage, like I said, enhanced risk today, which is a level 3 of 5 in the severe criteria category. And that is 4 damaging winds. Again, 30% chance for most of the state, especially south of US 10. Last storm we got, there were no tornadoes, but there were tornadoes, but no warnings or watches. I will say that we did have tornado warnings the last time because we had the most recent tornado was the Colin tornado, and then we also had one over here in Lexington Heights, I believe, Lexington area. Both those storms were tornado warned, so I'm not sure what storm you're referencing. For example, their autumn. The storms will actually probably decrease in strength as they make their way east. Right now, we're looking at when we look at the mesoscale analysis page of what's going on in the atmosphere. So you're looking at instability, shear, and a bunch of other values that go into this, go into the atmosphere. A lot of those values right now are down, except for D Cape, which is downdraft Cape. And again, that's an area of where you could have downdraft winds coming out of a thunderstorm. That's the only thing that's heightened right now. It's actually we have values up near 1300, which is like double of what we need for a good healthy downdraft. But other than that, we don't really have much in the way of shear right now. We have a little bit, but that will increase as the day goes on. And so we're not expecting this first line to be as severe as the second line. But again, we're here tracking just in case. Thank you for subscribing, Rise Against. Yeah, that Lexington tornado was as wide as it was tall because this cloud ceiling was low that day. So you had a tornado that was like a short wedge. So basically, it was the cloud ceiling was 500 feet, but the width of the tornado was like 475 yards. So you have a tornado that's twice as wide as it is tall. So pretty impressive tornado, but it was still an EF0. It just depends on what it hits. So purple half circle. I have mentioned this a couple times already in the stream, but I will reiterate the purple half circle, which I will focus in on here. I'm going to go pane 2. So this purple circle right here is called range folded. That is an area where it's getting bad data, bad return data for when it's shooting the signal out and it gets a return beam back. It's usually like corrupted and stuff, and that happens constantly in the radars that we have. They're WSR 88Ds. So they were built around the mid to late 80s. And so they're relatively old radars, but we keep repairing them until a new solution comes along. So again, these radars aren't perfect, but it's just something we have to work around in the meteorological world today. Again, a radar installation. Again, we don't have really any new modern radars yet. So to install another WSR 88D is like, $20 to $30 million. So if you want to save up and put one up in your backyard, that's the running cost for one. Yes, EF scale is based on damage alone unless there is anemometer in the path of the tornado. They use that it's very rare that it usually hits an anemometer, and usually it goes out before it even gets to the tornado. So yeah, there's a list of damage indicators that the National Weather Service offices use. There's like 27 things that it can hit, and it has a scale of like for each item, like, oh, hey, it's a windmill gets toppled over. That's like maximum EF2 strength. So there's some items that are some like buildings and stuff that it hits, and it can only get so high in intensity because it's not meant to withstand greater than a certain mile per hour in strength. So like a windmill, for example, is like, it can only withstand 130 mile per hour winds and then it topples over. So that's like an EF2, EF3 tornado. And so when a tornado hits that and it you can see on radar, like for example, you can look at the velocity product and you can clearly see there's 200 300-mile-per-hour winds there, but it all depends on what it hits. And so that's why when you have tornadoes on the ground and we're forecasting these, it's very like misleading to say, we have an EF4 on the ground, because we don't know what it's hitting, and we can't make that determination until after the National Weather Service goes out and makes that determination. So, little fun fact. I know some of you guys probably knew that, but for those who didn't. Is there possible hail damage in Genesee County, Michigan? I'm going to look at the watch again because I'm going to see what it was issued for. Ping pong ball size hail is the max. So that is 1.5 inches, I believe, in diameter. So not quite the 3-inch hailstones that we were getting last time, but those 1.5 inch hailstones. I can go show you my car, what 1.5 inch hail does to it. So.
Both Grand Rapids and Detroit mentioned the uncertainty behind this first line with instability reformation, but they also that all hazards will be possible just based off the amount of wind shear and instability that's forecasted. I also want to draw attention to just offshore of Grand Haven. It looks like a really beefy supercell developing, about to come out shore there, and that may be something to watch here in the coming minutes.
And that's heading like somewhat near me too. So they actually just issued a new special marine warning for that.
Let me see. That's pretty beefy, that's for sure.
Yeah.
To watch that in the next couple minutes, and we'll track that toward the North Grand Rapids area. Luckily, the wind down by South Haven, Kalamazoo doesn't appear to be that strong. So if you guys live in the Kalamazoo area, anywhere from South Haven, Kalamazoo, Three Rivers, you have reports of hail or wind, let us know. We're kind of curious and see what that's doing, although it looks like it's weakening. A special weather statement for Muskegon, Norton Shores. So for that cell.
Chris asked, during tornadoes, what should people do that live in apartments? I've always wondered, especially if you're on the second or third floor. So the best case scenario for that, if you don't have a basement in the apartment complex, is, if you're on the third floor, I would definitely try and go down to the second floor. If you live on the second floor, you're safer off. But if you literally can't get down to a lower floor, then your best bet in an apartment in the third floor is an interior room with no windows, no glass either. You don't want to have an interior room, no glass, no glass at all, and then like very interior. So you want to get to the most central room in your house. Again, that's your best option. Again, you don't want to find yourself in that location, but I know some people are like out of luck. I know. I live in an apartment up in Mount Pleasant. We have the apartment complex I live at. There's 1 and 2 bedroom apartments, and so they put the 1 bedrooms downstairs and the 2 bedrooms above that, and so like I know you can't get downstairs. So definitely the most interior room of the lowest floor that you can get to, if you can. If you find yourself out driving, in this case, again, a ditch is the best spot out of your car.
Usually apartments will have the bathrooms without windows. So I'd say the bathroom, if you don't have windows in your apartment complex, you can't get down to the floor said, I think the bathroom would be a good place.
Yeah.
Mitch says he's on South Haven Beach right now. Heavy rain, few rumbles of thunder, wind picked up, but not a whole lot. Man, that supercell looks really healthy on that. And the photograph from Grand Rapids is becoming a little more favorable as well. So one to watch.
Updraft strength is pretty healthy. So I'm flipping between radars here. So what I'm showing now with the blues to the reds is updraft strength, which is showing how fast the storms are billowing up into the atmosphere. And so where you have that red is the strongest updraft strengths, which makes sense right now over Muskegon and offshore towards or offshore of Grand Haven. So I'll switch back to velocity so people don't get too confused. Hospitals are definitely more enforced. Again, hopefully it's not a strong tornado. Again, Joplin, Missouri, 2011 was an example of where the whole hospital got moved like 6 inches off the foundation. It pretty much got gutted, but again, there's still interior rooms in the hospital that you'll probably want to find away from like sharp equipment. If you can find like a closet, like a janitor's closet in a hospital with not much in it, that's your best bet. Also, bathrooms upstairs usually again are away from the middle or away from the edges of the building. So, in a hospital, an interior bathroom or interior closet is also the safest bet. Yeah, if your basement is the ground floor, again, that's the lowest floor. So again, that's the safest spot. It's better than being upstairs on your first floor for sure. Again, same rules apply. Interior room. Mobile homes are tough. You definitely you're I don't know. Your best bet is not to be in the mobile home. But again, if there's nowhere else to go, then I mean you got to ride it out, I guess. But if you see like a massive tornado heading for you, you don't want to be there. But again, you're not supposed to. The rule of thumb is you don't want to out drive a tornado because that's also dangerous. So, a ditch is probably the best. If you have like I know some apartment complexes nowadays have like ditches nearby that they can go into. It's almost a safer bet than being in your house. So, Ryan, if you're still here, Jessica just sent us images on Instagram.
I'll go check that out here in a second.
Okay. Monroe, you guys are probably the farthest people away from the storm right now. Probably post 3 p.m.
Looking at our group chat there on Messenger, we do have a few meteorologists initial line to continue to strengthen as it pushes off to the east as instability fills in. The threat for strengthening for these storms will take shape. So we'll have to watch these very closely. We have the two lines here up near Muskegon now, all the way down to the Kalamazoo area, which is now almost making north, about to join. I don't know if you see that, Joel, but it's about to join together. As that continues off toward the Lansing area, as instability starts to fill in with, it's almost 12, so it's almost noon. So we have instability starting to build in. So we'll have to watch this very carefully as this continues off to the east. We may need another severe watch issued for the east side. But again, it's all kind of a crapshoot trying to forecast this. So it's kind of like a now casting wait and see type of event. So this is why we're live covering it. In case something does happen, we'll be right here ready for it.
Too soon for the second line. Yeah, we can't really get a timing on that until we know what this first line does. Storm should be out of Michigan by probably safe bet is 10 p.m. tonight. I know we had a guy watching earlier that has a flight into Detroit tonight. That at 10 p.m. That flight should at the most get delayed by 20 minutes coming in. But other than that, probably by 10 p.m. tonight for the eastern part of the state, I would say west of 127, you guys are probably going to be done by 7 or 8 o'clock. But again, we're waiting on development of the second line still, and that's probably a couple hours from now. So.
If you guys do send us stuff, it would really help us out if you could tell us if we have permission to share on our page. Because if the picture is really good, we're going to want to share it, and it would save us a lot of time if we didn't have to go through and ask everybody, "Hey, can we share this?" So if you guys would like if you guys would be okay with us using your pictures, just let us know when you send us those pictures. It would help us out a lot.
No hail reports yet, Brandon. We are anxiously awaiting some hail reports, maybe coming in from Muskegon soon. But other than that, it looks like the hail threat is down for now. Make sure when you're sending us reports to add like an exact location, or as an exact location as you can get, because that'll help us, and that'll especially help the National Weather Service Grand Rapids put down a pin to where your damage is coming from, and so that way they can better warn the storms going forward. Both lines of storms could be severe with threats of damaging wind and hail, especially as instability increases throughout the afternoon. Instagram handle, I believe, is at MI Storm Chasers. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ryan.
No, you are correct. Instagram is one of the platforms that we haven't used very actively. We're mainly on Facebook, YouTube, and also TikTok and Twitter. So we don't really post much to Instagram, but you can still send us stuff through Instagram. We have a large following right now on Facebook, Twitter, and TikTok. So
yeah. Lake Odessa, you guys are just south of me. I say we're under the gun here in about an hour. It looks like. It seems like this line is going slower than I thought. Or that just might be because I've been sitting here for 2 hours.
no, it's going slower. That's my exact thought as well. It's either slowed down or it's not moving as fast as we had thought it was.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. The line behind it. If this is just going to be rain between the first and second bands today, I don't know. From a chasing perspective, I saw like what Kyle is saying in a group chat. No, might not be much in worth of or in terms of chasing.
I'll have to kind of see how that plays out in the coming hours. I mean, yeah, looking behind on satellite, there is some clearing, but it's mostly just high clouds and blah right now. Although it's still a little early. I mean, we can still clear out, but this line needs to either pick up or just completely die out. And I think coming on shore around noon, it's going to start to strengthen, and that's just going to be my guess. Which, you know, again, today's going to be like a crapshoot, like we've been saying. So this could go either one of two ways. It could either go through and more storms fire behind it that could be severe in both areas, or this line comes through and ruins the entire threat for later. So pay close attention today to the observations, mesoscale observations, instability, satellite, stuff like that. We'll be watching that and trying to make sense of this. But yeah, that supercell is just nuts.
Yeah, but looks like it's starting to get choked off by this congealing line. I could see it maybe see it becoming an issue if the MCV merges with it, but that has not happened yet. So. Going up in the tilt on velocity, it looks interesting. But again, that southern edge of the storm is definitely higher winds higher up. But again, you're looking at probably 7,000 feet. That's not even anywhere close to the ground. looks like our winds might have increased in central Muskegon County, almost directly over the city of Muskegon. We are going to take a look at the outage map real quick. We are now up to 42 outages, which means there are some outages coming in. If I can scroll, please. Oh, yeah. Muskegon, you guys are definitely under the gun right now. There is a lot of power outages coming in from Muskegon. So this wind is definitely starting to come down towards the ground. If you're in Muskegon right now, be inside away from windows because of damaging winds. Down the road, Norton Shores, you guys are under the gun here in the next minute. Let's see who else. Wolf Lake, Fruitport, and Ravenna, you guys are under the gun in the next 5 minutes. In fact, we might have potentially QLCS spin up. Again, we're going to look at velocity signatures as we go forward here in the next minute or two. But the main risk right now is damaging winds from Muskegon. You guys are, I can't see the values. It's hidden.
Yeah. Little notch there is definitely intriguing.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of power outages coming in from Muskegon right now. So this wind is definitely more down towards the surface than it was previously. If I rocket back and forth, my radar scan on the right, you can see the winds really just picked up in the last 3 scans. So
How far away is that from intercepting you, or is that something you're going to go after? Or
I'll wait for it to come to me.
really slowed down, dude. This is insane.
Yeah, if it's trying to congeal with the stuff from to the south, then it might hit me. But I think it might go north of my house.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same there. Photograph is 23 at the first, 24 at the third, 37 at the sixth. So not bad speed shear.
I'll go over to that and see it.
SRH in the first kilometer is only 131, so not a lot of spin yet. We'll have more wind shear as we get into the afternoon, so I'll have to watch and see if these storms actually do slow down significantly. That would put the eastern side of Michigan at a very or at a higher threat for severe weather, just because the wind shear arrives a little bit later on 3-4 o'clock. So if that's the case and these storms hold off on the east side until then, I would be concerned about the east side a little bit more. But again, this is going to be interesting to see if there's going to be a second line behind this. If it slows down, that's not going to be a good thing because
What'd you say, Ryan? Did we lose Ryan or did we lose me? Ryan?
I lost connection there. I'm on data now.
Okay. I was going to say, I thought it was me for a second.
Yeah, my internet's terrible, so.
Everyone's like, Ryan.
Guys, I'm going to get new internet here next month or so. Bear with me. My internet here is just not cutting it. I'm not sure if you guys heard what I was saying, but basically, if this line continues to slow down, it would give the east side of the state a little bit higher severe threat just because the better wind shear arrives a little bit later this afternoon. But also, if it does slow down, the west side would probably be done with severe weather just because we want this line to clear out fast if you want severe weather. So the longer it takes, the less instability can build behind it.
I'd almost expect a warning here soon.
I would assume so, yeah.
I got to see what the actual winds are on this going forward. Oh. It's only showing 40, so maybe not quite. It's just, I guess it's strong enough towards creating damaging winds at the surface, but we can't see that because the beam's overshooting it. Muskegon here, it's jacked up. Well, that would make sense. We are seeing that on velocity right now. If you have any damage reports, I would say wait to go out and find any. In the next, should be through Muskegon in the next half hour. So after 12:30, I would say you guys are probably going to be able to go out and see some damage. Am I quiet, Diane? I don't know why our tags aren't on here. Usually it has our nameplates, but I don't know what happened to them. My name is Joel, by the way. And Ryan is also here. He's the one that doesn't have a camera. I'm sorry if I'm quiet. I'm trying to speak up.
I can hear you. Thanks.
You can hear me well?
I can hear you just fine.
Okay. Chandler is working today. He will be on maybe later tonight. That's really bowing out right now. It's heading right for Ravenna. That's right where Nick's at, our other MSC member, Nick, who's been on here hosting many times. He's in Ravenna, and this is heading right for him.
Is he home or is he in VR?
I don't know. Yeah, he's aware. It looks like 45 mile per hour winds at 2,000 feet. But we do have power outages rolling in that may suggest that we have some stronger winds. There's probably also some hail in there too. I would say it's probably like wind. It's like getting blasted to the sand. So you probably have like 45 mile per hour winds and pea-sized hail. So it's like, took a sand blaster to your arms or something like that. I mean, let's look at a correlation coefficient and see if there's actually hail here. Very little. So at the most pea-size. But you could just imagine if it was wind-driven hail, small hail, it's like getting sandblasted. So
Give me a second, Joel. I'm gonna make a phone call. I'm gonna hop off here really quick.
okay, sounds good. Oh, perfect. Our tabs are back up. I can see my name now. Sweet. No hail coming in from Ravenna, but that's good. There's some scattered power outages coming in from your area. Ravenna, you guys are going to get hit in the next 5 minutes. As this builds down on you guys. Again, we're going to dual pane this here. The roads are there's a lot of roads here. So if you guys actually know where your road is, if you can generally see where it's at, it doesn't have names or anything, but just to the south of Wolf Lake, just to the west of Ravenna, that's your strongest area of wind right now. And it is continuing to get ever so closer to Ravenna downtown. Fruitport, you guys are also under the gun on the southern flank of that damaging wind. There's actually looks like there's some maybe up here near Holton as well. Our MCV, which was here earlier, looks like it's weakened up by Everett. So that could be 30-mile-per-hour winds at most. But again, our main concern right now, looking along this entire line, there's a lot going on. There could be a few instances of stronger wind near Gobles and Paw Paw up towards Allegan. Those are below severe criteria. And then same here up near Ravenna, Wolf Lake in the next 5 minutes. Norton Shores power flickered twice, yes. Muskegon has a lot of power outages right now, mainly in downtown near the lake. Brendan has a good shelf cloud in Big Rapids. That's awesome. I love the picturesque clouds. Not much in terms of rotation right now. It's just mainly a damaging wind threat. South Bend, Indiana. I know we're Michigan storm chasers, but you guys are just south of the border. You guys are looking at the same hazards as us with some 70-mile-per-hour winds and some hail at most. But again, it's looking relatively weak right now. It could be our second line, which is over here in southern Wisconsin, starting to develop. We actually just had a Mesonet storm report from St. Joseph of a thunderstorm wind gust of 35 miles per hour at 1540 UTC, which was 1140, so that was a half hour ago. St. Joseph, yeah, 35-mile-per-hour wind gust. Yeah, this because this line is kind of slowed down a little bit, this is really hindering our instability. It's cloudy out here in Ionia County right now that I can see. It actually looks pretty dark. And the main thing that our main fail mode for today was instability, which is, how long can the sun be out? And we don't have any sun right now. And so that's really killing things off. And if it's going to rain behind this for a while after, then we're not going to have any sun for today. In fact, if you guys are familiar with the NATOcast Twitter account, they actually just released a new product that shows our tornado threat has gone down significantly. The damaging wind threat is definitely still there, but in terms of tornadoes, we might not see much in the terms of a tornado today. The strongest chance, according to NATOcast, is along the Indiana-Michigan state line, but there's still a chance anywhere north of that up towards 96. So. So that line of storms coming into Grand Rapids, that'll be in the Grand Rapids area probably by 1 o'clock. The new outlook just came out from SPC. They are keeping the enhanced risk, so they're not changing their forecast for now. They're going to check it again and probably the next update is 4 p.m. So it'll be about the time the second line starts to come in. Yeah, no problem, Jessica. Yeah, the storm is starting to slow down a little bit and bringing a lot of cloud cover with it. And a point that was made is you have the anvils from these thunderstorms way up in the troposphere where you have the strongest winds. So you have, as the clouds billow up and shoot out because of the stronger winds, you have that anvil that goes 100 miles out, has 100 to 150 miles out away from the storm. And that it's a giant blanket on the rest of the state for the rest of the day. And so I know in a group chat, one of our guys put that it's cloudy in Mount Pleasant, which is nowhere near the storms, or was nowhere near the storms at the time of the post. And so instability is going down right now, and that's why our tornado threat is going down as well. And there's another Fox Sports notification. I do believe it is. Yeah, I think it is still sunny, mainly to the east of 127. So again, that could be where you see our strongest winds later today. Do you have to work tonight? I am not your boss, but it depends on what you're working. This definitely has a chance to make the second line less severe for sure. I don't think it'll be a derecho, as people pronounce it differently. They had the chance definitely earlier today, but it's not looking like it now. I'll zoom in on this Ravenna storm because it's looking quite interesting. It's just below the severe limits. I would love to go out and storm chase soon. I think Ryan is still dealing with his internet though right now, so I'm gonna hold off on that. Yeah, instability is going goodbye. It's still there. We still have instability, but it's definitely weaker. Yeah, these storms, since they're moving so slow and giving more daytime heating to the east of 127, east of 75, these storms could definitely strengthen. I could see them definitely strengthening as the day goes on if they're moving this slow. We haven't seen that yet. We only had one severe thunderstorm warning earlier. That's when we started the stream up in Mason, Oceana County area up near Ludington. Since then, we have not had any warnings. It's just been a couple special marine warnings, which are highlighted in these blue boxes offshore. And Ryan's back. I think. I hear him.
Joel, you here?
Yeah, I hear you.
There you are.
Hi.
So, what is your plan for the day, Joel? You gonna be on here streaming all day? You're gonna go chasing, or what?
I would like to go out and at least take a peek at this line.
So,
But I don't know how your internet's going to be able to handle that.
that's what I'm concerned about. But
Yeah.
also, I'm probably gonna split west here for that bottom line if that continues to push east.
Okay.
So I'll probably be en route here the next hour and a half or so. So I can stay on my mobile, but I'm not able to run radar here.
Yeah. It just stinks that we have everyone's at work and we can't do anything about that.
Right. I think Chandler said he was on his last hour, so I'm not sure if he's going to be off or what's going on with that.
Yeah. Storm on the top is heading right for me. Yeah, if you guys live downstream Kent County, especially northern Ottawa County, you guys are under the gun here for some stronger winds. Even southern Newaygo County, over towards Howard City and western Montcalm County. I'm going to have to really pronunciate that because we have Macomb and we have Montcalm counties in Michigan. They're totally different counties. For those who need a visual, this panhandle looking county is Montcalm County, and you have Macomb over here. So again, like 5 counties away from each other. So, and we have viewers in both counties, so it's not like we can disregard one for the other, and we wouldn't want to do that anyway. So we want to make sure every county's covered. Kentwood, Caledonia, that's near me. At the most right now, you guys are going to see some slightly heavier winds. I would say no more than 40 miles per hour at this point. The main threat, though, right now is torrential downpours. And actually, with this system, there's a lot of lightning. And so you guys, either way, if you guys are outside today, you guys probably don't want to be because the lightning risk is definitely higher. And so you guys want to be inside no matter what today because the lightning risk at the least will be enough to be deadly, obviously, because you don't want to get struck. So I would go out and chase, but we need a host. And I don't know, because I know my stream will probably cut out if I get into a bad service area. And then if Ryan's internet cuts out, I don't know if that's going to just automatically end the live stream. So that would be bad. We don't want that.
I don't think it would per se, but it's not a good situation if we both have connection issues.
If we just have nothing here.
Right. I wish they could let us run radar via our phones, because that'd be a one way to do it.
Yeah, we actually have a new severe thunderstorm warning that just popped up.
Okay.
I'm gonna go to the Nash or Northern Indiana radar because that's where it's at. Oh yeah, wow, that really surged forward.
Is that a special weather statement or a warning?
Well, that's a severe thunderstorm warning. I'm going to read the text off here. We have a National Weather Service North Indiana has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Berrien County until 1 p.m. At 12:20 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located over Bridgman, or 11 miles southwest of Fair Plain, moving east at 55 miles per hour. And with that comes 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail. This is, again, all radar indicated, and expect damage through setting and trees. So that is this orange box right here. If you guys live in Berrien County, south of St. Joseph, you guys are under the gun immediately over towards Niles. And in fact, the storm is starting to sag south. So our viewer from South Bend, this is starting to head your way in the next half hour. So that is quite an intense line of storms. I need to look on radar scope. See what the winds are like there. Which means I have to go on my phone. Oh, wow. They say, obviously in the morning box, they say 60 miles per hour. On velocity, I'm seeing upwards to 65 to 70. Again, that's 4,500 feet off the ground. So it's a safe bet to say 60-mile-per-hour winds might be occurring with this storm. But again, just off the surface, about 4,500 feet, you have 70-mile-per-hour winds. So take shelter if you are in Bridgman, Sawyer, Berrien Springs, Niles, Buchanan, Galion, I think is how you pronounce it, and Eau Claire. So if you guys are in those cities, just anywhere in Berrien County right now, you guys want to be taking shelter. And then in short term, if you guys live up or over near Dowagiac, Cassopolis, Edwardsburg, and then South Bend, you guys are under the gun in the medium term. So we're going to go back to the Grand Rapids radar real quick. Let's see if this has increased a little bit. It has. Tough to tell. 47-mile-per-hour winds. That's not severe, but it is very gusty.
I'm packing up here, getting ready to leave within the hour or so. Just get my stuff around.
Okay. Gaylord will probably not get hit by anything severe today.
SWS for Battle Creek, Kalamazoo.
Yep. So that is this skinny line of rain and the thunderstorms here. This entire line for Allegan, Berry, Eaton, Calhoun, Kalamazoo counties. This is for 40-mile-per-hour winds. And there's no hail expected with this. And with that, there's also no tornadoes expected with that. So right now, your main concern with this line is 40-mile-per-hour winds. That's what the Grand Rapids office is seeing. Again, we're still waiting on potentially a warning here up northern Kent County, Kent City, Cedar Springs, Grant area. It's definitely on the borderline of being severe, but not yet. And then obviously we have the severe thunderstorm warning down here in Berrien County right now for 6-mile-per-hour winds and penny-sized hail. Yeah, we're going to have some fun in Grand Rapids potentially, but it could also, for the most part, split around us. As you can see here on the left radar, the base reflectivity is your rain. Heaviest rain is in the reds and the purples, obviously. So if this doesn't fill in like it hasn't yet, it's getting there. Not quite. I'm also curious to see how this interacts, this little Boeing segment interacts with this elevated storm here, especially near Grand Haven, because when you have areas converging like that, two different areas of wind moving, anytime you're going to get spin like that. So we'll keep an eye on it. But again, the shear is down right now, so along with the instability. Welcome to all 478 viewers right now. It's across YouTube and Facebook. Again, if you're not a Facebook subscriber or Facebook follower, I should say, I mean subscriber as well. But if you haven't followed us on Facebook yet, feel free to do that. And if you haven't discovered our YouTube channel yet, feel free to leave us a sub as well. We are broadcasting live simultaneously on both platforms. So you can best support the channel by purchasing some merch, some Michigan Storm Chasers merch at helicity.co. We have a wide variety of things, mainly t-shirts though. That's the best way to support us. And you can also find us on Patreon and Facebook subscribers. Back to the comments. You haven't missed much, Chris. We had a severe thunderstorm warning in Mason County earlier. Now we have a severe thunderstorm warning down in Berrien for some 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's a nasty looking storm down there, and that's heading right for South Bend. So I'm going to keep the radar on a wide shot here, just so we can get the full view of everything that's going on. You can kind of see where some of the cities are at. So you can see Grand Rapids is right here, Ionia, Charlotte, Lansing, and then you have Kalamazoo's right here. And then this is where Battle Creek's at, somewhere in here. Oh, Battle Creek's there. That's Marshall. So Coldwater's down here. Niles is right there. The Wajak's there in Cass County, I believe. Yeah. So we're kind of just looking broad right now. This is the round one. Round two is back here in southern Wisconsin right now, and it's actually already starting to pick up some severe thunderstorm warnings. We'll be watching that closely as the day goes on. Instability, though, is a question mark for later. We'll continue to monitor that as well. So yes, 2 rounds of severe weather definitely possible today. Ooh, we got thunder at my house. Western Ionia County. I would love to go out right now, but
Yo, if you want to go out right now, you can. I'll not leave in another hour or two. So
okay. I don't think I'm gonna bring my laptop with me. I'm just gonna leave it here at my house.
okay, that's fine.
I mean, I do have a second laptop, but so I'll leave the radar in loop, I guess.
I can pull my radar scope again. Hope I don't crash.
That's fine. I know people want some content from the field, so.
Give me about 2 minutes.
I no longer have a yard. It's a pond. That's a funny comment. But hopefully it's not causing some flooding damage to your property because that would not be as fun. Yeah, it is definitely filling in right now. I'll check the consumer's energy outage map real quick. Big outages came in from Newaygo County, just to the west of Newaygo. We also have an outage down south of Grant, north of Casanova. It looks like maybe an outage just came in from Cedar Springs, Rockford. Is it that far? No, it's not that far yet. I think that's just unrelated. Hold up. Yeah, I'm still curious to see how that interacts there.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Awesome. Let me get my radar pulled up.
Okay.
It'll be a long day.
Oh, yeah. The storm is filling in. The storm is neither weakening or gaining strength unless you live in Berrien County, which is under severe thunderstorm warning right now. It could be strengthening slightly as it moves to the east because it's getting into better instability, but we'll see. Okay.
There we go.
All right, I'm gonna pause this. I'm gonna go out into the field as I'm gonna drive down the road, and I'm gonna take a look at that segment coming towards me. It's almost already to me. I should probably get out there pretty quick.
Are you in Mount Pleasant or are you in your other area?
No, I'm in Ionia. I'm in Western Ionia County right now.
Okay, gotcha.
So I'm gonna go out down the road, and I'll have a good sight line from southwest to northwest. That Boeing segment actually is starting to take a turn a little bit, maybe towards northern side of Grand Rapids. Keep an eye on that, and if that turns more to the south, that's going to head right for me. So I am going to head out now.
All right.
I will tune in from the field here in a little bit.
All right, cool. So we have Joel deploying. He'll be on these storms momentarily, but right now we're just going to track this. We do have a couple special weather statements that are in effect just for some gusty winds and small hail. We do have one severe warning down here in Berrien County for this storm down in South Bend, Berrien County, and that's going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds and 0.75 inch hail. So not quite too severe size with the hail, but it is for wind and as well. This line will continue to push eastward through the state, potentially strengthening as it does. We have instability now forming out ahead of this, as well as some better wind shear coming into play. So the severe threat with this line continues off to the east. Here in Lansing, if you are in Jackson, Coldwater, anywhere around there, Ionia County, Eaton Rapids, Charlotte, Portland, Ionia, you guys are in a severe thunderstorm watch, and your guys are under the immediate gun for this line as it continues pushing to the east. The strongest right now appears to be down here in Berrien County, where 60-mile-per-hour winds are being reported, or at least being indicated. We do have some increased velocities here on our map. So we'll have to watch that as it continues to push off to the east at about 40 miles per hour. If that continues on its track, Dowagiac, Pokagon, Three Rivers, Constantine, Sturgis, Bronson, Coldwater, Union, you guys are on deck for this in the next hour or so. Again, the threat today, all hazards are possible, and that includes isolated tornadoes, that includes damaging wind gusts up to 75 miles per hour, large hail above 1 inch, ping pong ball size is possible. So all hazards are possible, as well as flooding rain. So we do have the very high moisture content today in the atmosphere, so rain that could flood is definitely a possibility as well with these storms. So all hazards are definitely on deck or on possible today. Both the Grand Rapids office and Detroit office from the National Weather Service has indicated that there is some uncertainty with the second round behind this. I know Joel pointed out briefly we had a second round forming out in Wisconsin. Once we get that to load up here, I'll go ahead and show you that. But yeah, right here, we already have some warnings coming out from the Milwaukee area. That's going to be our second round that is going to push into the area, although some models do have some more storms firing off the 4 to 5 o'clock time frame in western Michigan. We'll have to see again how that plays out. But again, that is going to be our secondary threat back here in the Milwaukee area as that pushes across the lake. It's just going to be a matter of if instability can form behind this initial line of showers and storms. So again, a lot of uncertainty here. We're glad that you're turned into us. We're going to be tracking this all day. Joel is just going out to the field right now. We'll have a report from him very soon. And then once these storms move closer to the southeast part of the state, I'll be live as well. Now, we do have a lot of lightning with these storms. As you can see on my radar here, we do have quite a bit of lightning with these storms. So if you guys are outside ahead of these storms, get inside. You don't want to get struck by lightning. It's always best to be indoors when thunder roars. I know that's a pretty corny rhyme and old saying, but it is true. We actually just had a few people struck by lightning last week with our storm system. It's definitely not something to play around with. So get inside if you are ahead of this line, just for the sake of lightning and also some gusty winds and small hail. Nothing tornadic indicating at this time. The wind speeds right now look to be right around the 40 miles per hour. There's nothing that concerns us right now for rotation. So nothing tornadic at this point in time. But again, as that line continues off to the east, that could change as wind shear and instability both increase through the afternoon. Now, the better a wind shear does arrive for the second line, which again is back here in Wisconsin. So behind this line, if we can get enough instability to rebuild, the wind shear will be favorable for all hazards, including tornadoes, damaging winds, and large hail. Right now, the focus is going to be on Berrien County as well as Cass County here. We do have some very strong wind gusts coming up and reported here. It looks 60s, maybe closer to 70 miles per hour with these storms. We do have special weather statements in effect for Cass County. I'm sure they'll probably get upgraded to a severe warning soon. So yeah, that's pretty much the gist of what's going on currently. And I'll just go ahead and chill for a minute. Nothing tornadic at this time, just some gusty winds coming up there. This storm in Berrien County into Cass County here looks like it's producing some pretty good wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour. So if you're in Pokagon, Dowagiac, Cassopolis, Edwardsburg, Niles, Penn, get into your safe places. This is probably going to be pretty gusty. May bring down some pretty good storms here. I believe Chandler has joined us. Go ahead and take Chandler. Give me a second. I'll get you on here. Oh, he already did himself. All right, Chandler. Go ahead and take your full.
Sure. What's up, everybody? I've got people in the finance office, so I'm just trying to be mindful. But let me flip my camera around here. I'll show you what I'm seeing. A little Ford Bronco action. So this is what it looks like where I'm at right now. At my dealership. I work for Ziegler Ford in Elkhart, Indiana, just on the other side of the state line. And this is what it looks like here.
Looks like a nice shelf cloud pushing in there.
And we're getting there. There's been a lot of cloud to ground here in just the last couple minutes here. As it gets closer. There's a little bit of scud out in front of it, which is kind of interesting. I'm not going to lie. I don't know if you can see that one or not. I saw it in the reflection of the building, but some nice coloring here. I think the heaviest of this is going to go to my north. where I'm at. Rather than come this way. But either way, ooh, I don't know if you guys can see that or not. Oh, well, we just lost power here at work. That lightning strike just took us out of power. Yeah.
All right, Chandler, go home.
I still got these people in the finance office. I can't go yet. What up, Tom? Say hi to everybody. We're streaming. One of the service advisors.
It looks like it's gonna be pretty good.
I know. I saw that. We did get power back on, so that is good. It's the only time I've ever been at work and I've seen power go out. More lightning over there. But Ford is one of the clients for where you work. Hey, come see me anytime. I was hoping that I could get my customers out of here before this got here, but we've been kind of busy this morning. So yeah, it's just gonna miss us, it looks like, on radar. Yeah, there's a lot of inflow down here, which is kind of interesting. These clouds are moving up into it. I mean, starting all the way down there even. Almost has like a embedded supercell type look. What are you guys seeing? Talk to me, guys.
Yo, so Chandler, that storm is pretty much headed right for you. There's a pretty good wind gust along with it. It could be close to
Whoa.
severe limits. So wow.
That was fun. Did that lightning strike get it on the stream?
I'm not sure. I wasn't actually looking until you said whoa.
I tried to turn it as soon as I saw it. That kind of makes me want to go play inside a little bit. But
Right.
hey, Jim Cantori.
See, Joel's joined us back here.
That was that was a close one. That was a close one.
But yeah, Chandler, that looks like there's going to be some pretty good winds head right for your location. So
Is it? Can you pull radar
Yeah.
up? I can't leave it.
yeah, I got it. So here's your radar on the screen. I don't know if you can see it, Chandler, or not.
Yep, I can see it.
But here's Elkhart right here. And go ahead and switch over to the velocity here off IWX. We go ahead and animate it. So Elkhart is right here. It does appear like it's diving a little bit further south, so it may just miss you to the north, but I think it's going to brush you there, Chandler.
I think so. All right, I think my folks are all set, so I'm going to jump off here.
All right. Have fun. Stay safe, Chandler. All right, so Chandler is right on the border of Indiana to Michigan there by Elkhart. He's got a severe storm moving his way. Wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour is possible with that storm, so I'm sure we'll have an update from him momentarily, but he's got some people he's working with to sell cars. He's at the dealership in Elkhart, so we'll have to see how that plays out with him the next couple of minutes. But for right now, a severe warning is in effect for Berrien County, and as well as, nope, they have not updated to Cass County yet. They should be updating Cass County here momentarily. I'm not sure why they haven't. That is some pretty intense winds there on the forward flank of that storm. So with that being said, we'll go ahead and take Chandler off stream here. Joel, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. Do you have anything to share yet or no?
Not yet. I'm going to get gas right now.
Okay, gotcha. So Joel is active currently in Ionia County. So we'll have an update from him momentarily. But right now, the focus is on the severe storm that is currently moving through Berrien County into Cass County, and as well as St. Joseph here in the next couple of minutes. Again, no warning currently in effect for Cass County, but the winds on the radar here indicate that This should be severe warm. You're getting really good gusts along that forward flank there, that bright green, almost white blue color. That's indicative of 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, and that's, I'm not going to say too far off the surface. If we go to the North Indiana radar, we go ahead and take the beam height over. That's only about 2,000 feet off the ground, so it's not 4,000. It's fairly close to the ground. So I'm not sure why they're not continuing that warning for Cass County, but if you're in Cass County there, as well as St. Joseph, so Penn, Cassopolis, Edwardsburg, Fabius, Constantine, White Pigeon, I'd go ahead and get inside into your safe place. This wind seems to be packing a punch. If anybody is in Berrien or Cass County, what, do you have Chandler back now?
Yeah, my delivery was not done. It was just somebody else calling me.
Gotcha. I'll go ahead and take it full.
If I go this way, does it make it better or no?
Give me a second. For some reason, no.
That's fine. I'll leave it this way then. Yeah, it's all, you can see it up there. You can see the bright core, but it's starting to rain on me now. I don't want to hang out outside for longer than I have to here, but I was going to try and get some lunch, but wouldn't mind a quick little cloud to ground lightning right out here. That'd be kind of good. I think it's really going to start raining here in a sec. I can hear it coming, and I can see it down the road. I think if I stand right here, I won't get wet. But yeah, this is crazy, you guys. Hopefully we still get another round after this.
Definitely possible. We already have development already in Wisconsin. It's just going to be a matter of how much instability can build behind this.
I saw the clearing on satellite.
I'm not sure there was that much about an hour ago. Let me take a peek at satellite now real quick.
All right, I'm inside now. I'm done with this. Woo. All right, I'm going to pop out of here. So if I need to jump back on, I will. Or if we get some crazy winds, I'll come back on.
All right, cool. So this is Chandler, and Chandler is in Elkhart, just across the border into Indiana. He's got this severe storm pushing his way with some pretty gusty winds here. So Elkhart is right here, but in circle. Elkhart is right here. He's on the north side of Elkhart, I believe, and we have this big old blob of wind. We call it a wind bag almost, pushing into the east-southeast at around 40 to 50 miles per hour. So watching that closely for damaging wind gusts, and yeah, it's just a pretty big old blob of rain there with some pretty good winds involved. It's probably some small hail as well. We're getting some hail cores just near Edwardsburg there. Go ahead and switch over. Go ahead and pause this so you guys can see. Go ahead and switch over to our CC product, which can show hail. Not much showing up there, but definitely keep an eye on that. Check out our VIL really quickly as well. Yeah, nothing too concerning with hail with this storm. It just seems to be pretty gusty wind-wise. So I'll have to continue to monitor that as it moves to the east-southeast. We have more development now in Indiana, but also want to focus still where Joel's at up here in Ionia County. So we're going to go ahead and focus over here. We do have special weather statements coming in, and this looks pretty interesting. We'll go ahead and switch over here to velocity on dual pane. Nothing too concerning just yet, but definitely some kinks in the line there to pay attention to for any potential tornadic spin-up potential with that as it continues east. I don't want to say we're going to get tornadoes with this line, but it is possible with the wind shear and instability both increasing through the afternoon. So it's 1 o'clock almost, so we do have good instability forming in the eastern part of Michigan here. So as this line continues to move to the east, we'll have to pay close attention to see how it plays out. Again, secondary line behind this is possible. It's going to depend on how severe it is. Will depend on how much instability will build behind this. So if we look at our radar back here in Wisconsin and North Illinois, we do have this big old blob that is associated with a third MCV, which is maintaining the strength here. And as that rotates off to the east-northeast, we could have more development along and south of that as that continues to push into Michigan later this afternoon. So we'll have to watch that closely and see if instability can rebuild behind this initial line of storms as the afternoon goes on. So very busy day here, very interesting day shaping up. Again, all hazards are possible, tornadoes, wind, and hail. Definitely not what we expected how this to go down. It's definitely a little bit later than expected. But again, we expected a few rounds of storms, but definitely nothing that would indicate too severe rounds of storms at all. But we'll have to see how this plays out. We expected this this initial line to be non-severe, but apparently there's a potential for severe with this. So we'll be covering this all afternoon. We have Joel in the field. We have Chandler about to get intercepting those storms near Elkhart. We do have Alex coming available later this afternoon. We have Nick available at 4:30 taking over the stream. I'll be out here when the storms reach over here in Hillsdale, Lenawee County. I'll be out in this area when the storms reach. So we'll have you covered here as best as possible, and we'll go from there. But for right now, a severe thunderstorm warning still in effect for Berrien County. It needs to be issued for Cass County because of the wind, but it's not being issued for some reason. So it might be a lack of wind reports, or it could be just an elevated storm that I'm not seeing. But either way, the winds are very indicative of severe wind gust here, and especially in the Edwardsburg area along this gust front. If you go ahead and pause it and go ahead and shape this up here, right along the leading edge of that from South Bend to Elkhart, now moving into Indiana, as some severe gusts. So if you're in this very small portion here from Edwardsburg, you're going to be in the threat for the highest wind gusts. So very small population being affected from Michigan from the storm, but still a very powerful storm as that continues off to the east, southeast. I have a lot of questions in chat. If you guys haven't already, hit that like button on the stream. There's 538 in chat here. Let's get those likes up. We would appreciate you helping the algorithm out, get this stream out to as many people as possible, because we do have the severe potential for today. Looking at the real-time wind shear right now from Grand Rapids, it does appear to be becoming more favorable for wind gusts as well as some isolated tornadoes, so I'll have to continue to watch that threat as the afternoon goes on. Again, we appreciate everybody who's watching. It's going to be a long day for us here. I believe Joel his camera is on. Go ahead and add him into the layout here really quickly so we can kind of see what you guys want to see on the bottom. He's driving. Looks like some service issues ongoing for Joel, but for right now, we'll take him when he gets closer to the storms. Now, Joel's up here in the Ionia County area. He's going to be on this line. It's just a special weather statement is issued right now for it, and we'll have to see if that continues to strengthen as it moves off to the east. I do want to focus a little bit on this line just because it looks to be forming some kinks, which could indicate some rotation trying to take shape here in certain areas. Nothing strong at this point, but definitely bears watching, especially as this continues to the east, as instability and wind shear continues to build. So if I don't talk, there are stretches where I don't talk, I do apologize. I have a lot going on here. People sending messages, stuff like that. So again, if you guys are in the southern and central parts of Michigan, this line continues to push east all the way up from North Grand Rapids all the way down to the border of Indiana. Some gusty winds are possible at this time. However, this could indicate or it could strengthen as it moves eastward and pick up intensity as it does. So don't let your guard down just yet. And again, secondary line possible later this afternoon behind this. Nice kink near Delton. Yeah, there was. Go ahead and switch over to velocity here. There's definitely looking pretty interesting here as it continues to push eastward. Go ahead and animate this and see how it looks. So you can kind of see the velocities are starting to increase. So it looks like it's getting to be a mature or a maturing QLCS squall line here with embedded tornadic potential. So we'll have to watch this very closely. It looks like it's trying to strengthen with this. So yeah, be interesting to see how that plays out. If you guys happen to have pictures or video from these storms currently, send them in to us. We'd love to see what you guys are seeing and also share it. If you guys would like to be shared on our page, go ahead and let us know if we have permission to use your video or photo. And if it's good enough, we will share it on our page. I'm kind of curious what the structure is like just because I'm assuming there's going to be a nice shelf cloud, as Chandler was seeing, down by the border of Elkhart there. So it may be a pretty good structured day, at least for this initial line here. So if you guys have any pictures or videos, send those in to us on Facebook. You can do it on Instagram as well as Twitter. Yeah, Jenna, everything should be done in Kalamazoo by 8 o'clock. Yeah, Hillsdale Branch, you're going to get slammed by that initial line there. Although it does appear to be kind of diving southward, so you may look out with it, but still the initial line here is going to be impacting Hillsdale and Branch. It's not going to be sure if it's going to be strong or not. Like the main area of interest is down here with you can see the brighter returns there in velocity. Let's switch back over here to the IWX radar. Yeah, that needs. I'm not sure why they're not warning that because that is indicative right there of 60 plus mile per hour winds. So I don't know what Northern Indiana's thinking with that. If they're just not getting reports of wind, which is good, but radar indicated winds are closer to 60 miles per hour with this storm. And that main area is diving east southeast. So Constantine, White Pigeon, Sturgis, I'd say that's going to be the main areas of interest with this storm. I think Joel is still up here in Ionia County. I'll keep an eye on him as well. Just a lot going on between the two radars here, so I do apologize if I'm missing some things. But right now, just one current warning that's in effect for Berrien County still. I believe they might have dropped that, though. Let me click this. Yeah, they dropped that. It's just a special weather statement now. So no warnings now in effect for anywhere in the state. Just a couple of special weather statements that have been issued. So gusty winds and small hail, nothing severe at this time, although radar indicated winds down here by Elkhart, Edwardsburg area do indicate that some severe winds could be occurring down there. Also, look at all the lightning with that. If you can see that on your stream, guys, that is intense lightning with this storm. So, but again, Joel up here in the Lowell, Ionia County area. We want to keep an eye on him as well. I believe Chandler is back.
What up? It is. It looks so much lighter through my phone than it really is, you guys. It is not light out at all. All of the street lights are on. I'm soaking wet. I ran out to my car, so I got my customers delivered. Oh my word. I'm going to go drive home and see what I can do in terms of wind. I'm going to leave you guys up there. Can you pull radar up for me, Ryan? Or whoever's running it?
Yeah, I got you. You should be right on the edge of the gust front there now, Chandler.
All right, well, let's go drive in some big winds then. What do you think?
Let's do it. I'm not entirely sure why they're not extending that warning. It may be a lack of reports coming in, but right now radar indicated winds are between 60 and 70 miles per hour.
I can't hear you guys, so I got to see if I can get this to connect to my car a minute. Sorry for my windshield wiper noise. That's just how it's going to be.
You're fine. So Chandler is just to the north of Elkhart here, just across the border. So if you're in Edwardsburg, Cassopolis area, this is going to be that general area. We do have some radar indicated winds approaching 60 to 70 miles per hour. There's currently no severe warnings in effect. However, radar indicated winds are very strong here. So we'll see if Chandler gets any type of wind at all. I'm going to go ahead and take your stream, Chandler, if that's cool. Probably can't hear me, but this is Chandler's camera here. He's driving pretty much in the bulk of the wind, or about to be in the bulk of the wind currently. So we'll see if there's any wind with this, or if it's just torrential downpours, or what's going on with that.
Can you pull up radar again, please, Ryan? I can't. Can you zoom in a little bit further just for me, please? Thank you. So it looks like the strongest of the winds right now are going to be on my way home. If you take my stream, you might be able to see it. Watch those trees in the background there. Oh man, that autofocus has got to be going crazy. We're starting to get some heavier winds here.
You're going to be in the bulk of it there, Chandler, if you can hear me.
You can probably mute my audio, Ryan. It's just going to be loud.
All right, so that's Chandler, just to the north of Elkhart there, where we do have some very strong wind gusts. I know it's across the border of Michigan, but still areas like Edwardsburg, Constantine, potentially Sturgis, and man, I gotta go back to my radar here. Look at this really quick. Mottville, Constantine, White Pigeon, those areas will be impacted by this storm, as well as Edwardsburg, right along US 12 there, just to the north of Cementone Lake and the northern part of Indiana. So if we have anybody in northern Indiana as well, so Bristol, Elkhart, Dunlap, Middlebury, you guys are also in the severe threat as well with this storm, but very small populated area here getting impacted by this storm. So again, Chandler is going to be just into the north of Elkhart here. He's probably getting those stronger wind gusts now. We'll have to kind of see what he reports here. I believe he's in the bulk of it right now. How's it looking, Chandler?
I'm seeing some, I don't know if you guys can hear me, and I'm not going to be able to hear you, but I'm seeing some probably 30 to 40 mile an hour wind gusts right now. Nothing crazy at this point in time. There's a lot of rain water that has accumulated on the roadway. Very wet. There's a lot of puddles. So we could be looking at a bigger flooding risk than we thought. I've got probably 30 to 40 mile an hour wind gusts here again, Ryan. There's not a lot going on. We got kind of a flooded, just turn on it. We've got kind of a flooded intersection here. You'll probably be able to see it. I'll drive through it. I'm turning north to head back to my house. I'm trying to watch the trees, but I'm going to mute my mic again. For everyone asking, I'm in Elkhart, Indiana, just south of the state line. Ryan, take my street. I don't know if you guys can see or not. on the lower now, but it was just all flooding stuff. So like you can see the car in front of me maybe. And I'm just
Lots of flooding
plowing my
going
way
on.
through puddles here. Getting into still just heavy rain at this point in time. We really got to watch the flooding risk with this here, Ryan. There's a lot of water coming out of the sky.
All right, I'll get a post on the page about it.
Yeah, like see up here too. You guys can't tell, but there's an airport right there.
So much rain there, you can barely see anything. So if you guys are just tuning into us, we have 2 chasers currently out in the field. I'm going to take a peek at the new outlook issued by the SPC here, kind of seeing what they think what's going to go on. Right now, nothing has changed in terms of the outlook. Still enhanced risk, still a 5% tornado, 30% wind, 15% hail threat. So nothing changed with the SPC outlook. Some uncertainty does exist behind this initial line. Have to kind of watch service observations closely to see how this afternoon will play out. But right now, the initial threat is going to be right now in the Battle Creek, Kalamazoo area. We do have a strengthening line here, very slowly strengthening line, and also a very slow moving line, pushing off to the east here at about 30 to 40 miles per hour. Chandler is down in the Elkhart area, getting some decent wind gusts as well. I do realize we do have some increased velocities now showing up near right here. I want to take a peek at this really quick. By Climax, just south of Battle Creek. So some increased velocities now showing up on radar. So have to watch this as it continues to move to the east. Again, all hazards are possible with this line. Again, this line is still below severe limits, but it could also strengthen as it moves into a better environment in the afternoon. Go ahead and mute Chandler for a minute just because his audio is coming through. Joel up in Ionia County doesn't really have much to write home about, doesn't look like, although he's up here. I'm not really sure where he's at, but he's somewhere up there. If I can go ahead and try and turn on the spotters and see if I can find him. I don't have that feature, apparently. There should be a... Let's see if I can do it this way. Should be a way to turn on the spotter dots to see where he's at, but I don't have that option available. So again, this line is not severe currently, but it does appear to be gaining some strength as it pushes off to the east. So if you're out ahead of this, so if you're in Jackson, if you're in Ann Arbor, if you're in Detroit, Lansing, Flint, this line is headed your way. It is also strengthening, it looks like, so we will have a threat for severe weather into the afternoon. And again, potential for a second round, although right now, looking at all this rain, I don't know how it's going to play out because there's really no time for the atmosphere to recover from this initial line in this area here. Looking on satellite, it does appear to be all cloud and very little instability, very little sunshine. So again, it's possible we could see a second round of severe, but it's not going to be a for sure thing. We'll have to wait until Joel, if you can hear us, you're a little choppy with that.
Yeah, I know. I have a shelf. Can you see it?
I took your full. Yeah, I got you. You're full. You're
Oh,
full, Joel.
out here. My mom's sweet. It's pretty much directly over me. It's
Nice.
kind of like a high base shelf cloud right now. So, yeah.
What is your approximate
Yep.
location?
Try not to get struck by lightning. We are just to the north of Lake Odessa right now. I'm trying to flip my camera around quick. So it's pretty much on top of us right now.
Awesome. So he's just around the Lake Odessa area with a
It's
elevated
straight
shelf
above me.
cloud. It seems pretty calm there as well, though he looked to be in the middle of two storms there, so he's probably sitting. Look at radar real quick here. Yeah, he's right on the edge of that. So, hey Joel, if you can hear me, you might be right on the edge of the MCV there. Go ahead and animate this. Yeah, there's an MCV
really?
right by, just to your north. Looks like it's spinning pretty good there. So, pay attention to your north of Lake Odessa there.
Is the MCV to my south?
North of Lake Odessa. All right, I want to take attention.
So it's basically over me then.
Yeah, basically. I want to take attention back to the radar here near Battle Creek really quickly. So if we take the radar again full here, I'll show you guys what we're seeing. So we do have an increased area, like I said before, of velocity here. Go ahead and pause this. So as this line continues to strengthen, we're going to see a little bit better green and red outline along this leading edge here. Now, all along that line, we could have little kinks in that line like this. And in those kinks where it kind of kinks in, we could have some rotation take shape. And it does appear to be at least one of the cases right here in Battle Creek, just to the southwest of Battle Creek here. Nothing tight at this time. If it was a tornadic rotation, you'd see the green and red meet in a little bit brighter velocity here. But definitely bears some watching here as we have these kinks start to develop. So this line does show indications of strengthening now as it moves off to the east. And again, up here, nothing too organized near Syria. The main organization is down by Battle Creek. But as this line continues to move to the east, you should see a brighter increase in red and green velocities all along that leading edge there. So interesting to note with that. But we're going to keep an eye on that as it continues off to the east. I'll probably head out and get that storm as it moves across the 94 corridor. And you can see there's that kink right there. As that kind of kinks in here, kinks in there. There's a kink right here. So definitely have to pay attention to this line as looking at the mesoscale analysis, which is a real-time data, we do have the potential for tornadoes. The wind shear has increased. There's a good instability out ahead of this line. So the ingredients are there for severe weather, including tornadoes, damaging wind gusts, and large hail. Again, as that moves off to the east, I'll probably start to intercept this. I currently am in this area right here, and I'll probably shoot up toward the Jackson area to grab that as it moves in. So definitely have to watch this as it continues to move off to the east at around 40 miles per hour. But again, we'll have to just pay attention here. And again, down here in the Three Rivers area, same look, just red and greens that are starting to meet there. So it indicates a QLCS. Looking at this is kind of what I'm talking about. So when you have a QLCS like this, you have this red and green area right here. And spin-up tornadoes can happen very quickly along that leading edge. So northern Indiana there needs to pay attention. I have not looked at data out of Indiana, but it does appear to be a little bit better looking down there than it is in Michigan right now. Again, looking at the radar here, we do have some increased velocities near Battle Creek. We'll have to pay attention to that. And that should continue to strengthen as it pushes eastward. So with that being said, I don't know if Chandler or Joel is still here. Let me go ahead and switch back to my stream here. Joel is still here. I think Chandler is off. Awesome. Just want to make sure. So, gonna be an interesting afternoon. But again, I'm starting to think that the second threat may be a little bit on the weaker side, just because looking at satellite, there's not much clearing behind this first line. So I'm not sure how instability is going to fill in behind that. Looking at all the data I can currently. Give me 1 second to hop out of this really quick. I'm not sure why Radar Scope just crashed. I do apologize for that. I'll get that back up here in a second.
Ryan, I was gonna say it looks like our shear's starting to uptick a little bit. These cloud bases are starting to move a little bit faster,
Okay.
and it looks like they're up a little bit. They're turning a little bit more as you look up with height. So
Looking at the hodograph out of Grand Rapids, there's 212 3 kilometer helicity, so it's not terrible. Still a bit weaker on the lowest level. I'm going to try and pull Detroit here because Detroit's going to be the area we're going to be interested in now. Looking at Detroit, we are looking at a much better wind shear profile in Detroit. 18 knots of first kilometer shear, 31 in the third, and 46 in the sixth. That's pretty good speed shear. And we also have some pretty good spin there at that hodograph as well. So Detroit area becoming more favorable for severe weather. So this line moving in towards Detroit next couple hours. So I'm going to say the severe threat will be upticking here as this line continues to push across the I-69 corridor into Lansing, into the Hillsdale, Jackson County areas, and again into the Metro Detroit areas. This may be an interesting afternoon with this line continues to strengthen, which again, being 1 o'clock in the afternoon, we have instability. We have sunshine where I live here. So instability is formed, and this line might take advantage of it. So with that being said, I'm going to hop out of chat very briefly here. I want to check something on my phone. So give me 1 second. Joel, if you want to hop on and talk, you're welcome to.
yes, I can talk. I don't know why he left the radar full screen. I would like to have my camera on at least, but it's just starting to downpour here north of Lake Odessa. Oh, there we go. We're looking at the underside of some of these storms, backside of the storm. There's a mini NZV at. Suspicious if it does drop. So I don't know who else on the stream, so I don't know if Chandler's here or if it's just me.
It's just you and me for right now, Chandler. Checking some things on my phone really quickly.
Oh, sounds good. Yeah, I'm just watching a couple lowerings. Not too low though. My AC's broken.
You guys can hear me. I'll switch my microphone over while I'm on my phone. I'm not sure you guys can hear me. Let me know if you guys can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you, Ryan.
Okay, cool. Might be a bit delayed with this microphone. I'm not sure. My Wi-Fi is pretty terrible today for some reason. It seems to be terrible in general, but I'll get some new Wi-Fi soon. But while I'm making a post to the page here, I wanted to have a way to talk to you guys. So I'm still here looking at radar and stuff, but I got to keep the page updated as well for those of you who have not tuned into the page. So
It's kind of heading that way, I would say, towards Muir. It's mainly, for the most part, just some heavy rain and a couple rumbles of thunder. That's what we've heard so far.
see,
Nothing
Chandler's
much in
back
terms
on
of
here
wind
now.
yet,
What's up,
but,
Chandler?
we'll keep you posted.
Hello.
Chandler looks like he's coming back in.
My I would jump on my computer, but my power is flickering quite a bit, and I don't want to just, lose it. I mean, it's a soaker here. This the rain amount that we've had here is insane. I think we need to up our flooding percentage and whatnot. Ugh. I mean, it's still just pouring outside. It's been pouring for like 35 minutes or more. Are you guys still there?
Yeah, Chandler, if you can hear me, I'm still here. I'm just doing some stuff on Facebook really quick.
You're good.
Yeah, we can hear you.
That's good for gardens, yes. Good for gardens. I don't know if you guys can hear the thunder in the background of my stream, but it's a lot. Yeah, so this is what I wanted to pull up for you guys. Let me switch my thing around here. Give me just a minute. Camera. Oh, sorry, it's my first time. So what you're looking at here is storm total accumulation. So, excuse me. So you can see I'm here in this yellow tab. This will probably be my spotter dot right here. Come on, radar scope, dude, work with me here, work with me, work with me. So this will probably be me. Well, the world
I can
may
always
never
take
know.
that on. I can try and take that on my radar here, Chandler, if you want me to.
Oh, you're busy. I got it. It's okay.
Thank
So
you.
you can see I know it's tough to see. So in that yellow area, 1.76 inches of rain has fallen. And this is within like the last, I don't know, 30 minutes. So I can play 6 frames at a time. And it's loading right now. You'll have to forgive me. My time is in central time there. If we go back over here, it can play whenever it wants to. There we go. I mean, you can see how heavy that rain fell and how quick it fell. That first frame, this is at 1240. So 1240, 1247, 1254, 1201. I'm sorry, 101, 108, and then till right now, well, till 115. But in that half hour, we received almost 2 inches of rain down here in the area. That's a lot of rain to get in a half hour. So we zoom out now. You can see it's past us here. The line is kind of hugging the highway right here, working its way over. The big question is going to be, is anything going to develop back out here behind it? That's the big question. It's still early enough where I think we could see it. I'm going to switch my camera around again. Ryan, I'm going to have to hop off here in a minute, so then I'll hand it back over to you. But
All right, guys. So I'm looking at other areas right now. This is Indiana. I'll go ahead and head back up here to Michigan here. So what Chandler was talking about with the heavy rain there, definitely some heavy rain falling with these storms. So if you're all along, luckily the initial line here is pretty thin, pretty skinny. So nothing really would be a long event flood thing or a long duration flood event. But some flash flooding on the roadways is definitely possible. And down here, especially in Cass County, as well as St. Joseph counties, where some heavier rain is falling for longer periods of time, that is going to be probably where the highest flood potential will be. There's some rotation picking up down in Indiana. I was looking at a little bit earlier there. So, again, nothing rotating right now in Michigan, so that's really good. But we do have some increased velocities now coming in to the east of Battle Creek here, as well as Kalamo, Assyria. So we do have areas now we're at to watch for any potential rotation and also straight line winds. Again, this line does appear to be kind of maintaining and slowly strengthening its strength. The storms are moving about 40 to 50 miles per hour to the east, although these storms appear to be going a lot slower than what we expected. Let me see if I can see what this is saying here. It says northeast at 40, so that's right about 30 to 40 miles per hour. Although this, yeah, I'm just not really sure though.
they're moving that fast. It's just your eyes playing tricks on you.
I don't know. Yeah, you're probably right. But when me and Joel were on here earlier, we were thinking this is probably moving 50, 60 miles per hour, and then it took forever to get on shore. And it's taken forever to get to Jackson here. So,
Dude, so right now, okay, in Chicago and other places in northern Illinois, they're running 81 over 80 with a southeast wind.
and that's behind this front.
Right. Even up in Wisconsin, it's 75 over 70 with a west wind. But I mean, still, wow. Wow, wow, wow.
Chandler, I'm going to pull some video off the comment section really quick to get that up on the page. If you can continue talking, if that's possible.
Yes. I got to leave here in like 10 minutes.
I got you. I'm going to leave chat here so I can get this thing uploaded.
That's fine. So that box around Kalamazoo, is that a special weather statement up there, Ryan?
Yeah, nothing's warned currently. It's all special weather statement.
Okay. So a special weather statement, what that means is it's a step between a normal thunderstorm and a severe thunderstorm. So let me see if I can actually just jump in on my computer a minute, because that would just make it probably a little bit easier. Bugs.
Can anybody hear me?
I can hear you, Joel.
Likewise, can I hear anybody?
All right. Okay, sorry, I jumped on my computer real quick. What do you got there, Joel? Oh, now I can't hear anything. Okay, can you guys hear me? Hello, can anybody? Okay, you can. Cool, thank you. I switched from my phone to my laptop. So, like I was saying earlier, the special weather statement was those boxes around Kalamazoo. It's just an upgrade from a regular thunderstorm in between a severe thunderstorm. So that's how that works. Nothing really to be concerned about extremely right now, just some gusty winds still. We could see some more scattered power outages with the winds on this line. However, I don't think that really, besides just some moderate flooding, some cloud to ground lightning, and other, like gusty winds, I don't really see any real threats right now. I don't see any tornado chances coming up here. So. At this point in time, we do not have any severe weather that I know of for the area. It's just special weather statements and a gust front. The next question is going to be, does anything develop behind this? Do we get a round two? That is the question right now that we need to decide. Well, not decide, but is there going to be a round two that develops? That's the next question. Anywhere, I'm just going to take that off a minute, and I'm going to throw my own radar in here just for a minute.
And the cats are back already. Oh, yeah. Okay, so right now, if you are anywhere in this general area, which I know is a lot of our viewers, these storms are going to be working their way through that area over the next hour to hour and a half. Again, with those storms, we are just going to be expecting some moderately gusty winds, some heavy lightning and heavy rain. So flooding is going to be the main concern at this point in time. For any areas east there of the I-69 corridor from Lansing down to the state line. The next question is there going to be anything that develops in this area over the next 2 to 3 hours? Because right now, this area back up in here is clear. It's getting sun. It got storms earlier today, and now it's cleared out. The dew points are still high. The air temperatures are still high, supportive of, development of more thunderstorms. And while these first ones aren't going to be too severe, the next round, if there is any, could be more severe, and then they would come across the whole state like so. But for right now, just special weather statements. I don't have special weather statements on my radar, but I can see them on my phone here. There's actually no special weather statements now for the state of Michigan. So anywhere up in here, this is all just thunderstorm. There is a special weather statement down here. But for Michigan right now, these bottom counties here are going to be the ones that are going to be in the way of some gusty winds, some moderate lightning, and some heavy rain. I apologize. I am just now jumping back into the comments here. I will try to see some. What are the red things? Those are other storm chasers around the state of Michigan. Yes, I did see those new storms over the lake right now. However, I do think that they are going to head north towards the Grand Rapids area. I don't know if A, they're going to hold together. I don't think B, that's going to be the next line. I think we have a number of time yet. Let's see here.
Chandler, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
All right. I want to focus our attention on some rotation if you haven't covered it already.
I have not. We just had a severe warning go for Branch County. I see that rotation that you are probably referring to.
Yep. So it needs to be up on the page. I don't know if Mike's on that or not, but
I'm going to take your radar here and take mine off.
Please do. Yep, go for it.
And then I got to step out. So are you good to take back over?
For the time being, but I'm about to leave myself and blast east for this. So I'm not sure if Joel's capable of taking over with his radar yet, or if he's still on the road, or what's going on with Joel.
Can you wait like 15 minutes and cover this as it's going on?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's actually quite something.
Yeah. I'm going to take my radar full here and go over it.
That's fine. I am I'm an hour from there, so I probably wouldn't be able to make it out there until later this afternoon. But if Alex gets out of work, maybe him and I can go over that way.
Okay.
Later tonight. But yeah, I got to step out. I'll be back at like 2. So if you can hold on till 2, I'm good to sit here the rest of the day.
Okay. That's perfect.
So cool. I'll be back in. You guys are in charge. Keep Ryan in check while I'm gone, please.
All right, guys. So we have an area of rotation just to the south of Bronson here. Give me 1 second. I got to do something real quick. All right, so we have an area of rotation now in Bronson, moving off to the east very rapidly. This storm has tightened up very quickly in the past 4 or 5 different scans that we've gotten. It's currently severe warned. I'm not sure if it's a tornado possible tag. I'll go ahead and look at it once I get back on my radar, but right now I'm getting my stuff ready to go because I'm about to leave in about 20 minutes to go ahead and move off to the east with this, intercept this, or off to the west, should I say. So give me 1 second, get back on radar here. Can you guys hear me okay? Can you guys hear me okay? Okay, cool. So I'm not sure where I cut off, but we have an area of rotation that's taking shape in Branch County, just to the south of Bronson. Area to intensify with velocities. You can see in the bright red there. Not a concerning couple at this point, but it does bear watching as it moves toward the Kinderhook, Bethel, and Alganese areas into the southern Hillsdale County. I'll be on this storm minutes. I'm about to leave my house here. I'm off to the east of the storm, so I'll have eyes on it as it continues to move into my area. Just kind of waiting for Chandler to get back and take over stream. So as that continues off to the east, about 40 to 50 miles per hour, about to watch that close. Go ahead and take the radar full here and flip over to our velocity scans and kind of get a good idea of what's going on with this. Yeah, there's your rotation there. It's very broad at this point, but it definitely is there. We'll have to see if that tightens back up. So Kinderhook, Alganese, and then western Hillsdale County, eastern Branch County. You guys are on deck for this storm. Looks like it's pushing off to the east pretty rapidly at about 40 miles per hour. Again, there is a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Branch County until 2:15 for wind, and then hail up to 0.75 inches, just below severe limits. So penny-sized hail is possible. So again, this is for Branch County, just south of Coldwater. It looks like it's pretty much broadened back out for right now. But yeah, for right now, looking at the broad spectrum of things back up here to the north, we do have this line continuing to push eastward through the state. As this continues to push eastward, we do have a severe threat, including the threat for isolated tornadoes, damaging wind gusts, as well as large hail. Not sure if they're going to issue any new warnings or any new watches at this point, but for right now, it just bears watching as the environment out ahead of this does appear to be favorable. And it just got a new MD issued for southeast Michigan. Watch likely. 80% watch issuance now. So as coincidence as it is, we just got a mesoscale discussion, which is basically an area of interest that the SPC is highlighting for a severe thunderstorm watch. So 80% chance that a watch will be issued, and the text, going over this really quickly, just says a complex convective scenario is evident. Let me go ahead and read through this really quick.
A well-organized, elevated Boeing cluster is already east of Milwaukee over southern Lake Michigan. An immediate wake of earlier clusters. A trailing bow is associated with primary mid-upper level shortwave. Go ahead and read through this. So basically, they're saying they're going to issue a watch just to be safe because we're not really sure how it's going to play out behind this line. So again, looking out behind this line back into the Milwaukee, Wisconsin area, my radar would load. Switch back over to our radar product. We have this area back here. There it is. That's over Lake Michigan now. So we have this area back over Lake Michigan pushing onto shore here, but as well as another area back in Wisconsin. We're kind of watching to see for more development along the afternoon time frame, 4 or 5 o'clock. The models have these storms firing back up. So again, uncertainty exists with how much instability is going to be present behind this line, just because this line is coming through a little bit later than expected, and behind it there really is no clearing that we see. So for instability to build will be kind of difficult, but it is definitely possible because we have some dynamics in place that can help overcome some weaker instability numbers. So right now, we're just going to pay attention to the focus in the central northern parts of the state, particularly from Lansing over to Detroit and south with this line, and then again, potential later on this afternoon and evening. But again, that's uncertain. So again, the severe warning is in effect for Branch County, and that's going to be until 2:15. We did have some rotation with that. It does appear to be broadened out now. Switching back over to my radar from northern Indiana. There we go. Go ahead and take it as a dual pan. Definitely some increased velocity still there, as we can see. It's just going to be south of Bethel, between Bethel and Kinderhook, right in this area right here. That's going to push off to the east. So Alganese, Camden, Cambria. Go ahead and put Hillsdale on alert. Quincy, Coldwater, although the storm was past here south of Coldwater. It definitely bears watching as this continues to push to the east. So far today, this threat has been pretty minimal, just some gusty winds. We did have one video sent in to us from Chandler. You back on here, or is that Joel?
That's me. I'm back home.
Can you take back over radar so I can go intercept this, or need a second?
Yeah, you're going for the Coldwater storm, right?
Yeah, we'll just shoot west.
Okay, and you're in where right now?
Towards that line. I'm in Lenawee,
Lenawee
which
County?
is over by Adrian-Tecumseh. Yeah, Adrian-Tecumseh.
Gotcha, I don't see your dot on radar.
It's not on yet. Also,
Also what?
your audio is the weird Joel sound again.
Crap.
So yeah, as long as you're good though, I'm gonna go ahead and start getting ready to head out here in the next 10 minutes or so. I'll give you a second to get situated, so let me know.
All right, how's that sound?
Much better.
Okay. Robot Joel is back.
Robot
Hold on,
Joel's back.
let me pop up my radar. Let me pop up
Okay.
my radar real quick. I saw that. I was watching that rotation down by Colin again.
I'm about to kind of
Oh,
watch
really
that as
back.
it pushes off to the east. It'll be in my county
That
here
was
pretty
crazy.
soon, so
Yeah, Colin's been hit, what, twice now?
yeah, general area, that area. Yeah. This one appeared to
Yeah.
be just south of Colon, between Bronson and Colon, so to the south. So general area though, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I'll have my spotter dot on here in a second.
Okay. What are we gonna do for that second storm that's coming on shore? Because if that comes towards me, I'm probably gonna want to go out and get another look at that one. And if you're out, I mean, who's
So
the next
Chandler
available?
said he'll be available at Chandler, and then Nick gets off at 4:30. If need be, we can always just continue to run stream via mobile and just leave a radar image up.
Yeah.
But Chandler should be back on here in 10 minutes, he said.
Okay. So we have damage reports coming in, I'm hearing.
There was one video that was sent from Constantine that had some really intense wind gusts.
There was one report on Spotter Network I saw. I'm not sure if it was damage or wind, but
Gotcha. Burr Oak got hit pretty hard. Looks like. But that's from the Grand Rapids radar.
that's pretty intense.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead
back.
We do have most of it back up slowly. So it's not its way back up because
Oh wow, yeah. There's a lot of outages down there.
Awesome.
Are you gonna make it over towards Burr Oak?
I'm not sure yet. Depends on the second round. I'll probably intercept this line, probably run with it for a little bit, and then probably shoot back west for a second line if it looks probable.
Okay, because it looks like, according to the power outage map, there is a lot of damage in that area.
Burr Oak. If you can give me a general area, if you make it over that far, I'll check it out.
It's just basically downtown Burr Oak, and then anywhere along US 12, really between Sturgis and Bronson. Yeah, Bronson to Sturgis, US 12. Anywhere between that area got hit pretty hard. And then if you go into downtown Burr Oak as well, it looks
Okay.
pretty bad.
If I make it over there, I'll look into it. But right now, I'm going to focus on probably western Lenawee County, maybe closer to Hillsdale. We'll see. I'm going to go ahead and get ready. If that's cool with you, Joel, I'm going to go ahead and head out.
That's fine. Yep.
All right, cool. So I'll hop back on when I'm either closing in or whatever.
Okay, sounds good. I'm hungry. Anybody else hungry right now? I'm a little hungry. Looking back at the comments. How do we get our dots? So that is through Spotter Network, and you have to take a test on their website. It's fairly easy if you know your stuff. If you don't pass it, then I guess you don't deserve a dot. But it's pretty easy test. I would say take a Skywarn class before you do it, and then take the test immediately after that, so your information's fresh, and then you'll get a Spotter Network dot. So. Yeah, we read chat. There's a lot of chat because we're getting YouTube comments and Facebook comments at the same time, and so we have to be kind of selective with what we have. Jackson, let me look at Jackson. Jackson, you have a little bit of a Boeing segment coming into Jackson County actually right now with some 40 mile per hour winds. It looks like. The main stuff, the strongest stuff is to your south, again, south of Coldwater. Three Rivers, someone said they're driving Three Rivers to Jackson. Oh, where's Three Rivers? That's down here somewhere. I'm just lost. Holy cow. There's a lot of towns on here, guys. You guys are not making this easy for me. I would say immediate impacts right now, if you guys are in Reading, Hillsdale, Jonesville, Litchfield, Camden, Coldwater right now, and Quincy as well. You guys are in the immediate gun for some strong winds. I'm going to pull up the Indiana radar because that's a lot closer. This looks very strong from the Grand Rapids radar, but again, that's 6,000 feet away. Still looks like there could be a little bit of a QLCS action here right on the border, just north of Fremont, Indiana, heading towards Reading. It's going right down the state line right now. That's where the strongest part of that storm is at. Yeah, that's our only warning again today. We are still monitoring this line offshore of Lake Michigan between Grand Haven and South Haven. So they already issued a special marine warning well in advance for that storm. So yeah, Reading and Camden, next 5 to 10 minutes, you guys want to be, and Montgomery as well. You guys want to be inside away from windows for sure. I would say lowest floor as well, in case this could be a QLCS spin up. We potentially saw that a little bit ago near Burr Oak. So thunderstorm wind damage report in Sturgis coming in now by a train spotter. Multiple trees down in Sturgis along Highway 66. We actually have a new severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued. I'm going to pull that up real quick. I'm just going to wait for the box to pull up so I can click on it here. But it looks like it's going to be Hillsdale County, all of Hillsdale County. Yeah, all of Hillsdale County. This is issued until 2:30 p.m. Again, there it is. There's our box. New severe thunderstorm warning from northern Indiana. Severe thunderstorm warning is for Hillsdale County until 2:30 at 1:55. Severe thunderstorm was located near Reading, 12 miles southeast of Coldwater, moving east at 55 miles per hour, so fairly quick. Main hazards, again, 60-mile-per-hour winds and penny-sized hail. This radar indicated, but we also had, again, the train spotter reported wind damage in, where did I say? Sturgis. Yeah, Sturgis. So this is creating definitely some wind damage right now. If you live anywhere in Hillsdale County, you guys are included in this warning. Torrential rainfall is also occurring with the storm. They added that note as well. There's also no tornado possible. They did not add the tornado possible tag. So it is just for 60-mile-per-hour winds and 0.75-inch hail right now. So Hillsdale County, you guys are having a party with the new warning. And Tyler seems excited. Let me see if I can make the radar a little bigger. That's a little bit better. Yeah, sorry, Jeanette. It's a little bit of a small screen. If you can full screen it, if you don't have it full screened on your device, I would say do that, because I can't really help you there. Most of the bad staying south. Right now it is pretty much south of 94 is your strongest storms. Hillsdale. So the places getting impacted in the next hour or two. The worst are probably going to be Jackson County, Hillsdale County for sure, and then over towards Washtenaw and Lenawee counties. And then eventually, if this can stay together, it'll make its way into Metro Detroit, Wayne County, Monroe County area. You guys could still get some small hail up here towards Eaton, Ingham, Livingston, and Oakland counties. Not sure how well those are going to start. I mean, it's trying to move north, so I would say hail is not completely out of the woods for you guys. But again, it's less severe there. On my way back, I noticed it was getting sunny out over towards Grand Rapids, so it is becoming destabilized a little bit. But I think we're going to run out of time for that storm off the back side of the lake for round 2. So let's read the comments here. These storms could be taking away the juice because it's staying cloudy or longer. And on top of that, you have these storms are sub-severe or almost severe, or are severe, like the one in Hillsdale County. So they're taking a lot of the ingredients already. However, that doesn't matter for later because the shear is going to move in no matter what. The main ingredient that's being hindered right now is instability, like I said. So there's a second line. It's very small though. It's right here in the lake. And we could have, if this area gets sunny down here, we could see it destabilize down towards Michigan City, and we could have another round of storms move through southwest Michigan as the evening progresses. Afternoon progresses. It's only 2 o'clock. Yeah, if you guys have TVs, a lot of the new TVs nowadays have apps on them. So you can download the YouTube app and put it up on your TV in like your living room, for example, and then the smaller screen will become a pretty big screen. Goodness, Fox Sports is going off a lot today. I'm sorry, guys. Thunder in the distance in Saginaw. Yep. That would be. I'm going to go back to the Grand Rapids radar. Grand Rapids radar just covers a lot more. And if I'm just using the Northern Indiana radar, I'm just focusing on this bottom couple of counties. Yep, we got actually an elevated band of wind up here heading towards Shepherd, Mount Pleasant, where my apartment's at. Just north of Elma. Elwell, I think is how you pronounce it, if I recall. I've heard it said once, and that's it. So we have a couple. I think this is the remnants of the MCV, the first one this morning. You can kind of see that little spin when I'm pointing at the reflectivity radar. You can see that little spin in the rain there. That's all where you have higher concentration of vorticity and stronger bands of wind. As you can see there, just to the east of Edmore, almost directly over Vestaburg at this point. That looks to be, I can't see, 48 knots. So that's about 55 miles per hour. So that's just below severe criteria. So you could have some damaging winds moving through Vestaburg right now, just below the severe limit. I will check the correlation coefficient. It looks like maybe some pea-sized hail as well in there. Looking at the reflectivity radar on the left here, just down road of wind, just to the south of Lake Isabella. So it's quite the MCV there for sure. You can see all that just wrapping into that little area north of Edmore. Again, to the south, just to the east of Charlotte, you have a little bit of gusty winds moving into Eaton Rapids. Again, sub-severe. Same with Albion, although these look a little more intense. Again, Grand Rapids thinks there's no severe thunderstorm warning there. And then, again, you have the severe thunderstorm warning.
You running solo, Joel?
Yeah, right now I am.
Cool. I just got home from grabbing lunch. Let me do like a few things, and then I can come and everyone can just watch me eat on stream. So
Okay. I also need lunch, so I really want to go get a sandwich right now.
you can place an order for one, unless you're just gonna go pick one up. But,
I was just going to go to the kitchen and make one.
okay, give me like 5 minutes, and then you can have your sandwich.
Okay.
I just wanted to come on and say I'll be here in a minute. So
Yep. Oh, yep. We have a new severe thunderstorm watch that just came in. Nicole, thank you for shouting that out. I totally missed the notification on my phone. This is for the entire east side of the state, Thumb area, until 7 p.m. The main hazards are 75 mile per hour winds. Again, isolated hail up to ping pong ball size, and a couple tornadoes are also possible. I think that's going to take a while to pop up on my watches. Yeah. So the pink is our previous severe thunderstorm watch box. Again, watch means conditions are favorable but not currently ongoing. A warning is the ingredients are there. It is happening. You need to take action. And that's highlighted in the orange here. So this pink box will include, just make sure I have the right counties here. Okay, so this is Midland County, Bay County, Huron, Saginaw, Tuscola, Sanilac, Shiawassee, Genesee, Lapeer, and then basically anything south of that. So St. Clair, Livingston, Oakland, Macomb, Wayne, Washtenaw, Lenawee, and Monroe County. So all those counties I just listed, you guys are in the new severe thunderstorm watch. This also goes along the shore of Lake Erie, all the way over towards Cleveland as well. So if you have any family and friends along the Lake Erie shoreline, they're also included in that severe thunderstorm watch. Again, for 75 mile per hour winds, ping pong ball sized hail, and a couple tornadoes possible until 7 p.m. Julie says, "Am I going to bring you sandwiches too?" Unfortunately, I will not be able to do that. Oh yeah, Chris, I just went over the hazards. At most, you could see a couple tornadoes possible, 75-mile-per-hour winds, and hail up to 1.5 inches in diameter. That's with a severe thunderstorm watch. That's not currently happening, but it's what could happen. The green triangle is not a tornado, actually. That is a place marker that is generated by GR2. And what that's saying is it, with all the things that are happening on radar, it says, oh, you know, there could be hail happening there. It's not actually happening, but it could be happening there. So it's kind of like a place marker. Ooh. Let me look at that. That's really bowing out there down by Frontier in Camden. Again, this is from the Grand Rapids radar, so it's a little elevated at that height. But nevertheless, from the Indiana radar, it looks intense as well. So there's definitely damaging winds probably ongoing very shortly in southern, pretty much all of Hillsdale County, mainly south of Jonesville. Ryan is en route for this area. He's over near Adrian right now, northeast of Adrian. Again, that's the only severe thunderstorm that we're watching at this moment. If you are in Hillsdale County, you guys are under the gun in the next couple minutes. Down the road will be Lenawee County and Jackson County, I guess, to the north, although not in the boxes yet. Everywhere else right now is dealing with some thunderstorms with some somewhat gusty winds, but nothing severe. Go back to the comments here. City of Burr Oak, Michigan got hit hard with that storm that rolled through. Responding to mutual aid to help cover calls. Thank you for helping out with that. If you have any pictures to send in, please send them our way. But aid definitely comes first. Chandler is picking up some things on his mic. Drew indicates that the new HRR model scan shows the potential for severe storms regenerated by cold water later this afternoon. What do we think? If this area is clearing out like I think it is, I believe on the satellite view you have a dry slot kicking in right here by Berrien and Cass County, as well as up here in Oceana and Wago County, because when I was on the way back I could see sun to the north. So I could definitely see a second round re-intensifying later tonight, probably around 4 or 5 o'clock down in those areas. So thank you for highlighting that, Drew.
My power's doing the flickeries here, Joel. I don't know what's going on.
Julia asked, what is Chandler doing over there? Could hear you in the background.
I got my French fries in the air fryer. That's what I'm doing.
Gotcha. Is Coldwater supposed to get hit again? There's a potential, yes, if it clears out. You guys can report storm reports to the National Weather Service Detroit or National Weather Service Grand Rapids on Twitter or Facebook. We also have a link. Let me see if I can put the banner up. There it is. It's michiganstormchasers.com/send report. You could also just post them on Facebook. And if it's a good picture, let us know if we have permission to repost it on the page, and make sure to add a location so we know where it's at.
Yeah, there's like you know 3 of those power boxes, like those
Yeah.
green ones. You know, there's 3 of them just underwater in my neighborhood. So I don't know what that's gonna look like, but
Yeah.
once my fries are done, I'll be good, and you can go get a sandwich.
Okay. Are you seeing this on the radar right now?
Let me get my phone out here.
Frontier.
So you all heard me struggling with the air fryer.
Yeah.
Normally Brittany does it. I don't know how to do it. I just started pushing buttons.
Derecho. Probably not a derecho.
I wish.
It's more it's more isolated.
What are we doing up there, guys? Let's take it down a level.
Wow, that is really intense from the Grand Rapids radar. That storm in southern Hillsdale County.
Okay, my fries should be done. I'll go get my stuff, and then you can get a sandwich.
Okay.
Boys, what are we doing? Oh, what are we doing?
Oh wow, yeah, that's looking okay. We're gonna go flip it to the Indiana radar because I think right now this is the main focus, main concern right now is southern Hillsdale County. Wow, yeah, it's so far from the radar still, 4,900 feet, and that's why we need ground truth. So if you have any storm reports to report, we do appreciate them because we're looking at a storm that's 5,000 feet from the radar. It's the elevation of the radar beam is 5,000 feet, and so it's shooting straight through the middle of the storm, but it's not getting below that. So we don't know if this could be, a QLCS spin up, or if it's just an area of isolated damaging winds. It looks like it's just an area of isolated damaging winds. Again, from the Grand Rapids radar, it looked like intense rotation higher up. So wait to see if indeed they go with any other warnings. Upgrade the warning to higher wind value. Right now, again, it's for 60-mile-per-hour winds, but I have 57.3 knots, which is closer to 65, 70 miles per hour. So easy way to remember knots is you take your knots wind speed and multiply by 1.15, and that's what you get for your miles per hour. So Bronson, are you guys out of the woods? I would say for the time being, yes, you guys are out of the woods. Yeah, when these storms came over us, Beth, it was like a half hour before they even hit. It got really dark, and I'm interested to see the PWAT values, which is the precipitable water in the atmosphere. If there's a lot of water in the atmosphere right now, that would make sense. We got a lot of dark gray clouds in the area, so it's going to get dark if and when these storms hit you. So yeah, so if you're in Bronson, you guys could probably come out of the basement. We can't give you odds on tornado warnings, especially in Oakland County. That's too far away. Yeah, if you guys are in Hillsdale, you guys need to be taking shelter from the wind and the lightning for sure. Tigers game got postponed. That would make sense. A lot of rain coming their way. Mount Pleasant, you guys have the northern half of that MCV moving through, which is an isolated area of spin. It's an intense thunderstorm right now at the most with a few gusty winds. I don't think there's much of a tornado potential up there right now. It looks like it's just damaging winds, especially to the south, like near Shepherd and Co. is where you're going to see stronger winds. If you're in Mount Pleasant right now, you're getting a lot of lightning. There is high concentration of lightning in Mount Pleasant right now, right where that MCV is at, which would make sense. I would not be outside of Mount Pleasant right now because you could get struck by lightning very quickly. It's basically nonstop.
Hello.
Hello. I was talking about the lightning in Mount Pleasant. There's a lot of it there right now.
Dude, there were so many cloud to ground lightnings earlier.
Yeah.
I have everything I need over here.
Okay.
If you guys are in the stream, you're gonna watch me eat lunch while Joel makes a sandwich, most likely. Sorry about that. It's just
It's okay.
where we're at.
We got to
Very
eat.
Crispy fries. Oh, so good.
Yeah, there's another comment about the purple on the velocity radar again. For those who missed it earlier, I talked about it a couple times, but just to reiterate, the purple on the velocity radar over here, so this little half circle, it's a range folded, which is an area of bad radar data being returned to the radar. So it shoots a pulse out, and what it gets back is either overlapping data from different heights in the atmosphere or different distances, and it just gets all combobulated. And so it says, scrap it. We're going to put a purple box there, a purple pixel there, and call it good, and not worry about it looking like 90, 100 million miles per hour winds, because that's probably what it's indicating, and that's not true. So it just puts a little blank purple ribbon over it for a safe bet. So that purple is nothing. It's just bad data, which that's what happens with our WSR 88Ds. They're good, but they're not the best. So.
I saw a comment for Oakland County. I would say Oakland County will be in the next, I don't know, hour and a half to an hour, if it even storms up there. I think just heavy rain and some lightning will be the main threats for Oakland County. I think the majority of the threats stay south. And then for Linden, Chris, you'll have to remind me where Linden is, or Joel. Okay, never mind. Joel walked away already. If you want to remind me where Linden is. Thank you, Tyler. You guys, if we don't respond to your comment right away, we're all about trying to get to every single comment. Just because you send it in all caps, that makes me want to ignore it even more. So we see your comments. Thank you. We will get to them. Thank you. At this point in time, I don't know if we're going to get a second round. Sorry, you guys have to watch me eat. It's just how it is. Anywhere. Oh, it looks like they just added a new severe thunderstorm warning for. Let's see here. Sorry. Getting other stuff. I think Lenawee County, I think that is, with Adrian in it. Chandler, you're my favorite. Well, I think Ryan is out that way somewhere. I don't know where exactly he is. Anywhere Lenawee County, that'll be in the next half hour or so. 15, 20 minutes, half hour. That kind of second inland row of counties, I think will be, like I said, in the next half hour or so. I just don't know what those counties are off the top of my head. I will get one. Michigan County map. Okay. So Linden, 20 minutes from Flint. You know, I'm not, to be honest with you, I'm not sold you guys are going to get a whole lot. We'll see kind of what it does. Maybe some quick gusty winds and heavy rain. But besides that, Shiawassee County should be getting it here in the next couple minutes, I would say. That map is hard to read. Lenawee County will be the next 15 minutes or so, and then Washtenaw, Livingston counties are up next in the next 15 to 20 minutes, I would say. I have a buffalo chicken wrap from Buffalo Wild Wings because they have a $10 lunch deal where you can buy a wrap, fries, and a drink for like $10.
Not sponsored by B-Dubs.
Correct. Not sponsored by B-Dubs. But B-Dubs, if you are listening, send an email to chandlerbossmsc@gmail.com. Let's work something out. I'd say 5 to 6 Oscars in Ann Arbor. Cleo, I don't think there is I don't think there's a tornado threat right now. Taylor, I'd say in the next, hour or so. When
We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Lenawee County.
I did mention that, Ryan should be in there somewhere.
Looks like he's southeast of Adrian.
Clio, I forgot. Did they overhype this event? I would say no. And here's the reason I'm going to say no. The atmospheric conditions today are in place for a moderate, severe weather event. Not a moderate risk, just a moderate level severe weather event. And with this rain coming through and overturning the atmosphere, you don't really know how that's going to deal with the second round of storms. I do not think the storms will intensify when they get to Metro Detroit. Torrey, Cook, Coldwater got hit hard. Can you send me some pictures or anything? You can message the page. The second round has not gone through yet. No tornadoes in Riverview.
Did you go over the details of the new severe thunderstorm warning?
I don't have radar scope up. Actually,
Okay.
That's a lie. I do have radar scope up.
I can pull them up. Okay, so the National Weather Service in Detroit issued the severe thunderstorm warning for Lenawee County until 3:30. At 2:18, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from 6 miles east of Litchfield to near Hillsdale to near Montpelier, moving east at 50 now. Main hazard is 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, so they got rid of the penny-sized hail risk. These storms will be near Hudson, Addison, Cement City around 235, Onstead, Clayton around 245, Adrian 255, Tecumseh around 3, Blissfield, Deerfield around 310, 315. So there you go. That's what I was. Do you see that new run in chat?
The what? Sorry, there was comments saying that it was gross sounding while I was eating, so I'm muting my mic. I can't help it. I'm hungry and I'm going to eat lunch, but
The new model run has potentially a bunch of isolated cells post 5, I think, 5 o'clock, mainly south of 96.
probability of severe, I would say, is kind of low at this time yet for Ingham and Oakland counties. Excuse me. It should be like in Ingham County, I think.
My favorite comment right there from Chris. So is this normal for Michigan? Yes.
Yes.
That's always hyped, and then it always gets something. There's always a fail mode that always comes to fruition. So today, instability.
Christy Craven, we do not know if the second severe round is coming yet. Ann Arbor about to get rocked. A little wind, a little rain, a little lightning, call it a day.
You
Hey,
eat
buddy.
your,
What?
you eat your heart out. Geez, thanks for keeping us updated.
Any advice on how to deal with severe storm anxiety? Unfortunately, I don't really have any. I don't really have any advice on that. I'm not the right person to ask. Whatever makes you feel safe and secure, I would say do that. Whether that's like, I don't know.
I'd say music.
Yeah, music, watching TV. Like some people I know, when they get all freaked out, they have like a certain blanket or certain place in the house they sit. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm not the right person to ask that question to. I really wish I had a better thing to say, but you got to remember 99.9% of the time, it's just going to be a thunderstorm and it'll pass by. There's not going to be anything that goes wrong. So
20,000 no power, mainly Branch, St. Joseph, Cass counties. Yeah, hit hard earlier with that potential spin up just south of Colon. So that's twice now in the past 2 weeks that Colon's been hit.
I'm honestly surprised you guys can hear me because like these headphones I have, they don't have a mic built in. So my mic is like, I don't know, 26, 28 inches away from my head. So it's kind of crazy that you guys can hear it that well. I didn't think it would be a problem.
Comment about Bay City, Tri-Cities area up near Saginaw, Midland, Bay City. You guys are pretty much good for no severe weather for now. Again, we'll watch later and see how the second line redevelops. But right now you have some intense thunderstorms coming through with a lot of lightning. So I'd say stay indoors for the next hour until the lightning has subsided or the storms and rain move away.
Joel, I want to just pin a couple comments up here real quick in the chat here. This one from Bailey Cummings. As a lifelong sufferer from storm anxiety, as long as I know I'm going to be safe, just put headphones in so I can't hear the thunder and close my blind so I can't see it. That's actually some really good advice if that's something that would help you. And then there was another one up here from Brittany. Embrace the storms. They are beautiful. Look for the beauty in them. That's what I do, and remind yourself that you are safe. And that's some really, really good advice as well. Part of storm chasing and why we love it so much is we're just amazed by the beauty and everything and the fluidity of the atmosphere. And if you can transfer the image, change your perception of a thunderstorm from a big scary cloud to something that's beautiful, and Mother Nature is so beautiful, and unfortunately there is a destructive side, but if you can change your perception from something to be frightened of to something to appreciate the beauty in, that would probably help out as well.
We have a new warning. Jackson County. It is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, I believe, as it has a red line around the orange box, and it does. So Grand Rapids National Weather Service is indicating that there's 70-mile-per-hour winds in this storm, heading towards Napoleon, Brooklyn, Grass Lake area, so around MIS Speedway. Again, 70-mile-per-hour winds, radar indicated. Expect considerable tree damage. Damage is likely to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings. And I was going to build off your comment about storm anxiety, Chandler, and then I went and said that. But the main thing to remember with the radar, if you're looking at the radar all the time, getting anxious about the radar, just remember this is all rain. So like anything blue is rain, anything red is rain. I mean, if you have pinks, there might be some small hail in there, but everything that you see here is rain. Now, if you look on the right radar, that's just wind. So, but it's all about finding, like Chandler said, finding the beauty in the storm. And if you can't do that, then there are ways to cope with it, like music, for example. I know that would be my big go-to if I was anxious from storms. So.
Not saying I condone this, but Paul says he takes CBD for anxiety. I mean, that works too. Again, not saying I condone that. I'm neither for nor against that. I will remain 100% neutral in that position. But studies have shown that it does assist with anxiety. See, you didn't mention that the first time. He said no THC CBD. See, he didn't say that the first time. Trying to get me in trouble here on the live stream. I see how it is. I
have a new severe thunderstorm warning now for Washtenaw County issued by the National Weather Service in Detroit. This is issued until 3:30 p.m. for the entirety of Washtenaw County. So if you live anywhere in that county, you guys are under the gun next. Main hazard here is 60-mile-per-hour winds. So yeah, this thunderstorm is issued for the next 57 minutes. Radar indicated again. Torrential rainfall again is also occurring with this storm. So flash flooding is a possibility. Remember, turn around and don't drown if you're out driving in these storms.
Hey, Chandler, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Ryan.
All right, sweet. Give me a second.
Do you want to go full screen?
It's up to you.
It's not really up to me. I mean,
Does that work for you guys?
Yep. It's good just like that.
Ooh, nice clouded ground bolt I just saw there.
So this is just to the south and east of Adrian, Michigan, in Lenawee County. We're going to be awaiting the QLCS line as it comes toward us. We're just going to kind of sit here and wait because we're kind of in the middle of farm country with cornfields blocking our view. So this is as good a spot as any. And I'll probably have an update for you guys in about 10, 15 more minutes. But that's what I got right now. I'm just going to sit here and wait for it.
Joel, there is a severe thunderstorm warning on the west side. Thank you for the DMs. Good time estimate for Monroe. Oh, I don't know. I would say sometime in the next 30 minutes, I would say.
I just realized I was muted.
That's okay. I was wondering if you were just hanging out or what. And I was like, okay, I guess I'll just talk by myself for a little bit.
Yeah, no, I was covering the new warning, and then I realized I had been muted. That was awkward.
I was like, all right, well, I'll dive into the comments here. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just talking about how the brighter and greens and blues here in the Velocity product, you can see them, they're all offshore right now, and they're moving in towards Holland and West Isle of Allendale, Grand Valley State University for sure, in the next 15 minutes. Again, it doesn't look impressive on the reflectivity radar, but that does not mean much as there's a lot of wind associated with this little band of rain. So again, this severe thunderstorm warning is in effect until 3:15 p.m. for most of Ottawa County, excluding Grand Haven and portions of northern Allegan County. And so this will be in effect for the next 45 minutes. Hazard 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, nothing else. And of course, cloud to ground lightning as well. Hail size less than 3/4 of an inch. So and I'm getting some thunder here at my house. We're going to go.
I don't see anything more for Coldwater at this point in time.
Oh,
right
wow.
now, we'll see what the next round, if there is a next round, does. Again, I'm not convinced on there being a next round right now, but we'll see. I'm almost done with my wrap here.
Oh, tornado warning. We have a tornado warning just issued. And I'm going to get details here real quick. It is up south of Lansing right now. So this is southeastern Ingham County we have a tornado warning for.
Just south of Mason, southwest of Mason.
Yeah, wow. Stockbridge. So that's spun up pretty quick.
What radar are you on? Are you on DTX or GRR?
GRR. That's Grand Rapids zone.
Because it does not look like that from DTX radar.
Yeah, Grand Rapids has that.
Okay, so tornado warning for the Stockbridge area right now. If you are in the White Oak vicinity, Stockbridge, Bunker Hill, it's going over your area right now. Can you circle that through that there?
I can't circle on GR2.
Okay, I'm gonna run mine here then. Give me just a sec.
Yep, go
just
for
so
it.
I can circle it. No, there's no tornado warning for Monroe County. This is what was it, Ingham County?
Ingham County only. Dansville, Stockbridge area. This is heading up towards down the road, Fowlerville, Howell, Pinckney, Charleston, and eventually Brighton.
So if you're in the White Oak, Bunker Hill, Iosco Township, Unadilla Township, Howell area, you need to be taking precautions, to be taking shelter now. There is a – oops, it's not on. Still on IWX, of course. According to the Grand Rapids National Weather Service radar, where we see this green and pink coming together right near Bunker Hill, headed straight towards White Oak. You need to be in your safe place right now. I got one bite of my wrap left. I'm gonna finish that real quick.
This warning is in effect till 3, so it's only in effect for 20 minutes. Mainly in part due to the fact that it's heading out of the Grand Rapids warning area. But Grand Rapids obviously saw that there could be a little bit of a QLCS spin up there. And so they went ahead and cautiously give it a tornado warning. Not that there is a tornado on the ground. Looking at correlation coefficient. No, my radar's not pulled up right now, but I'm looking at correlation coefficient. And I'm not seeing much in the way of lofted debris, so that is good. But again, if you live in the tornado warning, especially between Dansville and Stockbridge, you guys Definitely need to be on the lowest floor of your building. If you don't have a basement, interior room, of course. Again, you should also find a way to. We haven't really talked about this, but ways to protect your head. If you have a helmet, like a bicycle helmet, one that you haven't maybe used in a while, that's a good way to stay protected. You also can just grab a pillow, and then if you want to put extra layers of protection between, you can always hide underneath a pillow, just in case things are falling. So again, tornado warning for southeastern Ingham County.
Doreen Henry, if you are in the tornado warning, you need to be headed to the lowest floor in your home right now. If you don't have a floor, if you don't have a basement or an extremely low floor, put as many walls in between you and the outside as possible. Find something to cover your head with, primarily in a bathroom or a bathtub.
And it's rotated. It's radar indicated rotation. We do not have a confirmation of a tornado on the ground, but they are precautious, and they went ahead and issued it.
I'm going to pin this comment up here just in case anyone else is wondering. The purple that we see on the map, like that Fowlerville, the Stockbridge area, it's just places where the radar beam can't measure.
Yeah, which is really bad because that area of rotation is starting to move into that purple. So you might have to switch over to. Oh, wow. Yeah, it's definitely a lot of QLCS in that area.
So you start to rotate out.
I would not be surprised if the sirens are going off in Lansing. I'm not sure if it's all connected in Ingham County, but if it's like Kent County, then they probably are going to go off in Lansing. If you do hear the sirens in Lansing, you are in the clear. You are not in the warning polygon. Is it south of Oakland County? It is to the west of Oakland County by 2 counties. So it's a ways away, but it is heading your direction. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Livingston County until 4 p.m., which is an hour and 15 from now. They are saying tornado possible in that thunderstorm warning, but the main hazard is 60-mile-per-hour winds. So we got a whole line of damaging winds here moving between Livingston down to Lenawee County right now. And so we're focusing on all of this at the same time. And remember, and also as a reminder, we do still have a severe thunderstorm warning over here in Ottawa County, northern Allegan County for some 60-mile-per-hour winds. Not impressive looking on reflectivity, but there is still winds nevertheless. There's a lot of little notches there in the Stockbridge area. If you're in Stockbridge right now or anywhere around Stockbridge and over towards Gregory in Livingston, extreme southwestern Livingston County, you guys should be on the lowest floor of your home right now if you don't have a basement, in an interior room, of course.
I'm finished eating now, just so everybody knows. Riley Smith, tornado warning for Ingham County is over towards the Stockbridge area at this point in time. Stockbridge, White Oak headed in that direction. Again, not saying that there was a tornado in there, just a storm capable of producing a tornado is ongoing. There is, or was at least, radar indicated rotation.
There still is
indicative of a tornado. Hillsdale County right now, I would say that you folks should be in the clear, at least for any other weather. We're going to see if there's any other storms that go. I don't think, I saw a comment a minute ago about round 2 popping up by South Haven. I don't think that is round 2, to be honest. I think if there is going to be a round 2, it will go near Chicago, at least where Chicago's at right now. I could be wrong, but that would be what I think. Shiawassee County, sorry if I slaughtered that. Shiawassee County is, I think, kind of north of the worst of it right now. If it's just raining there, you should be okay. How can you tell on radar if there is rotation? Joel, can you zoom in on that tornado warning?
Yeah. Give me a sec. I was just posting a little bit of an update.
You could actually, I'll just pull my radar up here a sec.
Oh,
So
I got one.
let me go back to the, let me go back a few frames here. So if you look at this radar, you see green here real close to some pink velocities. So what your green means in this map is air headed towards the radar beam. And so when you have red air, that is air, or red coloring, that is air headed away from the radar beam. And so when they come together in sort of a this way rotation, it's going to do that to me, of course. So when you have them come together like that in the tight area of rotation there, that is where you get a tornado. That's how you read this velocity radar. So now, if we fast forward it to current time, you can see there's still some areas here where it could be, that's not what I want to do, where there could be some sort of maybe a spin up right up here, but I would doubt it at this point in time. Again, I'm not saying it's not happening. I'm just saying I don't personally see that it's happening. So, but that's how you read the radar to interpret that.
I'm wondering if Ryan's going to jump in here soon. He has his sights on the southern Lenawee County cell right now, which is also a little bit of a hook.
It's like a nice shelf cloud.
Wow. That Stockbridge rotation on mine is.
Oh, man. You have it where your nose just itches and itches and itches and itches and itches and itches and itches. My goodness. Brittany Wilson, it's got to be red, pink, and green. Yeah, but it works the other way too. So whenever they come close together like that, that's how it works. And we could hold a weather class if you go to our website, MichiganStormChasers.com. That's our website. If you go to MichiganStormChasers.com, there's a tab on there called Weather Resources, and you can explore a bunch of different tools and things that you can learn from them, how to read radar and how to read a few other things. Dat Michigan Man, I don't think I am muted. So.
My camera's off because I'm still eating. So
I would say Oakland County is not looking worse now. It's still just headed that way. Genesee County, you're kind of, I don't know. Kind of looks like it's trying to spin up again, doesn't it?
yeah, the Stockbridge one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the guys are saying that in chat too. Southwest Livingston County, I would say you guys should be taking shelter here in the next couple minutes, especially near Gregory and Pinckney. I feel really bad because Jay, who's been watching for a while, he's been commenting in Spanish, and unfortunately my Spanish is not the greatest. So
Yeah, if anyone can translate what Jay is saying for us, that would be really cool. No comprende, lo siento. There is not a tornado watch now for Wayne County. Macomb County storms will be there. I don't know, probably in the next hour and a half, maybe I would say. Howell area, Howell within the next 20 minutes, I would say. Lapeer, I'd say you got probably 40 minutes if the storms do make it that far north for Lapeer. Jackson should be in the clear by now, or very, very, very soon.
Washtenaw County, you guys have some very heavy damaging winds coming into your area. 3,000 feet up, we have 65 knots, which is close to 75, 80 mile per hour winds moving in towards Chelsea, Dexter, Ann Arbor, Saline areas. So if you guys aren't, especially coming into downtown Ann Arbor, so if you're near University of Michigan right now, you should be inside, away from windows for sure.
Neighbor just lost his canopy in the yard. Well, that's it can happen. I'm not laughing at your neighbor, but it's just a funny comment. Yes, the storms are moving northeast.
Did you cover Howell?
I did not. If that's a new warning, but you mentioned it already.
No, yeah, someone was asking about Howell. I was
Oh,
like,
yes, I did.
Yeah, they're an immediate, probably
20 minutes, I'd say 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah, and interesting to see what Detroit will go with here if they extend the tornado warning into their zone or not. Right now, it looks like it's kind of wrapped in on itself, and it's mainly just damaging winds. But QLCS is definitely still there for sure.
I don't know where K-Pac is. I have to look that one up. Oh, you got a long time, I think, before it gets to K-Pac. At least an hour and a half. Grand Blanc, I don't know where that is either.
That's Flint.
Just when I think you guys are starting, or I'm starting to understand where some of these places are, I get asked these places, and I'm like, I have no idea.
Yeah, if you guys have any relatives that are near US, I think it's US 23 that runs north-south from Ann Arbor to Howell or Brighton. Anywhere along Brighton to Ann Arbor down to Dundee. Feel free to share the stream with them. We're on YouTube and Facebook again, streaming simultaneously. They don't have Facebook, of course. YouTube is the best way, and then you can throw it up on your TV at home. National Weather Service Detroit has just upgraded the severe thunderstorm warning in Washtenaw County to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, which is now for 70 mile per hour wind gusts, as we pointed out a couple minutes ago. That is some damaging winds coming. That's wow. 72 knots.
If you're turning up, I saw a comment that said turning up Highway 223. You got probably 30 minutes to get from Toledo to Ann Arbor. Yeah, that's kind of what I would say. That storm coming into Holland kind of just died out completely. Yeah, big winds headed for the Ann Arbor area. It's going to go north, closer to Northfield Township, Martin Hills type area, just south of Dexter. There's probably some big winds in Dexter right now. There's a spotter network damage report in Manchester, 4 to 6 inch healthy tree limbs down. That verifies, I'd say. Excuse me. Looks like Ryan is back in here. We'll see if he pops in. How many storm chasers overall are there for us? We just have 5. There's a lot of storm chasers out there. Caitlin Ramsey, there is no tornado watch or tornado warning in effect for Wayne County, so you're okay there. No reason to freak out. Just going to be some nice summertime thunderstorms. Should be a-okay there. Again, if you are really concerned, though, what you can do is go to your bathroom, sit in the tub with some pillows and blankets and play a game with the kiddo. That will be the safest place in your apartment. So if you want to give that a go, you can. But don't feel like you have to. Storm going into Holland, going to pick up intensity and make it another round. I really don't think so. I don't have a genie in a bottle to tell me that, but I just don't see that happening. If anything, there's a line of thunderstorms over the eastern edge of Lake Michigan right now. I'm sorry, the western edge of Lake Michigan. And I think if there is going to be a second line, I think that's going to be it.
Wow. Yeah. Whew. Where are my roads?
Threat from Midland County will be pretty low after this round. Essexville, I have no idea where that is either. Essexville, I'd say the threat for severe weather is pretty low.
Looks like Ryan's got a shot of his storm right now.
We'll pull him in. So he is down in Lenawee County right now.
I am down in Fairfield area. What in the world? Is that smoke or is that a gustnado? Hold on. We have some interesting rotation. Not very strong, but definitely visible in the clouds here. Up here, we have some rotation. We also have this area, I think it's smoke, but it also could be an area of a brief, it looks like smoke to me, but it looks like it could be dust as well out here. But yeah, definitely some interesting motion in the clouds. Again, this is south and east of Adrian near the Blissfield area, west of Blissfield. Winds are picking up here.
It's a great shot, Ryan. Go back to the left.
Winds are about 30 sustained at this point. Look at the rotation up there, Parker. Rolling pretty good. Now we're getting the rain done, getting wind-driven rain here. I don't know if you guys can still hear me, but the wind's really picking up. This is an RFD surge of the bulge of that one area. Holy smokes. We're getting severe winds with this. Probably sustained up to 40 to 50 miles per hour with gusts reaching 60 if you guys can still hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
You guys still hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Really intense sustained winds here are 30 to 40 with gusts reaching 50 to 60 with this line as it pushes towards Monroe County here. Winds are starting to die down, but the structure behind this. Yep. So if you look on radar, there's an RFD surge, which I believe we just intercepted here within that little bump out of that line.
It's a nice whale's mouth.
Gorgeous structure out here though.
Dude, just want to chime in real quick. They upgraded the severe thunderstorm warning in Ann Arbor to a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, which means winds are now 80 miles per hour.
Wow.
Indicated there heading into Ann Arbor. Is that on my radar? Yeah, you can see it. So that's now an orange and pink box for Ann Arbor. This is heading right into downtown Ann Arbor as we speak. I would not be surprised if there might be a QLCS spin up in there as well, because when you have intense winds like this, I mean, anything could go beneath that. So if you are in Dexter, Ann Arbor, Barton Hills, Dixboro, Warden, Ypsilanti, Whitaker, you guys need to be inside for sure. I would say interior room is your safest bet. They
So
also issued
good.
a severe thunderstorm warning from Monroe County as well until 4 p.m. for 60 mile per hour winds.
Yeah, so Monroe County is going to be up next here in the next 20 minutes to 45 minutes. However, I want to focus on that Ann Arbor storm there. That is going to be in Washtenaw County, headed toward the Oakland County here in the next 25 to 35 minutes. So, you know, places in Oakland County, right, you guys need to be just kind of on the lookout. Again, this is just going to be some big winds. There's not a hail threat. I think the tornado threat is quite small, thankfully. in this case, but places like Novi, Plymouth, Northville, Farmington Hills, Livonia, up to Pontiac. This is going to be headed in that area. I'm going to pull my radar in here just for a minute so we can see the track of this here. The good news is they canceled the tornado warning, so they've allowed that to expire.
Again, if you have any family in Ann Arbor right now, make sure to share the stream, share the information as soon as possible. This is some destructive winds coming to Ann Arbor right now. Not often. Again, this is the new warning system that the National Weather Service has recently implemented, where you have different tiers of severe thunderstorm warnings. And so this is probably one of the first times we've seen a destructive severe thunderstorm warning in the state of Michigan that I can remember. Looks like Ryan is still dealing with some very heavy winds there, down there in Ogden. Yeah, that jet just really cranked into the backside.
Guys, look at this rear inflow jet on the back side of this. Look at the Scud getting pulled up into this.
Wow. Do apologize. It is in a little bit of a rough area there. Nope, and we lost him. So we have a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings in effect right now. First and foremost, we have some 60-mile-per-hour winds coming into Ottawa County. In fact, they might be moving into Grand Rapids here shortly. The main concern, though, right now is Livingston County, Washtenaw County, especially eastern Washtenaw County, directly over Ann Arbor right now. You guys are in immediate impact from these damaging winds, possibly up to 80 miles per hour. I see 65 knots on here, which is at 1,800 feet, so that is not far off the ground. It's still up a little bit.
I'm gonna take my radar just real quick here. So you can see places here. I know it's a little bit tough to see, but the general direction of those storm tracks, I added some arrows so you can see what direction those are headed towards. Up towards Salem Township, Nicholsville, Farmington Hills. Again, that's where those heaviest winds will be.
Guys, take my stream. Take my stream.
Okay, you got it. Oh yeah, severe winds. Absolutely.
Wow.
There are trees going down all over the place here. Secondary and third wind gusts here. These are probably a lot more intense, close to 60 to 70.
And where are you, Ryan?
Same place, same place. There's going to be some tree damage here somewhere locally. There's a tree that just lost a bunch of limbs just to my south. But yeah, that was a secondary push of RFD there. And we're going to go ahead and probably drop back to the east here. We're going to get slammed with rain, so very intense wind here.
Again, so those winds headed towards the Ann Arbor area are working their way up towards the Farmington Hills area, West Bloomfield, Waterford Township, Ortonville, Milford, that area. You are next up for the severe wind gusts. I'll put your radar back in. I just want to show that.
Yeah, no, they just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for downtown Detroit, so all of Wayne County. This is now in effect till 4 p.m. So the next 55 minutes, you guys are expected to get 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. As we can see with the storm in Washtenaw County currently, they're going to go with the 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and I think they'll upgrade as need be. But again, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, severe thunderstorm warning, for Wayne County right now. So that's Livonia, Dearborn, downtown Detroit, Hamtramck, and Romulus, among other suburbs. Plymouth and Northville are probably an immediate threat here in northwestern Wayne County.
I saw a comment for Fenton. Fenton might have some winds coming up there in the next 20, 25 minutes or so, but nothing ridiculously serious that I can see. Yeah.
Sorry.
Southern Macomb County, we got at least an hour before it gets to Macomb County yet. Grand Blanc, I think, is going to miss it. Burton area, I don't know where it is. Again, Macomb County, Oxford, I have no idea where Oxford is.
Oxford is, that's northeastern Oakland County.
So
I would say soon, probably the next hour.
I just said like thunder at my house.
Yeah, I had thunder at my house too.
There's a nice little cell up in Up
So
in Van Buren County.
Everyone that's dealing with sirens going off in their place right now, that is probably for the destructives here Thursday morning. A lot of different counties have criterias for when they sound the sirens. They're not issued by the National Weather Service. Just a reminder. Your local cities and towns and counties do that. And so it's totally up to their discretion when they want to sound the siren. So remember, 80-mile-per-hour winds, that's the equivalent of a strong EF0, EF1 tornado. So even if it's not a tornado, you have 80-mile-per-hour winds coming through, creating similar damage, if not stronger. So you want to take these severe thunderstorm warnings very seriously this afternoon as the damaging wind threat continues to increase.
There was a tornado warning in Ingham County, not in Ingram. That has since passed. Yeah, like Joel was saying, a lot of different counties have criterias for strong winds and when they sound the alarms, not just for tornadoes, just when there's destructive winds coming. Adrian, Michigan. Adrian probably is going to be up here pretty soon, if it's not already. Yeah, Adrian
out of the clear.
Yeah, Adrian should be out of the clear. I was going to say it should be gone by now. Still predicting a second line. Yeah.
Yes.
I don't know, man. I don't want to take model guidance all too seriously at this point in time, but there has been no development so far. However, it is only 3:00. We got the whole rest of the night. So I'd get windy in Macomb, sure. Strong winds from Monroe County. There will be the probability of some stronger winds headed into Monroe County here in the next 15 to 20 minutes. If you're on the very west side, closer to 5 to 10 minutes. For that, Davison and Genesee County. Genesee, I would say that you guys, I think, are going to mainly get away with, maybe if you're on like the Hadley area, Elba, south of Lapeer, I'd say south of that. What road is it? Is that 69? Yes, south of the 69 corridor is where we could see some severe weather. Still north of the 69 corridor, I don't think there's going to be that much severe weather.
New severe thunderstorm warning now for Oakland County. I know a lot of people are asking about that. They have just issued it until 4:15 p.m. for 60-mile-per-hour winds. These storms are moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. They did not add the tornado possible tag at this time, which is interesting because you could have a QLCS spin up at any time here. I was just about to ask if we have the stream pinned on Facebook, and I do see that, so that's good.
Northern Oakland County, probably in the next 25 to 30 minutes. Dark green triangle or green triangle between Ypsilanti and Whitaker. I don't know what they're referring to.
Probably right here, this one. The little
Hail
place
report.
marker. It's
Gotcha.
it's It's GR2's automatic like marker placer. If it sees like there's conditions favorable for like hail, it'll just put it down. It doesn't mean it's actually happening. It just thinks that it is based on radar data.
Northern Livingston County. No, you guys should be. I mean, okay. So if you're in the very northeast corner of Livingston County, then it'll get worse a little bit wind wise. But if you're in the northwest side, it should be about done here for you soon. You should start hearing thunder on the easternmost set of counties for the state of Michigan there. It is dark, you'd be correct. Oakland County, Monroe now has the severe thunderstorm warning for heavy winds.
Where did they issue that tornado warning earlier?
Ingham County.
Stockbridge. There's one outage there. Not too much though. Place that really got hard, according to our powered outage map, courtesy of consumers, is US 127, US 12, US 223, where they all meet near Somerset Center. That area got hit fairly bad. Again, near Brooklyn. Again, that's with the 60 mile per hour, 70 mile per hour, and then eventually 80 mile per hour winds that are moving into Ann Arbor. We do not have an outage map past or into Washtenaw County, as that is out of the consumers zone. So we'd have to pull up probably the DTE map if we want to look at outages there. Again, the destructive severe thunderstorm warning is still in effect for Ann Arbor, although it looks like the heaviest of winds are up near Warden and entering Salem here. So if you live in Salem, we'll even say South, Lyon, New Hudson, Novi, Northville, Plymouth, you guys are under the gun in the next 5 to 10 minutes, I would say, for some very damaging winds. I would say in excess of 60 miles per hour, maybe closer to 70. So we have 60 knots, which is closer to 70 miles per hour at 1,200 feet off the ground, which is, again, that's, if you imagine one of those windmills that you see like out along US 127, if you travel north on 127 a ways, you'll see like windmills. Those usually are up at 800, 900 feet. So if you go just a couple hundred feet past that, that's where you're experiencing winds in excess of 70 miles per hour. So again, not that far off the ground.
How severe does the storm look north of Saginaw? I would say not that severe. Just a special weather statement on it now. Flint area, I think Flint might get away with this here. I think it's going to stay just to the south and west of Flint. Is it starting in Monroe? It should be starting in Monroe County. If you're in the north west portion of it, it is starting there. And if you are in the southwest portion of it, not quite yet. Well, that's kind of a lie. It is my radar updated. Yes, it is starting in Monroe County.
I think we have some comments coming into our messenger right now. Some severe weather reports. I haven't checked though. Again, if you want to send us reports via Facebook or Messenger, make sure to add a location, and if you want us to stream it or put it up on our page, make sure you give us permission to do so. Otherwise, we will not show it.
Let's see. I saw a comment for Highland area. I think
Severe thunderstorm warning is canceled for Ottawa County, by the way.
Yeah, I was waiting for that. You should be okay in Highland area right now. 2 confirmed tornadoes from the storm in Michigan already. Is this true? I don't know that. I would say that at this point in time, I would say that is untrue, just simply because it's very, very soon to confirm tornadoes, and the National Weather Service is usually the only people who will confirm them. We haven't gotten any reports of any. I've not seen any reports floating around on social media either. Again, not to say that it didn't happen. I can't confirm that report right now.
Nothing on the SBC page.
It's really
there's no
starting to
damage.
bow out too. Wow, look at that! Look at that loop though of how much it's starting to bow out.
Yeah, that jet's kicking in.
Mm-hmm.
Power just went out. Sumter.
Bugs.
Special marine warning also. If you know of anyone that's boating, remember we talked earlier today about people that are at the beach on Lake Erie. Now's your time to get off the beach. Get out of your boats. Get it to shore as soon as possible. The special marine warning is now in effect for Lake St. Clair and Lake Erie, offshore Michigan. So again, if you know anyone that's boating or at the beach, Lake St. Clair down to Lake Erie, they need to be getting off the beach, going home as soon as possible.
Is it shifting to St. Clair County? Well, let me take a look here.
Parts of Sirens in northwestern Wayne County right now. So
That
it sounds like
doesn't
Wayne County
surprise
is a county that does sirens for damaging winds. So if you're in Wayne County, hear the sirens right now. That is for the severe thunderstorm warning moving in to your area right now.
Sorry if that was really loud. Like Joel had said earlier, again, just because we're hearing tornado sirens in different parts does not mean that there is a tornado. They're just sounding them for the damaging wind threat that's coming in. There is no, well, I should say no tornado threat, but
I will highlight real quick that if you live in Kalamazoo, you have a strong thunderstorm moving into your area too, as it is forming. It looks like there's some. I'm going to look at the satellite really quick because I think, is it sunny down by you, Chandler?
I wish.
Oh, okay. Because I didn't know. I thought it looked like there was a dry slot moving in from behind, and I think that's feeding into some instability and destabilizing the atmosphere. And so I wouldn't be surprised if a little bit of that is feeding into that storm near Paw Paw and Kalamazoo right now. So if you're in Paw Paw, Kalamazoo, you could be expecting some pea-sized hail and some torrential downpours here in the next 15 minutes. Again, if you're just joining us, we did have a tornado warning earlier for Ingham County that expired at 3 o'clock. It was all radar indicated rotation. We do not have any reports of any tornadoes at this time, but I'm sure people will go out and give us or share some damage reports with us and with the National Weather Service, especially. If you guys have any damage reports that you have sent to us but not sent to the National Weather Service, please send it to the National Weather Service. They desperately need your reports. That way they can go out and potentially survey.
Well, it is getting about that time here. Hey, psst, come here.
Where the cat makes an appearance.
Oh, yeah. Oh, he doesn't want to either, but I got him. Oh, yeah. Mr. Oscar. Mr. Oscar.
Sirens
oh,
in
what a
Plymouth.
good guy.
Yep, I
What-
said north. I did just say northwest Wayne County is that people are hearing sirens. So yeah, that would make sense. That is northwest Wayne County. So again, if you're in Wayne County, you hear the sirens. That is for the severe thunderstorm warning. There's not a tornado warning. They're issuing it for the damaging winds. Again, damaging winds can cause more damage than a weak tornado. So do not take these severe thunderstorm warnings lightly today, as some of those we could have isolated events up to 65, 70 mile per hour winds, as we saw move through Ann Arbor. Their destructive severe thunderstorm warning is about to be canceled, as it looks like most of Washtenaw County is in the clear. If I would stay bunkered down if you're in Salem and Warden and over near Ypsi, but again, that's in the next 5 to 10 minutes. You guys should be in the clear. So we have 6 severe thunderstorm warnings in effect right now, according to our loop, in the state of Michigan. And then we have 2 in northern Ohio down by Toledo.
Joel, if you have an opportunity, you don't have to show it on stream. Just look at a satellite there. Does that look like a CU field trying to develop in northern Illinois there?
I'm going to look. It is, again, it is 3 o'clock, 3:20. So
We got
plenty
all
of
night.
daylight left. I'm gonna go look at the satellite real quick, see what I can see.
Genesee County, I think Genesee might get away with minimal severe weather today.
There's a dry slot kicking in there. I'm not sure. I'll have to look. I'm gonna look at the meso analysis real quick.
Macomb County should already be getting hit here. If I'm not, well, no, I guess it is in Oakland County, but yeah, but Macomb County should be pretty soon in the next 30 to 40 minutes. Some big winds, heavy rain. Watch out for flooding. There's a risk that we kind of didn't talk about so far, and that's flooding. There's a lot of rain with these. It'll be quick moving, which is good. So,
Chandler, I will say that on Southern Lake Michigan right now, that is where our best chances for redevelopment of a second line are. We have a lot of 0 to 1, a lot of 0 to 3. Plenty of effective shear. There is 55 knots of effective shear on Lake Michigan right now.
wow.
Lapse rates they could be better. That's low. That's low level. Mid-level lapse rates, I believe, are recovering. Yes, they are. They are recovering in southwest lower Michigan. So Berrien County right now, they're recovering pretty quick. And if those nudge up,
I had the METARs up a
into-
little bit ago. Let me.
if those get anywhere more north, we could see a second line of severe thunderstorms here in the next hour and a half to an hour, moving onshore. Actually, there's some storms starting to develop in that area of interest offshore Lake Michigan right now. So we have round 1 over here in Detroit, moving into Detroit very quickly with a lot of damaging winds. Again, if you have any reports, send them to us, send them to the National Weather Service Detroit. That jet has kicked those storms so far north. It's almost moving straight north now towards the National Weather Service Detroit office, which is highlighted by that little KDTX symbol there. So that's heading right for the radar.
So check this out, Joel. Chicago, KORD, so O'Hare International Airport is reporting 87 over 76.
Wow.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, it's not going to take much. Even looks like the sun came back out in Valparaiso because it is 86 over 75 there.
That's
And
like
South
rainforest humidity.
in South Bend, it says it's 79 over 73. I can go outside and check that here soon. But even, wow, oh my goodness. So even in Michigan City, it's 82 over 75. Gary is 86 over 79. Down to Plymouth is 84 over 73. So, I mean, I guess I should know pretty well soon here if this is going to recover because
Cape values are surging back up towards 2,000 kilograms per joule in Southwest Michigan too. So I would say definitely go take a look outside or feel outside. Sorry if I interrupted you there.
No, you're good.
If you are in Livingston County, you guys are going to be almost in the clear, I think. Yeah, Livingston was earlier. Yeah, the warning is still in effect. It's pretty much out of Livingston. If you're still in eastern Livingston right now, I would say stay hunkered down. Western Livingston, you guys, Howell, be in the clear here soon. You guys are going to have a lot of rain behind it, though. In fact, I would almost say that there's probably going to be a Mamatus opportunity. If you guys know what those clouds are, the little poofy ones that hang down, I would say there's probably going to be a Mamatus opportunity here in Jackson and Hillsdale County here soon. Surface obs. It's 72 over 70 in Grand Rapids, which is cool, but the dew point is still incredibly high. 72 over 72 in Ionia. Again, if you guys don't know what we're talking about, that's temperature over dew point. The closer the dew point is to the temperature, that's how humid it is. So if you have a 72 over 72, that's 100% humidity. That basically means it's raining. Focusing on Monroe County. That's right. We have a lot of Monroe County people here.
Oh, really? I'm gonna
As
go
we've
throw.
seen.
Yeah, right. I'm gonna go throw some trash away in a minute. I will be right back.
Okay. Yeah, there is a CU field in Northern Illinois. Give me a second. Again, if you have any storm reports, you can send them to our website, www.michiganstormchasers.com/send-report. We do appreciate that, and make sure to also send them to the National Weather Service in your area. Again, Monroe County, you guys are still under the gun for 60-mile-per-hour winds, although it looks like it's a little bit weaker in your spot. Yeah, it looks like the strongest winds are more to your north. You guys are still probably going to get some gusty winds, I imagine. Wow, it is 85 degrees in Monroe with a dew point of 73. That is humid. Honestly, the rain's probably going to feel good to you guys. I would not. That's crazy. Oh, yeah, it is a little hazy today. So if you don't see the Mamatus, that's understandable. Just be careful not to go out too soon, because there's still lightning. So back behind this main line, there's a lot of like lightning in it. It's like scattered everywhere, and that's because it's still associated with the anvil from these storms. So you have lightning that's like shooting out across the anvil, and so you guys want to be careful. In fact, Jackson is reporting at their last observation thunderstorms distant but nearby. So again, be careful if you're going outside after the storm, because lightning is still a threat. CU field is a cumulus field where storms are on satellite. We don't have satellite on here, but if you look on satellite, you can see a bunch of like poofy clouds starting to pop up.
Hey, Joel.
Yes.
So the plan for me currently is west on 223 towards US 12, then west on 12. We're going to be shooting probably toward the Battle Creek Coldwater area, depending on where storms will fire. We're just going to kind of watch the mesoscale analysis and see where we'll set up. But over there again, along the 94 corridor is going to be the initial target, and we'll get about an hour and a half out.
I just wanted to let you know, since you are traveling that direction, there is a big swath of power outages near 223 and 12 and 127 where they all meet. So near Somerset City, there's a lot of power outages there. So if you have any damage that you're going by, feel free to send some pictures our way. We'd, of course, always appreciate that.
Yeah, that's basically right on the direction. So we'll be there in about probably 30 minutes.
Sounds good.
So
anybody in the Blissfield area who's watching, if you guys have damage, let us know, because those winds about 3 to 4 miles south of Blissfield probably reach close to 70 miles per hour at a brief time. That was probably the most intense intercept I've ever done on foot outside. That was just intense. So if you guys have damage, go ahead and send those in to us if you're south of Blissfield in Lenawee County.
That's interesting. You see that little bit of a notch there down your Taylor? Maybe a QLCS spin up. The National Weather Service Detroit just upgraded the severe thunderstorm warning to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Wayne County, downtown Detroit. They are indicating 70-mile-per-hour winds moving into Detroit. Their velocity product for Detroit is not the greatest. I don't know where they're seeing it from, but I can imagine it's probably very gusty there. So Willow.
There's more development over the south part of the lake there, Joel, and there's another cell that popped up just within the last, looks like 5 or 6 scans, really, 1, 2,
Yeah.
3, 4, 5, 5 scans north of Three Rivers. And I have sun here. I have sun.
Oh, that Kalamazoo storm is showing weak rotation. Interesting. Wow, those storms fired quick on the lake. That's going to be our next thing to look at here soon as that moves on shore. I might go out and chase that later. So,
Me too. Nick is on his
Yeah.
way home. He gets off at 3:30.
which
So-
will be perfect.
Nick should be
So
able
Nick
to
will
take
probably
over.
take over. I'm gonna probably shoot to Lansing and go south. How quick are these moving? Because I can. Okay. I just don't want to leave too late, and then all of a sudden, oh hey, it's already on top of me.
Right. I see a question for round 2. When? We'll see. It's going to be within the next 3 hours if there is one. Again, I'm starting to get sun here, and my surface observation graph is saying the air is recovering in northern Indiana. Not so much yet in southern Michigan, but in northern Indiana, it is recovering.
Rotation near Dundee. I'm not seeing much in the terms of rotation right now. Velocity, well, maybe moving. Ooh. River Rouge. Wyandotte area, right as it's crossing into Windsor. That could be a QLCS action right there, which is quasi-linear convective system, which is a type of tornado that spins up really quickly and then goes away in like 2 scans. So we have a lot of those in Michigan. And that's definitely one of the threats today, especially with this first line of storms. In fact, if you look at Oakland County right now, you can see there's all these little green dots along this line. That's where, it's trying to spin up in spots. You don't really have much of a red, but you do have a green. So you have inbound wind because it's obviously heading towards the radar, but you don't have much of a away radar or away winds. Still, you don't know what's going on underneath that. You could have winds undercutting it or going over it, and this beam is obviously just showing the winds coming towards it. So anywhere along this line, you want to obviously take it seriously because it's going to be damaging winds, but it could also spin up a tornado at any time. Not that we're saying there is a tornado on the ground, but the threat is definitely there. Again, main hazard, 60 mile per hour winds. Unless you're in Wayne County right now, the main hazard is 70 mile per hour winds.
Teresa Davis, is there a good weather/radar app? Amanda, you're welcome. Sorry, I just read your comment too. Is there a good weather radar app that you can recommend that shows closer to real time than what most of them show? Radar Scope or Radar Omega would be the personal apps of choice for us and the rest of the Michigan Storm Chasers. Can you show the wind heading toward Rochester area, Joel? Chris, thank you for sending us a video on Twitter.
Rochester.
Waterford
Rochester
South.
Hills, yeah. Okay. I see that.
Do a shout out to Heather Huntley. Thanks for tuning us in and putting us on with the kiddos. We appreciate that. Will Sturgis be hit anymore tonight? It's a great question. We've got a potential second round that will be coming through. So we don't know for certain yet, but we're going to see.
They also did upgrade. They upgraded Macomb to a severe thunderstorm warning. I saw there's a comment about that. 60 mile per hour winds issued until 4:30. I gotta take a phone call really quick.
Yeah, you're good. Genesee County, I don't think there is an update for Genesee County right now. Let me pull my radar up here since Joel's going to hop on the phone real quick. Let me jump back into it here in just a second. So Genesee County. So this one right here, it says this is a severe thunderstorm. Right here, looks like it might be. It is moving up into this area here. Let me put it back onto reflectivity here, and then we will play it. So the northernmost point is moving up into Genesee County. Again, just some heavy rain, some cloud to ground lightning, and some maybe some heavy winds in there as well. St. Clair, Lapeer County, again, you got about probably 30 to 45 minutes before anything is up in that area. Pouring in Holly, yeah. Finally, a Michigan live stream for us. Hey, that's what we're here for. You're welcome. Watchbox taken away, Northwest Indiana. Interesting. Any major concerns for Highland? Let's see here. Highland. I mean, I would say it would be coming up that way here soon. Let me see where Highland is. Highland. No, it should be done. It's kind of what I was thinking. It should be done for the Highland area. Shiawassee County is out of it for now. If we see anything coming up later, we'll let you know. We're still waiting on it. Sterling Heights, it'll be storming there here pretty soon. You're welcome, Pamela. Highland is Oakland County. Yeah, so should be done in that area. My headphones just clicked. That was weird. Again, if you're looking for personal forecasts and everything, you can always subscribe to our page, subscribe to our Facebook and our Patreon. You can pretty much have live forecasts first before they come public. And then there's other benefits that you can get as well through our subscription page. If you like what we do, we are self-funded in every way. So every dollar we get helps us to bring more content out to the rest of the state here. Taken out of the watch. Gotcha. I'm in Cass County, Melissa, so it's interesting. Unless the weather services and the SPC just really don't expect much here from these cells coming across the lake. White pigeon could be hit again, but at this point in time, I don't think so. Just simply because I'm not real certain we get another round. I don't think Marcellus. I mean, if that second round comes through, there's no telling where it could go. Marcellus, potentially. Verizon towers near you have been knocked out. Yeah, Professor Tim, I'm not sure we get another round either. The atmosphere is not really recovering. I mean, we're getting a little bit of recovery here, but I don't know. Yes, some of our storm chasers are located near the Grand Rapids area. Monroe County, I think, should be about done here. I'm going to actually pull something up here on the stream. There may have been a Joel. Did you see that in the chat?
Yeah, I know. I had to hang up my phone real quick. Where's their station at?
I'm trying to find out.
Between Beverly Hills and Berkeley.
Where's Royal Oak here?
So that's okay.
So it's down in this area here. Let's watch this loop there. We're getting some reports that we may have just had a spin up tornado go through there. Man, I mean, unless it's going to be on the storm relative velocity. Why am I not seeing that on my radar? Are you seeing a CC drop on yours?
I am, yeah. Just give me a second. I'm trying to figure out what the spectrum width is supposed to indicate again.
I mean, I can see it right here. It's just. So we have a few broadcast meteorologists that are working in Detroit, and they're saying that they think they might have had a tornado, a quick spin up small tornado go right through that area there. I just turned my notifications back on for that chat.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
Well, I had them turned off when I'm at work.
I think higher values of spectrum width, if I recall, mean, oh boy, it's been a while since I've learned spectrum width, but I just know that the brighter colors mean that it's something.
I added yours back. That's just northwest of Royal Oak is where that is. Tornado in Brighton. I do not know where Brighton is.
Yeah, so to reiterate, I haven't looked at the comments because I've been trying to focus on this a little bit.
Yeah, so our TV meteorologist says, but outside of the doors went dark, and then branches went past the doors with horizontal rain from left to right, then right to left after a moment. That is interesting. Right, it's just west of Metro Detroit.
And that's literally what I was covering earlier. Is I was pointing out these little, like literally like 5 minutes ago when I was on this. Is my radar up on the stream, right? Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I wasn't looking.
Yeah, yours is up.
So 10 minutes ago, right before I had to take my phone call, I was talking about how you have these little green dots here. It's obviously damaging winds, but you don't know what's going on underneath it. You have a little bit of the reds kind of hidden behind it or underneath it, and then look what happens in the next scan, where the CC drop gets picked up, especially here between Beverly Hills and Berkeley. Literally 2 scans later, after I was saying, you don't know what's going on under there, it could be a spin up. We literally had potentially just a spin up between Beverly Hills and Berkeley. Sorry, Beverly Hills and Berkeley heading up towards Clawson, and then just after that it goes away. Although there is very tight couplet, broad but tight, heading up towards Rochester Hills right now in Rochester. So
I guess if you're up in that area, just be careful, because that would have been it could be the same situation thing. Severe storm warning canceled for Oakland County. So that's good. Yeah, I mean, with the exception of, excuse me, with the exception of Macomb County and whatever county is next to Macomb, I can't think of what it's called right now. Oakland County. That's what I was trying to think of. Oakland up to St. Clair County, with the exception of those severe thunderstorms. That's pretty much all that we got going on for Monroe County. It's just about through Monroe County at this point in time. I saw a comment, is the Kalamazoo storm still getting stronger? I wouldn't say either yes or no. I think it's just kind of holding on to about the same right now.
I can't tell if that's clear air or not. But if that's
It
not
looks like clear air to me.
but it's literally, it could be just in a weird spot. But this definitely wasn't.
Oakland County is finishing up here. It'll be done in the next 20 minutes. Sorry, we're not East Side guys. I live on the West Side, and so does Joel. Ryan's our East Side go-to. We're learning it, but it's still a challenge. Flint should be pretty much done. Detroit is kind of right in the middle of it right now. Well, actually, I think Detroit's, yeah, I'd say right in the middle of it. Those storms are, if you're north of the, Hazel Park, Southfield, East Point, Grosse Point area, that's still moving north. So I think that is Macomb County and Oakland County headed up into the Lapeer and St. Clair counties.
We had a emergency manager, thunderstorm wind damage, a large tree down on a house with an individual trapped inside. This is in between Barton Hills and Dexter in Washtenaw County. That was at about 19 UTC, which was how long ago? That was probably
45 minutes ago.
Yeah, 3 o'clock. Large trees down intersection of 12 Mile Southfield Road in Oakland County. Again, we're still looking at potentially spin up here near Rochester Hills. We'll be watching that closely. We also are watching this Kalamazoo cell out all by itself here in Kalamazoo County. See if that can get going here.
What are the thoughts on Sanilac County? Storms and rain will be headed up your direction. I don't think it's going to be severe at this point in time. Yeah, on the Oakland-Macomb County border, yep, not much wind. What is that?
Here?
No, just to your right. I can't tell what town that is. Just north of Pontiac.
Be a downburst.
Gotcha.
Maybe. Looks like it was a downburst potentially.
There's still that clear look on that Troy storm.
Yeah, I know.
if you look at relative velocity, I mean, it's still, kink is still right in that line there.
Yeah.
Nice little downburst up headed toward Lake Orion there, headed for the Oxford area.
I'm not sure if it's Orion or Orion.
Well, I'll slaughter everything else. Why not slaughter that one too?
If I recall, because I think we played them in, I think my school played them in volleyball. I think it's Orion, but I'm not 100% sure on that.
Gotcha. I got storms going up just north of my house.
Yep, Orion. Yep, okay. Second one.
Orion. Sorry. I told you we're not
Wow,
full
we have
of these.
everyone's chiming in on
Oh, God.
it. Mattis near Leslie, unimpressive. I don't think they'll photograph well. Probably, yeah. It's probably because of the smoke. Does not help. Clouds visibility. Thunder sounds like it broke the sound barrier, just hit howl. Yeah, like I was saying, that backside of the anvil is a big lightning producer. Sometimes it takes you by surprise, like, oh wow, what the heck just happened there? You know, because that was what was happening a couple hours ago here when the storms already went past. There's also just random thunder. I look at the radar and it's just stratiform rain. So. Second line of storms will not occur, or is there still a hazard for later? There's definitely still a hazard for later. We are watching closely as the best environment, and if some instability gets going, which it's starting to nudge into southwestern lower Michigan, they could be more severe than our first line. Just depends on how the atmosphere recovers after this first line moves into Canada, which it pretty much almost is at this point. If you live in west or eastern Wayne County, Oakland County, Macomb County, you guys are still under severe thunderstorm warning. 460 mile hour to 70 mile per hour winds. Why do I have base reflectivity on both sides? That was a big dumb brain moment there.
It is storming in Battle Creek. So, Amber, I'm sorry to your mother-in-law. Chance of a tornado in Macomb County still low, but yet possible tornado in Royal Oak. Yeah, it would be close to Royal Oak where that spin up may have occurred. And we might be looking at another one there at Grosse Point.
Don't know. There could be a water spout going there right now.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, wait a minute. Did we miss that? It got intense for 1 second, for one scan. And that's what I mean by these QLCS. You don't know until it happens. It could have been on the ground. It doesn't look like anything significant in CC, but. I think they just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning. We'll get that up here in a second. It's going to be probably, I think it's for Port Huron, so it's going to be St. Clair County. Wait for that to pop up. Missed what you said about Lake Orion near Oxford. Yeah, there's a chance that something could spin up near you guys. I just stubbed my toe on my desk. Ow.
Hey, watch out for that desk there.
Oh.
My cats are not afraid of thunderstorms. I can tell you that much.
Oh, man. Okay, I think we're good.
Between Lake Orion
Oh.
and Pontiac.
You're gonna piss so many people off. Don't do that, Joel. It hurts. Yeah, you're right. Didn't try to, but it happened. Orion. Yeah, just
At least I can say K-Pack right. That's what I know.
Yeah. Where are people seeing rotation right now? Macomb County.
I don't see the rotation in Macomb County.
I can see offshore of St. Clair Shores. There's that potential water spout going on across Lake St. Clair. So if you live along the Lake St. Clair there near Mount Clemens, Lake St. Clair Shores, and you point your camera out towards the lake, you might see a water spout. Just keep that in mind. I wonder if the special marine warning. Yes, what special marine warning is updated for water spouts possible. So keep that in mind if you're a photographer.
Rochester Hills, again, I'm not concerned about it, but it could spin up and do something interesting. Is there a new severe warning to the north?
Yes. Yep.
St. Clair County?
Yep, till 5 p.m. So it's issued for another hour and 3. Uh, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts is the main hazard. Hail less than half an inch. So it's, again, these are all just damaging winds. I believe we're getting a new SPC update here soon. I don't know if they've had it yet. Curious to see.
Depending on what those storms do down in Indiana, Joel, I might dip out of here and roll south. Wouldn't mind me a little tornado action today.
In Indiana?
Mm-hmm.
There's like nothing there yet.
It's down over by Bass Lake, Winnemac. Yeah, Knox.
I've been to Knox. I got gas there once on a storm chase.
Yeah.
They're kind of in a lull right now besides these storms over here. They did cancel the warning for Wayne County, by the way. So if you live in Wayne County, you're in the clear. Siren should be gone at that point, or done at that point. Still in the warning if you're in Oakland County. You guys are not out of it yet. Same with Macomb, and now St. Clair's issued. I know
We'll
we had
see
some
if they go
Lapeer.
Lapeer next.
I was gonna say I know we had some Lapeer viewers earlier. That'll probably be the next warning here soon. Although it's almost looks like it's starting to. Besides the fact that it's trying to rotate and do a couple spin ups, it's not looking too impressive on velocity wind wise. Ohio might tornado though. Cedar Point.
Perfect.
They just did trim the severe thunderstorm warning for Oakland County. So if you live in Milford, you guys are out of it. Farmington Hills, Orchard Lake Village, Franklin, Wixom, Milford again, South Line, you guys are out of the severe thunderstorm warning. And Holly now as well. But if you are still in Clarkston, Waterford, Auburn Hills, Lake Orion, I almost messed up there. Auburn Hills, Rochester Hills, Troy, near Leonard, you guys are still in it. And then all of Macomb County is still in the severe thunderstorm warning. Although it's almost done in Warren. Rest of Macomb County, we can't put you in the clear yet. Speak of the devil, we have a tornado warning offshore Sandusky.
Well. they go, all right, we're out of Michigan. Let's do a tornado warning.
Yep. Hey, we had one too. So
Yeah, that's true. Is there a round two? That's the question that we're seeing the most right now. I don't know. Unfortunately, not many of us do know. We're watching satellite. We're watching what radar is doing. We're watching surface observations. And right now, it's trying to pop more cells and storms. And I just don't know. Dorothy Nichols, you're saying confirmed tornadoes, Dundee, Woodland Beach, Colon, and Lexington. Can you please either elaborate more or refrain from saying that? Because I don't know of any confirmed tornadoes from this today yet. And unless you're just talking about the year, then please be more specific.
yeah, that would make sense because that's all places that have been hit by a tornado so far this year.
Which is fine. I
Yeah.
just want to make sure.
Yeah. And she also put hailstorm in Davidson. Yeah, she's definitely listing off events that have happened already in the past. Sturgis area is definitely under the gun for a round two if it happens.
Let's head it up towards Jackson County.
Yeah, this one lone thunderstorm in Calhoun County right now.
Oh, I've got full sun out right now, Joel.
You do?
Yep. God, this light makes me look so pale. I look like I've never stepped outside in my entire life.
Gotta get a warm lamp.
Apparently.
Yeah, that's kind of what I have.
I have a desk lamp that I've
It's
had for
a
like
mon-
15 years.
It's a Meyer soft white 40 watt. Of course, now I'm seeing spots because they look just right into the bulb. That was probably not the smartest idea. This is it for round one. If you are still in Oakland, Macomb, St. Clair, probably Lapeer County shortly, you guys are still under the gun for round one. Round two will be pretty much areas south of 96. So if you live south of 96, still under the gun for potentially a pop-up storm later tonight.
Look at our chat, Joel.
Which one?
The board chat.
Hold on. Oh gosh.
You're saying Ryan just sent something.
Why are we talking about Somerset Center? Is that from earlier?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 224. That was the.
I think Ryan's just being Ryan, being sus.
Well, that's where all the damage is at.
Was it?
Yeah, that's Somerset Center.
Boogies. Oscar. No. Boogeyman. Isaac said he just had a funnel. I don't know where he's at though. Late
Wait, we had a funnel cloud report earlier.
said Lake St. Clair. I'm guessing
Yeah.
MP.
No, that
I don't know what that means.
That tornado warning from earlier was probably prompted by emergency management. It says 1858 UTC, funnel clouds reported by Stockbridge Fire Department. So that was probably what it was for. Dang, you seen that?
Yeah. So anyone in the Ann Arbor area, avoid contact with the Huron River. Avoid any and all contact. If you want to make a banner for that, Joel, so we can put that up there. Again, anyone in the Ann Arbor area, in the surrounding area, probably just the north side of Ann Arbor there, north side, right, that area. Please avoid any and all contact with the river. We are getting reports of multiple power lines down in the river. This is coming through from Ryan, who is out over in that area right now. Multiple live lines down in contact with the river. Ann Arbor Police says avoid all contact with the Huron River. That funnel that I was talking about earlier was over by Metro Beach, according to fellow chasers.
Southwestern Morning. Imlay City. This is, I believe, southern Lapeer County. Yeah. Metamora, Dryden, Elmont, Imlay City.
New day one outlook just went, it says. Looks like they did a severe thunderstorm warning for the southern half of Lapeer County.
Yep. So Lapeer, you're not in it. Like if you live in downtown Lapeer, you guys are not in it. We will watch to see if they extend it. There's a little area of damaging winds north of Oxford, just south of Metamora. Ooh, could have been a little bit of a spin up there. Again, it's going to be so hard for these National Weather Service offices to go back out and survey all these locations because there's probably a lot of widespread damage across the state today, and it's going to be hard determining between tornado damage and straight line winds, especially if the majority of it's straight line winds, and you also have a spin up in one spot. So you will see.
I'm watching relative velocity right now for that, and I mean, yeah, there definitely might have been one. But it is tough telling.
Yeah. Storm done for St. Clair Shores. I saw a comment from New Baltimore about the thunder. Yeah, you guys are going to get hit here in about 2 minutes in New Baltimore. St. Clair Shores is... There's St. Clair and St. Clair Shores. I got to make sure I have the right one. St. Clair Shores, you guys will be out of it in about 5 minutes. Heaviest at least. We are watching potential for some water spouts on Lake St. Clair. There could be, with this velocity signature here, a little bit of a QLCS spin up near Algonac, I think is what it is. Algonac, yeah. So skirting right along the St. Clair River there.
I think this is what Ryan said. I think that's either the GRAFD or it's the DTX AFD. It says, as usual, earlier convection has made new storm development and evolution way more complex.
Yeah, pure Michigan.
As usual.
Yep.
Yeah, it looks like it is calming down.
Did they downgrade?
What?
Did they downgrade?
I don't know.
I'm looking. Oh, wow. The College of DuPage, the satellite. Wow. the satellite view, there's a big tower going up in Southwest Michigan. I don't know if that's the Kalamazoo storm or not. It might. I think it is. You see it blossom in the satellite view. I believe they downgraded. Yep. Doesn't mean we're out of it yet, though. Slight still means severe as possible.
I mean, we've got the CU field. I mean, look at all that sun over by Chicago yet.
Can we stop hitting the desk? Are we slamming against the desk?
Unless you're talking about that, I'm putting my phone on my computer.
It must have been me. Or something. I don't know. Cloud ground lightning, Ann Arbor, yeah. Especially after the storm goes through, like I was mentioning, all that rain behind it. That's the backside of the anvil. So you guys definitely want to stay inside until the rain's kind of died down significantly.
No, Nick, I'm going to pound the desk as hard as I want.
Traffic is terrible in Ann Arbor from the down trees and outages. Again, if you're in Ann Arbor, do not contact the Huron River. Not sure why you'd want to go swimming or anything right now, but do not go in the river. Again, if you're a first-time viewer, welcome again to the stream today. We appreciate you for tuning in if this is your first time. If you're a returner, hello again. Another hourly reminder that we are simultaneously streaming on both platforms. So if you know some people who don't have a Facebook but can just access YouTube at any time, we are streaming over there, and vice versa. If you know people that have a Facebook account, we are streaming here on Facebook. So cloud ceiling is down to 750 feet. Those are some low cloud decks moving in behind for round 2.
That's kind of getting that time here.
Yeah. I'll be right back.
All right. So yeah, the remainder of the first line is up in the northern half of Oakland and Macomb counties, heading to the southern half of Lapeer, and getting closer to moving into St. Clair County. Moreau can have a second round. Anywhere south of I-94 could have a second round right now. There's way too much uncertainty regarding it.
Yo, guys, Somerset Center got hit pretty bad. I'm about to go live, you guys.
Low cloud deck just means how low the clouds are. I don't even know if there's going to be a second round yet, anyway, everybody.
I'm back.
Welcome.
I got a Swiss roll.
You got a Swiss roll? Is that what you said? That's fine. That's why I got that wrap, because I was like, I don't know how long this is going to be going on and how long we're going to be out and about. So I was like, well, you know what?
Guys,
Yeah.
Hey,
got
what,
you.
Brian? Yeah.
go ahead and take me full. All right, if you guys can still hear me, I am in Somerset Center, McCordy Park to be exact. We have a bunch of tree damage here.
Wow.
Everything is laid down in a northeast direction, but we have trees completely uprooted here, many branches down. It's all over the place. It's not in one area, very localized area here in Somerset Center. But again, there's very widespread tree damage here, very healthy trees as well that came down. This whole entire yard, field here, or grassy area is just littered with tree limbs. If you look over across the road, all the tree limbs are scattered that way, and it's walk back over here to the park itself. The park itself is just completely littered with trees and branches and leaves and sticks. I'll go ahead and walk over here real quickly so you guys can see it. But again, these are really very healthy trees that got blown over here in Somerset Center. Go ahead and walk over here to the other side of the park. All these trees up here just been snapped and thrown.
Wow.
You look in the park here, you guys can probably barely see it, but look at all these trees in the park, guys. That's just insanity. So again, I'm reporting from Somerset Center here. Again, multiple healthy trees uprooted. We're going to be here probably for a little bit doing some damage survey. As it appears right now, it does appear to be straight line wind damage. I don't see any evidence yet of any tornadic activity. So at this point, we're going to call this wind damage. But yeah, that's what we got right now here in Somerset Center.
Ryan, we have an unconfirmed report that there might be damaged trailer houses in that park. I don't know if you're near that.
What park?
The one you're at, I guess.
McCordy Park?
Yeah, apparently.
Okay. I'll look around. If you can send me the report, go ahead and send it to me, and I'll head that way.
I don't know. It's just someone put it in the comments that there's damaged trailer houses in that park. I'm not sure if that's confirmed. So if you can't find it, don't worry.
There's no house in the park. It's just a park. It's McCordy Park here in Somerset. But we'll be looking around here for a while. So if you guys have damage of trailers, let us know. If we can get more information on that, please message the page. We'll go check it out.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and get back to searching here, and I'll get back with you if I find anything else.
Sounds good.
All right. Thank you, Ryan.
That was the wow reaction if I've ever seen it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you guys are talking about the trailer park down the road. If you guys have an address for that, we can pass it on to Ryan. That way he can head that way.
I'm going to go step outside for a minute, Joel. I kind of want to see what it feels like outside.
Yeah.
That's what I would like to do.
Timer says you guys have been live for almost 7 hours. That is true.
It's a long day.
Yep.
But when we say we have you covered beginning to end, we mean it. We don't take breaks. So I'll be right back, Joel.
Yep.
Yeah, we do appreciate you guys for tuning in. My radar is still live. We do still have those severe thunderstorm warnings just to kind of get back into the action here. If you guys live up in the Thumb, just some heavy rain downpours there, maybe a couple of rumbles of thunder. The severe weather right now is limited to southern Lapeer County, the majority of St. Clair County, and Macomb County. All of these, this looks like this line is starting to weaken a little bit. We have a lot of damage reports coming in here, indicated by these little thunderstorm green logos here. Large tree down, Stirring Heights. Already went over that one. Farmington Hills, 6-inch diameter tree down at the TV station. Again, I think that was the TV station that might have taken a direct hit from a QLCS spin-up tornado earlier. Large trees down at the intersection of 7 Mile and Beach Daily. This is in northern Wayne County. And then we also have a tree limb inside of the roof of a home at the intersection of Joy and Middle Belt near Livonia. So, and again, we're watching a second line of storms starting to develop now back here on Lake Michigan. I'm on the Detroit radar right now. I'll go back over the Grand Rapids radar soon. I'm just going to keep it on here for now because nothing on Lake Michigan is severe yet. So we're just going to keep it on the severe thunderstorm warnings that are still in effect for now. We do not have a Discord. We're not that cool. No, I'm kidding. We have everything else, though. We do have Instagram, Twitter, Facebook. We are also on TikTok now. We just surpassed, I think, 2,000 followers today. So if you have a TikTok account, you can go follow us over there. And we're obviously on YouTube as well. If you're not watching on YouTube, if you're watching on Facebook and you have a YouTube account, but you're not subscribed to us, feel free to subscribe, And again, share the stream with anybody. We'll probably keep it rolling here between the rounds. I don't know if we're going to stop it necessarily, but we'll let you know if we do. But for now, we're just kind of tuning in for these severe thunderstorm warnings, waiting to see when they're done. Yeah, second line of storms will be south of probably 96. So south, Grand Rapids and south, down to Lansing south. And then if you take 69 across the state, anywhere south of there, still definitely under the gun for severe weather later tonight with this line of storms that's on Lake Michigan right now. We'll keep an eye out for those. But again, right now, the severe thunderstorm warnings. Severe thunderstorm warnings are in effect for southern Lapeer, most of St. Clair, and Macomb counties. Imagine they're going to cancel some of these soon. We have a lot of damage coming in from Somerset City. Oh, man. What a day. Been here since, 6.5 hours. That was, 10 a.m.? Whew. That's a lot of instability in Illinois right there. 5,000 joules per kilogram.
There's 5,000 joules per kilogram in Illinois.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Oh, wow. Bob put on the comments that there's a water rescue ongoing in Ann Arbor. 7 missing juveniles. They went kayaking. Have not heard that. Working to confirm that.
Bob, can you post a link to that here in the chat? You don't
Joules is a
think-
measure.
Go
Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I don't know if we're getting a second round yet.
Joules is a measurement of energy in the atmosphere, and I think that was spelled correctly. I think you got it right there, Lorraine. So, yeah.
Oscar. It's time for our second Oscar check on the day. Oh yeah, what a big guy.
Wow.
Oh, what a good guy.
Cell between. Ooh, we got comments rolling in. Saginaw Bay City looks fairly organized. It looks like a good soaker for sure. Not seeing much in the way of wind. Freaking fruit fly everywhere.
5,000 joules per kilogram is a lot of energy.
Yeah. Tornado threat is still possible this evening, although probably lower. I did not check the new probabilities, actually.
I was going to say SPC map should be up, right?
Yeah, I haven't looked. Our hodograph for Grand Rapids is a straight line. Oh, wait. It updated. It's a half triangle.
They maintained the 5%, 15% hail, 15% wind, but they maintained 5%.
Interesting they went down on the wind. That's the most common thing. The second line doesn't look that organized. I'm almost certain they're canceling the Macomb County thunderstorm warning here soon. Oh, it expires at 4:30 anyway, so I think they're just gonna let it run out. 4:45 for Southern Lapeer is when that cancels. St. Clair thunderstorm warning is in effect till 5 still.
I would say after everything cancels out, we might just leave radar up and take a break and kind of recharge and then come back.
Yeah.
Because that's really all we have right now is just the St. Clair area. So look at Joel. If you go to KGRR radar a minute.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, this is great news. Ann Arbor kayakers located and safe.
There we go.
That's fantastic.
All right, I have the radar pulled up.
Look at over the lake just off of Grand Haven. Do you see those storms popping up there?
These ones?
Like out over the middle of the lake? Yeah. Like, how does that happen?
These ones right here?
Yeah. Where do those come from? How does that happen?
moisture. Got a lot of moisture there.
Moisture.
Yep.
Tune in next
And
week, folks.
Well, what's our lift looking like?
I don't know.
I'm gonna look at that really quick.
Yeah, because it's been like the last 4 scans that they've just popped off.
It's right on the edge of the lift. -1. Watch is canceled, no longer in effect. I'm curious to know for what counties. Oh, literally all. They canceled all of them
They canceled everything?
except for the thumb. Interesting.
Huh.
I think they're gonna maybe wait to see what the second. Well, I believe they issued the first one until 4, so I think it just ran out of time.
Cass City, Michigan, I think you guys are going to be in the clear. You might get 20, 30 mile an hour wind gusts, but nothing crazy. What's it like in the thumb? That's just where our 2 active severe thunderstorm warnings are in southern Lapeer County and St. Clair County right now.
It's probably an elevated supercell up there near Sandusky even. Oh, that's from the Grand Rapids radar, so it just looks more intense than it probably actually is.
More lightning somehow in Allegan County. Makes no sense.
Yeah. There's a Canada issued a tornado warning for Windsor. Interesting. The storm's already long gone.
ECC.
Yeah.
We shall not hate on another country's weather. We shall not hate.
I don't know. I'm not really excited to go chase these yet. It just doesn't. It just looks like a blob of rain. There's quite the MCV over Lake Huron right now. I don't know if you saw that radar. Oh, hold up. We might have something up in the thumb, actually.
I'm seeing that right now.
I just saw that. Hold on, let me go there. Yeah.
That's interesting.
Was that? Yeah. I would say, well, you said Cass City. It's funny you brought up Cass City, and all of a sudden now you have 2 rotating supercells, probably you could almost call them, because they're all by themselves, detached from the rest of that up there.
Bugs. Bucky. It'll be interesting to see what that continues to do. I took my headphones off, Joel. I'm going to mute just a sec.
While we have a moment, if you feel like supporting the channel, again, we have these really cool Michigan Storm Chaser tees. You can find them on lsd.co. That's HELI, like helicopter, and then city, as in city. .co, not .com, but .co. Anything helps us keep you guys informed. If you thought that we helped you out today, do appreciate any purchases, of course. Then again, you can also support us by subscribing on Facebook and Patreon. We have different level tiers on Patreon, and then Facebook, I think, is just a one-time payment once per month. So I like to think of it as it's like the price of a coffee, but it's spread out over 1 month. So you're paying, 15 cents a day or something like that. So
Hello.
if you feel like subscribing, it's obviously optional. So we do appreciate it, though. Welcome, Nick.
Hello. How's it going?
It's going. We are not done yet. We're watching some rotation up here. In the thumb.
I see that too.
We have one severe thunderstorm warning still in effect for St. Clair County. I imagine that's going to be canceled here soon. Ontario's getting slammed though right now.
What?
Chatting.
I was looking to see what part you're looking at for the rotation in the thumb. What city?
It's right on the Tuscola-Sanilac County line. It's not really near a city. It's just like northeast of Kingston.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
I'm looking at Elmwood as well. Elmwood it's just next to Cass City.
Yeah, this one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Is that storm relative or is that just velocity?
This is base velocity. Storm relative is literally the same thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. This new scan. Is that clear air?
I hope so.
Probably
doesn't
is.
line up, so it probably is.
Okay. Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's clear air.
Yep.
Gave me a fright.
Severe threat over for Livingston. I would say for now it is. Livingston County, you guys are pretty much in the clear until maybe a round 2 later. So you can get those tomato plants back out for a little bit of sun before second line comes in, if there's any sun coming your way. Fair this week at Imlay City. Hopefully they took cover from the severe thunderstorm warning that was in effect, that was just canceled recently. And now our last severe thunderstorm warning actually just got canceled for St. Clair. And so with that, we have no more severe thunderstorm warnings in the state of Michigan.
Woo!
After 6 hours and 40 minutes of streaming. Doesn't mean we're done, though.
Oh, it looks like I might get something up by me again.
Yeah.
It's really interesting on how that worked because they kind of just wisped away over the lake and then formed these cells.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Yeah, Joel, why don't you go take 5, run around for a little bit?
Oh, I need a nap. I might just go lay in my bed for 5 minutes.
My phone has been nonstop.
We also already have comments coming in about round 2, when and where.
Yeah, good luck, Nick. We'll see you.
Yeah. We're kind of looking at round 2 right now, heading into. I mean, it's in Hopkins, I guess, but it's nothing to write home about at the moment.
I forgot to address this earlier. The red box that you see on my Gibson Ridge 2 product is literally just the center of the screen. That's just highlighting where the center of the screen is on both radars. So it's not like a warning. That little tiny square you see there. So, yeah.
Bugs, 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 bugs. Bugs, bugs, bugs.
You guys got the rotating storm up in near Sandusky, Snover.
I don't know. This is the first time we've had 0 special weather statements or 0 active warnings in Michigan since what, like 12:30?
10. Yeah, something like
10?
that. Well, we started at 10, and that was when the severe thunderstorm warning from Mason.
When will you get your power? I'm not sure.
Nessa, we just have a lot of nicknames for our cats. So Otis is the one who's usually running around causing a thudding commotion, just the pandemonium cat. And we call him Bugs or Boogie every once in a while too. So if you hear me just go Bugs, 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 it's because he's walking on the top shelf of my computer desk. What's over Belleville? I don't know where Belleville is. Burville. Sorry. Don't know where that is.
Sorry if I'm being quiet. I'm catching up on our messenger inbox.
You're good. Joel said he's going to take a little bit. Do you want to pull your radar scope up? Or I can put mine on there.
I got mine. No. There. Did you see that too? I saw Joel say spinny plant, and then I saw the video, and I'm like, oh.
I was like, what is he talking about?
Oh, that's funny.
It's funny the second time too. So this was the video that, oh, come on. I don't want to turn my background off to play it.
Oh, I got a delay.
You do?
My computer is delaying me very bad.
Just had thunder roll at my house here. So one of our other Mets sent us this video. And one of the guys said spinny plant. That's what we're laughing about.
Oh my gosh.
Oh man, spinny plant. That's so funny. Okay. You want to go back to Cass City, Nick? That's up in the thumb where you're looking. Are velocities picking up there or what?
Hold up. Wait a minute.
Still, I mean, there's some broad rotation up there, but
Yeah, I'm sure the storm relative is the same.
yeah. little bit of rotation, nothing insane. Any chance of a severe second line in Southeast Michigan? That has yet to be determined. Right now, the answer would be no, but it's up for debate, honestly. We'll see. We'll see how the rest of the evening goes. Allegan County round 2. Yep, sounds about right.
Yeah. I think Ryan's waiting on pictures to load on the messenger.
Think so?
Yeah, I think he's explaining a picture that has not sent yet. Joey says he's been in this live for 4 to 5 hours. So have I. I've been listening almost all day at work.
I've been in here for a while too.
Just a few hours.
Yeah. Looking for St. Clair County. You should be getting in the clear here pretty soon. There is now, Nick, a special weather statement for that cell up there.
Okay. I don't have that option on Radar Scope, but I can look at it on Twitter real quick.
It's literally the area you've got zoomed in. Like, it's the area you're zoomed in on is the special weather statement. I don't think you're under a tornado watch in Macomb County. Severe thunderstorm watch, yes.
Special weather statement. Wind 55 miles an hour. Hail half-inch size possible. Seek shelter in a sturdy structure. We'll see how this organizes.
Yeah, we'll see if there's going to be another round.
Just got some damage pictures sent in from Burr Oak. Lots of trees down on houses. Just in the yards. Lots of debris. All the damage seemed to be isolated right downtown area, but a few exceptions of lines down west of downtown. So we'll get those up on the page here soon. I'm going to try to direct one of our guys to get on that. Oh, you're still here. You're so quiet.
Yeah, I've just been in here since 2 o'clock.
I saw you had some fun at the dealership.
Yeah, I had people that I was like, okay, I'll be out of here by 11. Okay, well now it's 11:30. Oh, now it's noon and they're not in the finance office yet. Okay, now it's 12:30. We're getting away and it's storming. We were just busy this morning. There's nothing we could do any differently. We're just busy.
That's what we get for telling everybody that the storms will start around noon.
Mm-hmm. Is there more severe weather coming to Southwest Michigan? Maybe.
I'm just looking over here.
Tell her you're welcome, Bob.
What am I looking for? I'm going to look over here. Just checking on these cells over on the west side.
Bye, babe. Have fun.
Yeah, nothing really to write home about.
Nope.
Goodness gracious, that is loud.
Is it really?
Yeah, it's like...
Really?
Yeah.
That's clear across my desk.
Well, it's hitting your desk. It's going through the wood of your desk and going back up through your mic.
It's crazy.
Sorry if I just... Sorry, RIP headphone users. Okay, that's enough. That's a good way to lose 100 people.
Oh, we're already down about 425 from when we were at our busiest.
I know.
Oscar. Rip to my eardrums.
Yeah. Big shout out to everybody who followed us. And if you're not following us on Facebook yet, please do. We are only 52 people away from 30,000. Which is big.
So if it's 100-mile-an-hour wind, does that mean possible tornado? No. You can have downdraft winds that move with the storm called straight line winds that can blow faster than 100 miles an hour. The whistling is also loud. Really? I'm so sorry.
Yeah, whistling is really bad for mics. Is Chandlex going to go chasing?
Yes.
What's our satellite imagery look like?
Do you know where to pull that?
Sasquatch?
Yeah. Or you can go on College of DuPage.
I mean,
do it there too.
I don't know if these clouds are going to clear up before, or clear up enough to give us that second severe potential. The red visible shows that it might, but the blue visible does not.
Tree on a house and one down across the road in Sumter, venturing out to get pics. Thank you. Nick, why don't we take just a closer look at that velocity stuff there up in the thumb there?
Oh, yeah, that one.
Mm-hmm. No, you don't need to apologize, Maria. We are units today. Yes, we are units today. I know, poor me, right? I can't eat on stream. I can't whistle on stream. I can't put my cup down on the stream.
I mean, that's still pretty elevated.
Yeah. There's more. See what? Okay, so what's really interesting to me? I'm gonna take my screen here, Nick.
Okay.
So can you see it?
Yeah.
So this is the last like hour and a half to 2 hours.
Yep.
So you can see the storm going up.
Oh no.
No, it just updated.
Oh, okay.
So you can see the storm up in Kalamazoo, and then you can see the storm out over the lake here, and whatever little pop-up stuff is going on down here. But if you look in Illinois, you can see this boundary line here, and all of this clearing back over here.
Yeah.
And now look at the, I mean, just in the last 4 or 5 radar scans, look at the top. The top's bubbling out on this storm right here.
Yeah, I was seeing that on radar scope as well. I was about to comment saying, I wonder how it's going to look when it hits Benton Harbor or when it makes landfall.
I mean, it's nudging into better, and now there's another storm out over the middle of the lake, which you can see starting to pop up.
That's our that's the one in front of or just west of Holland, Port Charlotte, and Grand Haven.
No, if you look at radar scope, it's closer to Chicago than anywhere else.
Oh, the one behind the Benton Harbor?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, that stuff is heading into a better.
We just got a severe thunderstorm warning.
The further south it goes, for the thumb.
DTX has just issued another severe thunderstorm warning for Sandusky, Deckerville, Port Sanilac.
Mm-hmm. There's more. Let's take the velocity scan back. I'm going to take mine out here. Get your radar back in there. Sorry.
I'm doing it.
I'm doing it,
this
Mr. Krabs.
Yeah, we got radar indicated winds here on this.
But I would say even the one further east of that, or I'm sorry, further west than that. Oh, go to switch it to storm relative velocity for me.
There you go. Oh, yeah.
There's quite a lot of rotation in there.
Yeah, green is showing about 9 miles per hour. Red is showing about 30, 38 in some points, 39.
Mm-hmm. 7 hours. We're amazing. Thank you. You're welcome. Make sure you guys subscribe to our YouTube channel and our Facebook. We are self-funded. So a subscription to Facebook costs you $2 a month, $24 a year to make sure that we continue to bring you the best weather coverage we can. Ryan's here.
Oh, Ryan.
What is up, guys?
Ryan.
My headphones in here real quick. Give me 1 second.
What? I can't hear you. Oh,
Anything
boy.
for Hillsdale County? Not at this point in time.
Let's see what this. I said what the severe thunderstorm warning was. Who was it for? Hazard is 60 mile an hour wind gusts.
All right, guys, what's up?
Ryan.
Hello.
Curious, I know it's more than likely straight line wind damage, but in Somerset Center, we tracked the area of damage. It's localized to one swath, and it tracks itself back to about a half mile to a mile. It's only in like this maybe like a quarter mile, a few hundred yards wide swath. It's interesting.
Ryan, I don't
Probably
mean to
RFD
interrupt
damage,
here
but
a
it's
second.
just,
Sorry.
You guys went out for round
I just
two?
wanted to say,
Yes.
I just wanted to quick say this severe warning does have tornado possible on it as a tag, which makes sense with this rotation that we're seeing on the radar. Go ahead, Ryan. Sorry, I just wanted to quick say that.
Oh, you're fine, Nick. I was just saying it's just kind of localized in that swath area. We just had an MD just got issued. I don't know if you guys covered that or not.
Not yet.
Severe watch possible, 40%. It's including Berrien County and Cass County. But are you guys going out for round two if anything happens?
Yes.
All right. I'm currently en route to the Coldwater area for those of you watching, so I'll be staged there, waiting to see if we have new development. We'll have to wait and see how this evening plays out.
I just got an email saying we got a new Patreon subscribers, so thank you. Jessica's asking if there's anything headed towards Hillsdale County. Not at this moment, no. Nothing severe, at least. Chandler, I don't know if you can see this rotation on my screen. You there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm just getting that warning posted.
Okay.
I'm looking at it on my phone.
I've got all 4 products up on stream here, if you can see that.
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay.
Earlier this afternoon, we talked about the instability being reduced with the first round of storms. Then we said something about wind shear would help form the second event of storms. Can you please explain? Yes. So the atmosphere is very fluid. You can't see it, but it is very fluid. And the way the wind shear moves around through the atmosphere, that's one of the tools that helps build or inhibit convective thunderstorm development. And we're getting into better parameters. It's just, is there going to be enough instability now to refire another round of thunderstorms? So far, the second line looks like just some rumbles of thunder and maybe some locally heavy rain.
Gosh. Somerset Center just got ripped up.
Mm-hmm. Do we still have a lot of stuff around? Well, let's look. We'll do an in-depth dive here through mesoanalysis. Let me switch the tabs around here. So this is called mesoanalysis. So the mesoscale factors in the environment. So first thing that we want to look at is, let's look at the surface. So at the surface, what is the 3-hour temperature change? So it's cooled off way over here where the storms were, and now it's starting to warm back up over here. So that checks out. Next thing we want to look at the surface is what the dew point change is. That's okay, take your time. So dew points may say about the same. So let's look at our surface-based CAPE here. So this little notch of CAPE is trying to poke its way up in here. And if this can poke its way up, that would give us the instability we need. CAPE is defined loosely in the sense as instability. So this little notch right here is trying to poke its way up into there so we can have a little bit more instability. Ideally for thunderstorms, we don't want to see the thunderstorms in the blue area here where there's really low levels of CAPE. Alex, Nick, I'm gonna mute real quick because Alex is calling me. And then I will jump back into the mesoanalysis.
I'll just throw up radar real quick. Well, he's on the phone with one of our fellow chasers. We're still going to just watch this rotation here.
Okay, my phone won't connect, so we will jump back into the mesoanalysis here. If I pull it back in, Nick.
You're good now.
Cool. So again, we're even on this next scan, we're starting to see this instability creep up into southern Berrien County and Cass County here in Michigan. So we're going to see what those are going to do as they continue to come in this way. I might leave here in a little bit just to see what that's going to do. But so the next thing that we want to look at is lifted index, which mid-level lapse rates, 7.5. It's all right. It's not great. Low-level lapse rates, 5.5. Yeah. We want to see like 8 for new development. 3-hour surface-based CAPE change. So we can see CAPE is starting to get added back over here. And we can see it's all kind of gone away from over here. So let's look at the effective bulk shear. So we've got 55 to 60 knots of, or I'm sorry, it's 50 to 55 knots of bulk shear around the area here. If we go surface to 1 kilometer, so we've got 25 knots of shear. That'll be all right. Let's see, here's storm relative helicity. surface to 1 kilometer. So that's how much like kind of spin there is and everything. So there's quite a bit of spin up here. Those wind shear values are decent. These wind shear values are decent, or these SRH values are decent. So there's a lot of spin on everything. Supercell composite. So where the biggest composite is for supercells, we're looking at an 8 to a 12 currently down here in the southwest corner of Michigan. Significant tornado up to a 2. Again, that's not very high parameter, but it is there. Hang on, I gotta call Alex back here. You can take over.
Chandler must be on the phone again. Of course, they go to grab a couple cookies and he just decides to go back on the phone. That's all right. I've seen that look before. I'm just trying to figure out if it's because I said cookie or if it's because I was saying he had to leave when I went. I'm gonna throw our radar back up here. We're still watching this severe warning here in Argyle, Deckerville, Sandusky, Carsonville. We did just get a special weather statement for Benton Harbor in Berrien County. Oh, I'm sorry. What county is that? Why aren't they saying? I think it's Berrien County. Wind 40 miles per hour, hit, and no hail is expected. That is until 5:45 p.m. We're gonna go quick, just flip the radar over there just to take a look. As you can see here on the Indiana IWX radar, we do have some wind showing. Is the worst happened for today in Macomb? As of right now, yes. Did it miss Port Huron? Did what miss Port Huron? What are we looking at? We are looking at the this is the radar here. Our radar products we have on the left side here, we have our basic reflectivity, which is rain. On the right, we have our velocity scans. Is more coming for Sturgis? Not at the moment. This looks like it's going to stay north of Sturgis.
I'm back.
Welcome back. I was just going over the special weather statement for Benton Harbor.
Gotcha. Yeah, I just don't understand because it's heading into the best parameters. So, I mean, the next 20 or 30 minutes are going to figure out if it actually does something or not.
Yeah, wind has been increasing on it, I've noticed, throughout the
Has it?
last few scans. Yeah, I can try to click back a few scans. Yeah, you can see it was starting to increase once it got on shore. Nope. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, you're right. I'm waiting to see if it's going to kind of turn right at all.
I'm not sure, but if you look by Eau Claire, there's a lot of new development down there, just northwest of Dowagiac, headed into Keeler on the front side of that. I know Ryan said he was going to head over to Coldwater. Joey, we cannot rule out the chance of severe weather in Macomb County tonight yet. It is beer 30, Jackie. Big shout out to Chandler and Joel for being on here for so long. I only joined about 45 minutes ago. Hillsdale is going to get hit again. If this stays north of you, no. If we have more development, once this gets into better parameters, you might. The way this is tracking, it does look like it's going to stay just north of you or just clip the north side of Hillsdale. I do want to go back over here, though, and check on this severe warning still. It looks like any of that rotation has kind of broadened out more, which is good. We got Kevin saying that he's just north of the special weather statement in by Keeler in Pawpaw, raining very hard. We got Angela asking, is Romulus in the clear for the rest of the night? I gotta brush up on where Romulus is. I had an idea where it was. Do you know, Chandler?
Not off the top of my head.
I know I've seen it before on the map. Oh, we got Dan asking, is Ann Arbor going to get rocked again this evening? We don't have power over here already. We're not sure.
We're gonna see what this other line does that's moving through right now.
This is sort of tracking towards Ann Arbor, but this may go severe. This may not go severe.
Romulus is by Detroit, Nick. So look for Westland or Canton Township. That's just southeast of Canton Township.
Canton Township. Oh, it's right by. Is it right by Ann Arbor area? So you
No, go further east.
East.
Yeah, good. No, yep. So go right in. Yep, down or zoom in. Nice. It.
This one. I thought you said west.
Oh, I thought you said west.
So yeah, there's definitely a possibility of more storms tonight in Romulus. It's by the airport. Even that doesn't really help me unless I pull this up. What about Jackson? Threats? Yeah, it's in that line of where these cells are tracking.
Somebody's
Threats would just be
struggling.
wind.
Somebody's struggling with Romulus.
I got it already. Thank you.
Okay.
I figured it out. You had your turn. Now it's mine.
Lake Orion. Orion.
I was
know.
yelling Orion in my car when you guys were saying that.
Yeah. How's our line looking here?
Windy, just not severe windy.
I'm like trying to decide if I want to drive up there and get it or not.
You're like 20 minutes away. That's not even that bad.
Sun's out of my house,
The sun
And Greg.
was out here.
which is funny because we're surrounded by storms here in Ionia County.
Grayling will not see severe weather this evening. Just some rain showers maybe the rest of the night. Nothing crazy.
The sun is sort of trying to peak by me. I think I still have some. I think there's still some smoke in the air, but I'm not sure. It's definitely brighter than what it was.
Yeah, it's just like the main wind part of the storm is going to go between Marcellus and Lawton. Marcellus is 45 minutes away. Not 45, probably about 35 minutes away.
Summer asks. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I don't really want to drive 45 minutes one way for a downburst. Sault Ste. Marie, you say?
Sault Ste. Marie.
Well. Looks
We
to
did-
be. What?
What?
Are you giving me crap?
No.
Are you putting me on blast?
No, not at all. Never would.
That's a lie. First,
I was just gonna say we were born and raised in Michigan, so we should know how to say Sault Ste. Marie.
yes, Sault Ste. Marie or Fort Michilimackinac, Ypsilanti. All right, Joey. We'll see you later. Lightning alert went off in Three Rivers. What's up with that? Well, there's lightning northwest of Three Rivers.
We got thunder at my place.
There it is. There does look like to be a ball of wind there by Keeler right now.
All right, Nick, you got this for a little bit if I go play up north.
Oh, so you decided to go?
No, I'm just thinking about it.
I mean, you can. They might severe warn this if this continues increasing wind here in Keeler. We've got 50-mile-an-hour wind, 55, 58 I saw on the radar. So they might severe warn that.
It does seem to be increasing.
Ryan's asking if you and Alex are deploying.
Yeah, I messaged him back already.
Oh, I don't know why Facebook Messenger is so bad with giving me timely notifications, especially on my phone.
Can you hear him come through the stream?
Every once in a while.
Okay. Jackie says send it.
Just gonna send it.
Oh, I know, but I don't want to drive 45 minutes to look at a lightning bolt.
It won't be just one. It'll be a lot.
Well, the good news is when I go blind.
Handler, it's rotating.
Yeah, kind of, but.
Sorry, I thought that would get you off your butt.
Looks like Alex is gonna do it no matter what.
Looks good from GRR. Looks good from IWX.
I don't know. I'm going to take 5 off stream and think about it. I'll be back.
Okay.
Okay. I do keep forgetting we have the severe warning here.
Yeah.
It did say tornado possible.
Yeah, I was looking at
It
that.
still does. Expires in 32 minutes. I don't see a reason to keep this.
Let me look.
They might cancel this.
What time is it issued until?
Where's the expiration time? It just says expires in 32 minutes, which I think is.
Okay.
I don't think it's gonna last that long. Three Rivers with about 4 question marks. Let's go back to IWX.
One of our guys in our group chat says he's in Southfield, 100% tornado damage there. He's positive.
Positive.
From
Are
our
we naming
storm
names?
I mean, you can.
No.
That was the one that potentially hit the news studio earlier this afternoon. Wow. That latest scan from GR on the Dowagiac storm.
Oh.
I know that's not the ideal radar, but that's impressive looking now.
Well, this is IWX right here you're looking at on my screen.
Yeah.
I mean, the last, what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, the last 4 scans, the velocity has been increasing.
Mm-hmm.
I never answered the question about Three Rivers. Three Rivers will probably not see this. You'll probably see it past your north. What direction is that storm in Dowagiac headed? Huh? You think it's headed south?
I don't know. It could sag a little bit south. I wouldn't write them off yet. How close is that? I don't know, man.
if they're gonna hit, okay. Well, from what we're seeing right now, that wind is kind of heading south.
Yeah.
But the relative storm track is heading about east northeast. But there is some development down there, so you might not see this part exactly, but you may get some more rain. What direction is that storm in Dowagiac headed? I think we kind of just went over that.
I have 62 miles per hour on the latest scan.
Yeah, that should go severe warned anytime.
And that's from IWX.
Yeah. We don't issue these warnings, but we do know how to see it.
Chandler, Alex, they should be heading that way.
Danielle Smith, I'm a little south of the warning, and it's just loud. I'm assuming it's just loud as in thunder. Oh, that's not the right one. Yeah, lots of lightning in there. We do have that special marine warning for Huron. I wanted to say Saginaw Bay, but that's not Saginaw Bay. Yep, special marine warning for Lake Huron, wind gusts exceeding 50 knots. That's until 6:30 this evening.
It is thundering loud at my house here. Those storms up by Grand Rapids, I can hear them.
I cannot relate.
You can't hear anything in Ravenna?
I have nothing by me.
Yeah, there's a storm by Coopersville.
That's like 10 minutes away from me.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
If it was darker, I'd see some heat lightning.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
I know, it's a big ball of wind.
The next GR scan as well. Nick, I think we're going to be on home base here.
That's all right. You've been at home.
That's
all
fine.
day.
We got guys ready.
I think Chandler and Alex need to get on this one. At least just to get rocked by some wind.
Missed my comment if I missed your answer. Is there more storms in Riverview? I'm going to have to look up where that's at.
I want to say that's east side.
I think so. Where are you, Michigan? That's basically just south of downtown Detroit. So by Taylor.
By Taylor?
Yeah. There it is. Yeah, right there. I saw it. It's right by next to Trenton. Looks like you guys are pretty much out of the clear. There's a random tornado warning in Canada for some reason still.
That's just Canada for you.
Yeah.
Oh, it's expired. It's just sitting there.
Oh.
Canada's got their own system with severe warnings and tornado warnings. They don't have the polygon system like we do.
Yeah, they issue it for entire regions.
Are they counties over there or are they not? What are they considered?
You'd have to ask Mike. He would know.
Oh my.
What's oh my?
Oh, just that radar look at DTX looking at the cell here in southern Michigan. Wow.
Yeah. Right? It's the only one. Like I'm saying.
So high up in the atmosphere though.
Right. So once we have eyes on it, should be good.
I mean, down here it's just a big ball of wind.
I believe Alex is on his way. He says it's dark. Chandler's on his way.
Windbag.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my brother just sent me a picture of the GRR radar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks so ominous on radar scope. I don't know why I picked such a color table.
I know.
You can kind of, in StreamYard, you can kind of see that at the bottom. It's off the stream, but...
Is it? Down here?
Oh, I'm talking about mine.
Oh.
On Gibson Ridge. There's a 3-alarm storm warning. Tornado possible.
Really?
Yep. 3 rivers.
It's a very skinny polygon.
Yeah, it's right on the border.
Yep, we got Marcellus, 3 Rivers, Mendon, Colon. Colon, you are in the crosshairs again. Wind up to 60 miles an hour, pea-sized hail. Tornado is also possible. Oh, yeah, look at that. This is probably why right here, Joel.
Hold on, looking. Yeah.
I mean,
who was the one in here asking about 3 rivers? Was that Jackie?
I don't think it was Jackie. It was somebody else, but I may have given false information, fake news.
Oh, it was DeMarie.
Yeah, DeMarie. So that must be because that wind is heading on the southeasterly path.
Yeah.
And
Oh, it was
Jackie.
Jackie. Yeah. Okay. Well, you guys are under the gun.
Do you think it will hit Lenawee County? At this point, we're not sure. It's got a long way to go before it gets there. We do have some wind picking up back over by Keeler again. Sorry if I'm zooming in and out really quick. Haven't even finished paper.
Oh, that's
haven't
Tom.
even finished. Yeah.
He had those pictures from Burr Oak. Tom, I know you're listening here. The National Weather Service in Indiana asked us if they could use your pictures on their page with credit to us, but I think it'd be better off if they put credit to you, if that's fine. If you're okay with that, them using it on your page.
We just got another special weather statement by Decatur, Vicksburg, Portage, Climax. Really?
That whole thing is just broad rotation.
So what they did was they put a severe warning down here, and they put a special weather statement up here to finish off the polygon.
Classic.
Which is fine. I think it's the right call at this point. Wind 50 mile an hour, so that's just below severe. And then penny-sized hail, which is about ½ inch.
Tom says that's fine. Okay.
Maria, I'm not sure what you mean by any signs. Any signs of what? How long for Jackson? Boy. I don't know, a couple hours, maybe an hour and a half. We've got 3 people here looking at this storm. Yeah. I'm thinking they should have upgraded up. They should have had that severe warning up a little bit higher.
Tornado question mark. Winds are rough here in Lawton. That's just to the north of that's in the special weather statement. That's near Paw Paw.
So that's just going to be your 50 mile an hour wind gusts.
Yeah.
Penny-sized hail. No signs of tornado yet. We're definitely looking at it though. Did anybody get that severe warning on the page?
I didn't. And I know they're all out chasing, so I don't know if you want to do that real quick.
I can.
Yeah, I'll talk. I could talk about the radar a little bit while you're doing that.
Go for it. Do you want to? If you want to put yours up, you can.
Yeah, give me a second. And we'll switch.
Have we been saying anything about severe thunderstorm warnings, or are we just copy pasta?
It's basically copy and paste, add a little bit of text.
Okay.
So put like the key cities in it.
I don't want to just like copy and paste what.
Right.
IWX has said, but I'm basically going to copy and paste what they said. They have their watermarks on the picture, so we'll be okay.
Yep.
Yeah, we have not put that up yet, so I'm going to quick do that.
Okay. So that severe thunderstorm warning again exists for northern portions of Cass and St. Joseph counties again until 6:15. So it's in effect for another 35 minutes. At 5:34, severe thunderstorm was located near Decatur, 8 miles northeast of Dowagiac, moving east at 60 miles per hour. So the speed it's going is the speed the winds are of the storm, basically. 60 mile per hour wind gusts, again, main hazard. There's no hail in the warning text. They also put tornado possible. So, again, 60 mile per hour winds, tornado also possible, could spin up at any time within this line.
Correct.
That is beefy. If you have any relatives that are in the line of this storm or anywhere in the polygon, feel free to share the stream with them. We have it pinned on our Facebook right now, and you can also find the link to the stream on YouTube, Michigan Storm Chasers YouTube. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on post notifications so you know when we go live.
We got Nick reporting stuff to the DTX, and I keep getting notifications saying, "Thanks for the report, Nick," and I get really confused.
Yeah, Southfield got hit hard.
Yeah.
Someone's asking about Montgomery, Michigan. I remember seeing that earlier.
I don't know where that is.
I think it's over. Because I think that was, yeah. So that was with the storms earlier. We had a big line of storms that went down the border, and that's a city right by the Michigan, Ohio, Indiana border. Montgomery down the road, potentially. If this storm continues to sag a little bit more to the south, the storm could impact you in the next probably hour and a half.
We are getting a nice bow echo on that storm, too.
Yep.
What about Centerville? Again, if I wish I knew. I need to take a geography class on Michigan.
Look at the photograph for Michigan here for us.
Ryan's throwing up photographs.
Is he?
Mm-hmm. For IWX.
Dang.
Current. You looking at it right now?
Yeah. Grand Rapids is not that bad. It's still kind of bad, though. It's so linear. There's not any 0 to 6, so.
Just got an alert about lightning within 10 miles of me in Battle Creek. Yeah, I can see that. It's going to be interesting to see. I'm looking at Kentwood here.
Yeah, I put
Something
your
to keep an eye on. Huh? Oh,
yeah.
I'm looking at Kentwood here. We're going to see if those intensify at all. They look to be organizing into something, even by you, Joel.
Yeah, I might have to go out and chase.
By Lake Odessa again. But not seeing too high winds right now, so that is all right at this time. Let's switch this back over to IWX. We got a TV. We got a TVS on this cell, but I don't see why. It's just radar scope doing its thing. Yeah, Paul, we were born and raised here too. It's just that Joel and I have been on the west side. Ryan's our only east side guy, so he knows pretty much the east side like the back of his hand. I can tell you about where anything is on the west side of 131. That's about it. Sandusky, Michigan. Oh, it does look like they kept that marine or that severe warning for a little bit longer here. They canceled part of it. Sandusky is about over with that cell that was going through. Eric, yes, Schoolcraft and Three Rivers is in that warning. We're going to focus on this warning here. All right, I got to figure out where Montgomery is. Give me one moment here. It's in Hillsdale County. Okay. Yes, Montgomery is. It's on the southern side of the cell path at this moment, so you do have a chance of getting. You do have a chance of getting this storm here. Is Novi getting another round of severe storms? It's possible. It's definitely possible. And that's all I can confidently say at this moment. Is Jackson going to see anything? Jackson has a possibility of getting this cell here. I'll kind of draw it. So this is kind of moving in this direction here. At least that's what the warning polygon suggests. It is moving more, does look like it's moving more east though. But Jackson does have the potential of being in the path of this storm at this moment. How's it looking for Hillsdale County? So yeah, like I just said about Montgomery, which is in Hillsdale, you are definitely in the path of this. That's all right, Jessica. Alexis, I don't have a specific answer for that. You're asking, are we to expect the same as earlier? High winds, hail, possible flooding. I will say possible flooding is a thing with how much rain is going to be dumping out of these. Hail is on a lower threat. Yeah, hail is on the lower side of the threat. What's the wind speed about to hit Three Rivers? We can take a look here. On the leading edge of this, we've got about 40 miles an hour, 36. This is all just radar indicated, but this is about 34, 35. So you get some gusty winds. This has downtrended a little bit, though, in these last few scans. Macomb County could still see severe tonight. It's still up in the air, though. Jackie says there's not a breath of wind right now. White Pigeon, where is that at? Don't mind me here. I'm going to search things up again. White Pigeon. St. Joseph County, just south of Constantine. Oh, it's right on my screen. Wow. White Pigeon, you're probably going to get some rain. This severe warning is just north of you, so you'll probably be in the clear of that at this time. Alexis, tornadoes are on the lower probability. We cannot rule out a quick spin up, but they are definitely on the lower side of. We have definitely lower chances of getting that. Raining hard in Matawan, I believe it. Yeah, this has definitely been weakening for a little bit. Heavy rain in Portage. That sounds right. I do want to look back up here by the Grand Rapids radar. It's looking around Kentwood, Caledonia area, and it is close to the radar, so it is going to be hard to see. Take a look at our updraft. And some of these are intensifying, some of them are not. Earl says it's just started raining in Jackson. Yeah, we're definitely getting a lot more development now, especially over here by Sunfield, Lake Odessa. That's over by, I believe that's over by Joel's neck of the woods. Definitely something to keep an eye on up here. How about Coldwater? Coldwater, you are in the path of this. You're outside of the severe polygon, but you are in the path of severe warned storm. Like I said before, this does seem to be downtrending or weakening, at least on this leading edge here, going into Three Rivers. A couple scans ago, I said it was about 40-mile-an-hour winds. Now we're down to about 25, 30.
Hey, take me live.
All right, we're taking Chandler live. If you could rotate your phone in a different way, there we go. I don't know why it wasn't doing it. There we go. There it is. That's looking pretty good.
It's just racing over me. I'll probably go south here in a minute, but
We got Alex in here as well. I'm going to keep Chandler as solo for a second.
Hey,
Where are
guys.
you located?
I am just south of Jones, Michigan.
Okay.
I mean, you see how fast it's just ripping.
Yeah, I saw that. I mean, it was ripping by me when I was going home too.
I'm going to jump out here and take some pictures and move south. So I just wanted to show on the stream.
Okay. Alex, do you have
Hey
anything
guys,
to show?
can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hey, yeah, I'm going through Mendon right now, and I got a lot different situation. I'm out ahead of this line right now, and got a pretty amazing shelf cloud. I'm driving through Mendon right now where I have better signal, but I'm going to try and get through the village of Mendon and then back out ahead of it and get around here and turn my camera on. And I can show you guys what I'm looking at here. It's pretty intense looking. Granted, I don't have a good visual anymore because I'm in the village of Mendon right now, about to go through, and then I'll pop out again east where I'll have better visual again. But from what I was looking as I was heading into Mendon, it's a beautiful shelf cloud that I can see moving in. And yeah, it was kind of a surprise just, with all the rain and thunderstorms we had earlier today, thinking the atmosphere was going to be worked over. Surprise, surprise.
I held on to a little hope.
I was trying to be optimistic, but
Yeah. It did update this severe thunderstorm warning. They're still saying tornado possible.
Yeah, I'm not from my perspective seeing much in the way of tornado. But again, I and that's visually, it's a massive shelf cloud with looks like significantly damaging winds. Potentially, but I don't see anything tornadic right now. And again, I'm gonna get out of the village and take another look at this and also show you guys as well.
Yeah, that shelf cloud you're talking about there, it's definitely weakened as far as wind speed.
Yeah, I mean, don't doubt the possibility. Again,
Right,
I can only see what I'm.
Right, I know. It is still severe warned for the next 15 minutes. We'll see if they update it or not. I'm just telling you what I've seen on radar here. I mean, looking at I'm only getting about 30 miles an hour, 25, 30, 39, yeah. just east of Flower Field, and also about 39 just west of Flower Field.
Yeah. No, what I was about to say is I don't doubt it. Just, a lot of the times when you see scary shelf clouds like this, they look scary, but sometimes don't produce the winds. And a lot of the times, there might be stronger winds aloft that can't mix down. So it might look scarier than it actually ends up being.
Right.
But we'll see. I'm just getting out of the village here, and I'm going to try and get out and get a visual here. So it'll be about another couple minutes here. And yeah, it still looks very scary, very intense. I'm about to jump off this road and heading towards Colon. I may or may not lose signal intermittently. I'm not sure, but hopefully not. I still have pretty good signal where I'm at right now.
Just got a notification saying they're having trouble streaming to Facebook. StreamYard
Uh-oh.
is. I don't know if they have a live limit. It might be 8 hours because we just hit 8 hours.
That's true. Yeah.
Oh, hello, Joel.
Sorry, I had to take a call.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah, it literally just ended.
On Facebook, it
just
did.
ended.
Yeah, it is 8 hours. 8 hours is a limit. So, we're actually going to end this then and restart it very quickly here. So bear with us as we get this figured out.